Welcome in, my weary little scholars. Find a comfortable spot and let the day grow quiet for a while. Tonight we're stepping into the strange world of ancient campuses, where brilliant ideas, noisy debates, strong personalities, and a surprising amount of chaos all coexisted. There's nothing you need to remember. Just let the old classrooms, courtyards, teachers and students pass gently through the background. If this kind of sleepy history appeals to you, please leave a 5-star thumbs up and let me know where you're listening in from tonight and if anything is on your mind. Now, settle into your pillow, loosen your shoulders, and let's wander into the story. Long before anyone called it a campus, people gathered in dusty courtyards, hired rooms and olive groves to argue about the nature of the universe, the structure of the soul, and whether a person could truly know anything at all. These gatherings, scattered across Greece, Egypt, India and Persia over more than 1,000 years, produced some of the most enduring ideas in human history. Tonight, welcome back, wandering scholars, as you travel through those ancient places of learning, one sleepy century at a time. The word campus is a Roman word meaning field or open plain. Universities did not attach it to their grounds until the 18th century. When historians reach back into the ancient world and use the word to describe a school or a learning community, they are borrowing a modern label and placing it over something far older and far stranger than the word can really contain. The great ancient centres of learning were not campuses in any tidy architectural sense. They were gardens, hired porches, covered walkways, quiet libraries, and sometimes just a patch of deep shade beneath a tree that happened to be standing in the right place at the right moment. And yet, what happened in those places rearranged the way human beings understand themselves, understand their world, and understand the act of understanding itself. Before any fixed institution existed, there were simply teachers. In 5th century before the Common Era Greece, a teacher was often a wanderer. Greece at that moment was not a unified country, but a loose scattering of city-states, each with its own laws, its own gods, and its own intense opinions about politics, courage, and the proper way to handle defeat. Into this fractured and argumentative landscape came a group of people who would later be called the Sophists. The name comes from the Greek word sophos, meaning wise or skilled. The Sophists were professional teachers, and they were the first in the Greek world to charge money for their instruction. This made them immediately controversial. Plato, who arrived a generation later and had firm opinions about almost everything, compared them to merchants who packaged and sold wisdom, the way a fishmonger sold mackerel. The Sophists would have shrugged and pointed to their appointment books, which were full. They travelled between cities, Athens and Corinth, and Syracuse and Thebes, gathering students who paid for lessons in rhetoric, grammar, the structure of argument, and the art of speaking persuasively before a crowd or a jury. This was a genuinely practical skill in a Greek city-state, where you were expected to argue your own legal case without a lawyer, and to speak your own position in public assemblies. The ability to construct a compelling argument was not an academic luxury. It was survival equipment. Picture yourself standing at the edge of a courtyard in Athens, somewhere in the late afternoon of a warm 5th century day. The stones under your feet are smooth from years of foot traffic. The air carries the smell of olive wood smoke from a nearby kitchen, warm stone giving back the last heat of the sun, and the faint sharp bite of lamp oil burning in a clay pot by the doorway. A man stands at the centre of a loose circle of young men, none of them sitting, all of them watching him with varying degrees of genuine attention. He is a visitor from northern Greece, and his reputation arrived in the city a full week before he did. He's demonstrating something unusual. He takes a single question and argues it from two completely opposing positions, switching sides with equal confidence and equal skill. The students watching range from captivated to mildly sceptical, to one who is clearly only there because his father arranged and paid for it. This was education in the ancient world before institutions. Personal, transactional, portable. It packed up at the end of the lesson and moved on to the next city. The specific subjects the sophists taught varied from teacher to teacher, but the core of it was always language and argument. Some focused heavily on rhetoric, which meant the structure of speeches, how to open them, how to build toward a point, how to close in a way that left the listener feeling the conclusion was inevitable. Others taught grammar in a technical sense, the deep mechanics of how language worked, why certain constructions persuaded and others alienated. A few taught what might be called epistemology today, the study of how you know what you know, which sounds abstract until you are standing before a jury, and your entire future depends on the jury believing you. Some sophists had genuinely remarkable reputations. Protagoras, from the city of Abdera, reportedly charged more than any craftsman in Athens could earn in a year for a full course of instruction, and his waiting list did not seem to suffer. He was known for a line that has lasted nearly 2,500 years. Man is the measure of all things. In 4 words, he compressed a view of knowledge that made human experience the standard, rather than divine authority or abstract reason. You can see why Plato found him maddening, and why students lined up to pay him. Gorgias of Leontini arrived in Athens on a diplomatic mission, and stunned the city with his speaking style, which was elaborate and musical in a way that Greek public speech had never quite been before. He gave a demonstration speech that people talked about for decades. He also wrote a philosophical work arguing, with considerable rhetorical skill, that nothing exists, and if it did exist, it could not be known, and if it could be known, it could not be communicated. Whether he meant this seriously or was making a point about the limits of argument is something scholars continue to discuss, which is arguably evidence for his point. The sophists shared the road, in a sense, with a very different kind of teacher. Socrates charged nothing. He owned no property suited to teaching. He wandered Athens in worn sandals, stopping people in the marketplace at the gymnasium outside the courts, asking them questions, not to lecture, not to demonstrate a body of knowledge he had accumulated, to dismantle. His method, which later generations named after him, worked through careful and patient questioning. He would ask a person to define something they were confident they understood, then ask a follow-up question, then another. Within a short time, the person being questioned would find that their confident understanding was sitting on foundations that crumbled when pressed. Socrates called this useful. The people being questioned sometimes agreed. Some of them found it entirely unpleasant. He never wrote anything down. Every word attributed to him comes through his students, especially a young man named Plato, who followed Socrates through years of those conversations and then spent decades trying to translate the experience into written philosophy. The absence of Socrates' own writing is itself a philosophical provocation. A man who believed that wisdom required constant honest questioning had no interest in preserving himself in the fixed and unquestionable form of a written text. When Athens put Socrates on trial in 399 before the Common Era, the official charges were impiety and corrupting the youth. The trial was as much political as philosophical. Athens had recently lost a long and devastating war. The city was in a dark and suspicious mood. Socrates had spent decades asking inconvenient questions about the nature of authority, the legitimacy of expertise, and whether the people in charge actually knew what they thought they knew. This habit did not endear him to the people in charge. He was convicted by a close vote and sentenced to death by hemlock. He died surrounded by students and friends, reportedly calm and curious until the last moment. The accounts of his death became one of the founding myths of intellectual life. The idea embedded in those accounts was straightforward. Honest thinking can be dangerous. Some societies will punish it anyway, and some people find the thinking more important than the safety. His student Plato carried the weight of that day forward for decades, and then he built something meant, among other things, to be permanent. Before following Plato into his garden, it helps to understand what the air in Athens smelled like in those years after the trial. The city was recovering from loss. Its empire had shrunk. Its democracy had wobbled through a brutal period of oligarchic rule. Its most beloved and provocative philosopher had been killed by democratic vote. The intellectual life of the city was not dimmed, but it had become reflective in a way it had not been before. Architects were planning temples. Playwrights were staging tragedies and comedies that wrestled with fate, justice, and the behaviour of gods who were not always behaving themselves. Physicians were debating what actually caused illness. Mathematicians were working on problems whose full solutions lay centuries in the future. The city was grieving and building at the same time, which is something cities sometimes do remarkably well. Into this atmosphere, the idea of a fixed place of learning began to feel less like a luxury and more like a necessity. If wisdom was going to outlast the deaths of individual teachers, it needed a home. The sophists had demonstrated that people would pay to be taught. Socrates had demonstrated that teaching without a building was possible but fragile. What came next tried to hold both possibilities together and went further than either. It started with a garden. Plato founded the Academy around 387 before the Common Era, after returning from a trip to Sicily that had not gone as planned. He had travelled to the city of Syracuse hoping to turn a ruler into a philosopher king, an idea he found compelling, and which the ruler found baffling and slightly irritating. Plato came home, purchased property near a grove of olive trees on the northwestern edge of Athens, and planted a garden instead. The grove already had a name. It was called the Academia, sacred to a local hero named Academus, and before Plato arrived it was mostly used for exercise and quiet afternoon walking. The word academy descends from those trees, which means that every institution named academy anywhere in the world, whether it knows it or not, is named after an Athenian grove dedicated to a mythological hero who never asked for the honour. The academy was not a school in the sense that requires paperwork and a front office. There were no tuition fees, no printed curriculum, and no bells marking the shift from one lesson to the next. People came to discuss philosophy, mathematics, and the theoretical foundations of a good life. Plato taught through conversation, extending what Socrates had begun, but with more structure and a clearer sense of what he was trying to communicate. Mathematics was central to the work of the academy in ways that shaped everything else. The idea that a sign above the entrance read something to the effect of "let no one ignorant of geometry enter" may or may not reflect an actual inscription. What is true is that the sentiment was real. For Plato, mathematics was not a tool for measuring land or calculating taxes. It was evidence that the human mind could grasp truths that existed entirely apart from physical objects. You could draw a circle in sand and it would be imperfect. The mathematical circle, the concept rather than the drawing, was perfect and unchanging. This led to a way of thinking about reality that Plato developed across decades of writing. The physical world, the things you could see and touch and smell, was a kind of moving and imperfect copy of a more real world accessible only through reason. The real triangles were not the ones in the sand. The real justice was not any particular just act. The philosopher's task was to reason toward those deeper realities the way a mathematician reasons toward a proof. Students at the academy ate together, walked together, and argued together. The physical setting mattered to Plato in a way that was itself philosophical. The garden provided gentle distance from the noise and press of city life, without removing students from the problems city life presented. The conversations were not escapist. They were aimed at understanding things that mattered in the actual world. The subjects that filled those conversations ranged widely, but they circled back constantly to three related questions. What is real? What is good? And how do we know? These were not ornamental questions for people with too much time. They were questions with immediate political and ethical consequences. If justice is only a convention humans have agreed to, it can be changed. If justice is a permanent feature of reality that reason can access, it cannot. The answer you gave shaped how you thought about law, governance, punishment, and the obligations of citizens to each other. Political philosophy was a serious field of study at the Academy, in a city recovering from political catastrophe. Plato wrote extensively about the ideal state, and not always in ways that made him comfortable reading for those who valued democratic principles. His vision of a city ruled by philosopher kings, people trained by exactly the kind of extended education the Academy provided, has been criticised as authoritarian and admired as idealistic by readers across every century since. The conversations inside the Academy about politics were not innocent theoretical exercises. They were attempts to think seriously about why human communities kept going wrong and whether anything could be done about it. Astronomy also occupied significant time at the Academy, as Plato believed the mathematical perfection of celestial motion offered a window into the world of forms. Students calculated. They debated the arrangement of the planets. They argued about the geometry of circular movement with an intensity that would eventually lead, through many generations of revision and correction, to the work of Copernicus and Kepler and everyone who built on them. Among the people who came to the Academy, one arrived as a teenager from northern Macedonia, and he would eventually become the most consequential student any ancient school ever produced. His name was Aristotle, and he spent 20 years there, first as a student and then as a teacher and researcher in his own right. By the time Plato died in 348 or 347 before the Common Era, Aristotle was one of the most formidable minds in the known world. He was also, by several accounts, not particularly easy to be around. Ancient sources hint at friction between him and Plato in the later years, the kind that develops between a brilliant student and an aging teacher who has made up his mind about certain things and does not want those things examined too thoroughly. When Plato died, the leadership of the Academy passed to Plato's nephew. Aristotle left Athens. He spent several years travelling through Asia Minor, studying the marine life of the Aegean coast with an attention to detail that suggests a person who genuinely could not walk past an interesting creature without stopping to classify it. He spent time at the Macedonian court, where he tutored a young prince named Alexander, who would later be called Alexander the Great, and would proceed to conquer an enormous portion of the known world. Alexander reportedly said that he owed his father his life, but owed Aristotle the knowledge of how to live it. This is precisely what a successful former student says when he wants to make his old teacher feel good, and it appears to have been genuinely meant. Aristotle returned to Athens in 335 before the Common Era, and established his own school at a public gymnasium called the Lyceum, on the eastern edge of the city near a grove sacred to Apollo. Unlike Plato, he did not own the property. He rented spaces and taught in the covered walkways called the peripatos, meaning walking path or covered colonnade. His followers became known as the peripatetics, the walkers, because the method of learning at the Lyceum involved movement in a way that the more settled, garden-centred academy had not. The two schools reflected the temperaments of their founders. Plato had believed that the most important truths lay beyond the physical world, accessible through reason and mathematical logic. Aristotle believed that the physical world was exactly where you started and where you kept returning. He collected biological specimens with systematic enthusiasm. He catalogued the political constitutions of more than 150 city-states to understand governance empirically rather than theoretically. He wrote about logic, rhetoric, poetry, physics, ethics, theatre, meteorology, and dreams. His lectures came in two kinds. The morning sessions were dense and technical, aimed at students who had done the preparation and could engage the material rigorously. The afternoon sessions were more accessible, covering ethics and rhetoric, open to a broader audience who had not necessarily spent years in the school. This distinction is one of the earliest examples in Western education of a curriculum designed around different levels of readiness, a recognition that not everyone arrives at the hard questions through the same path. The library Aristotle accumulated at the Lyceum was itself a statement of philosophy. He organised texts in a way that reflected his belief that knowledge had a structure. that the categories you used to arrange what you knew shaped how you understood it. The arrangement of a library was an intellectual act, not just a logistical one. Imagine drifting through the Lyceum on a cool morning. You're walking along one of the covered pathways, light filtering between columns that have weathered several decades of Athenian seasons. The air is sharp with the smell of fresh papyrus and the particular dry bitterness of the ink used to copy new scrolls. Somewhere nearby, two students are having a disagreement about the nature of memory that has clearly been going on since before breakfast. Aristotle himself walks past, not heading anywhere in particular. He is moving because movement helps him think. He acknowledges you with the brief nod of someone whose attention is currently occupied by a very specific question about the classification of marine invertebrates. The rivalry between the Academy and the Lyceum was productive in a way that no single school could have been on its own. Students chose sides. Philosophers positioned themselves in relation to both traditions. The argument between Platonic idealism and Aristotelian empiricism gave Western philosophy its two most persistent poles of tension. Thousands of years later, in universities across the world, the same fundamental disagreement is still running. Aristotle was eventually driven from Athens in 323 before the Common Era, when the death of Alexander and the anti-Macedonian feeling that followed made his position dangerous. He reportedly said he did not wish Athens to sin twice against philosophy, a reference to the execution of Socrates that managed to be simultaneously principled and pointed. He died the following year in 322 before the Common Era on the island of Euboea, where his mother's family had property. The Lyceum continued under his successor Theophrastus, a botanist of remarkable precision who expanded the library, maintained the collections, and kept the peripatetic tradition alive long after the founder was gone. Between them, these two schools had demonstrated something that had not been demonstrated before. A learning community with a stable location, a shared library, and an ongoing practice of argument could outlast any individual mind. The conversations did not depend on one person to continue. They required a community of people willing to disagree with each other and with the founders, willing to be changed by the disagreement, and willing to keep the conversation running when no one particularly felt like it. This idea was about to travel very far indeed. To understand what Alexandria meant to the ancient world, it helps to know how young and deliberately unusual the city was. Alexander of Macedon founded it on the Egyptian coast in 331 before the Common Era, where the western edge of the Nile Delta meets the Mediterranean. It was not built to grow gradually the way most ancient cities did, accumulating around a harbour or a market or a reliable water source over generations. It was planned from the beginning to be remarkable, with broad, straight streets, double harbours, a lighthouse that would be counted among the wonders of the ancient world, and an ambition so visible in the architecture that travellers arriving by sea understood immediately that this city did not think modestly about itself. When Alexander died young, and his empire was divided among his generals, Egypt fell to a man named Ptolemy. The Ptolemaic dynasty that followed was Greek in culture and Egyptian in geography, and it had a particular investment in learning that shaped Mediterranean civilization for several centuries afterward. The Ptolemies understood something that wealthy rulers in various eras have periodically grasped. The best scholars in the world are portable, and if you make the conditions appealing enough, they will come to you and bring their work. The institution they built was called the Mausion, a word meaning place of the muses, honouring the 9 goddesses associated with art and intellectual endeavour. The Mausion was not precisely a university, not a temple, and not a library, though it contained elements of all three. It was a research institution funded entirely by the royal court, where scholars from across the known world were invited to live, eat, and work at the crown's expense. The arrangement was unusual enough that later writers marvelled at it. Scholars at the Mausion were housed in comfortable quarters. They ate in a shared dining hall. They had use of a colonnaded garden for walking and conversation. They had access to the library, which held a collection of scrolls that was, at its peak, probably the largest in the world. Ancient sources disagree on the exact size of the collection, with an enthusiasm suggesting the disagreement was always partly a matter of prestige. Numbers ranging from 400,000 to 700,000 scrolls appear in various accounts. What is clear is that the collection was vast enough to require its own organisational system, and that the librarians who developed and maintained that system were engaged in a scholarly activity as much as an administrative one. How you organise knowledge reveals what you think knowledge is. The scholars who worked at the Mausion were not gentle souls who read quietly and agreed with each other. They competed for status, for the best research positions, for the ear of the chief librarian, and through the librarian the attention of the court. They argued fiercely about the correct texts of ancient works, particularly Homer, whose surviving manuscripts contained variants that could keep a dedicated scholar productively furious for years. They disputed each other's calculations, critiqued each other's commentaries, and occasionally wrote responses to published work in a style that managed to be both technically precise and personally uncharitable. Then they ate dinner together at the same table. Eratosthenes, who served as chief librarian around 240 before the Common Era, calculated the circumference of the Earth using the angle of shadows at two different locations on the same day of the year. His estimate was remarkably close to the actual figure as measured today. His colleagues at the Mausion gave him the nickname Beta, meaning second in the Greek alphabet, implying he was nearly the best at everything, but not quite the best at any single thing. This was delivered as a pointed compliment, which is a particular kind of social skill that academic communities have never fully put down. The library's most consequential ongoing function was translation. The known world in the 3rd and 2nd centuries before the Common Era was linguistically complicated in ways that created real barriers to the movement of knowledge. Greek was the administrative and intellectual language of the Eastern Mediterranean, but enormous quantities of accumulated wisdom existed in Egyptian, Babylonian, Aramaic, Persian, Hebrew and other languages. The Mausion employed translators who worked to bring text from one tradition into another, and this act was understood as original scholarship rather than mechanical reproduction. One of the most significant translation projects of the ancient world happened in Alexandria during this period. The Hebrew scriptures were rendered into Greek, producing a text known as the Septuagint, from the Latin word for 70, referring to the tradition that 70 or 72 scholars worked on the project. Whether they actually produced identical translations working in separate rooms, as the most dramatic version of the story insists, is something historians debate with sustained energy. What is not in doubt is that the translation happened, that it was a major intellectual undertaking, and that it mattered enormously for how those texts travelled and survived. The royal obsession with building the collection was not always conducted with perfect courtesy. Ships arriving in the harbour at Alexandria were searched by officials looking for scrolls. Any found were taken to the library for copying. Sometimes the originals were retained, and copies returned to the ship's owners, along with compensation that was technically offered. This was collecting organised as a form of mild institutional piracy, conducted by the most powerful state in the Eastern Mediterranean, and everyone involved appeared to consider it entirely normal. Picture the working rooms of the library. You're near a window that looks out over an interior garden, where a small fountain makes a sound that is mostly soothing, but occasionally distracting when you're trying to concentrate. Around you, scholars are bent over their work. Some are reading scrolls weighted at the corners with smooth stones. Some are dictating to scribes whose reed pens move quickly across fresh papyrus. One scholar is asleep in his chair, at a confident angle that may or may not be intentional. The smell of the room is ink and old papyrus and lamp oil, and faintly, whatever the kitchen is beginning to prepare for the communal afternoon meal. It smells like a library and a home at the same time. The Mausion also sheltered scholars whose work resisted any single category. Hero of Alexandria, working several centuries into the Common Era, described mechanical devices that use steam pressure and pneumatic force to do practical work. He described a spinning device powered by steam escaping from a small vessel, a concept that would not be applied at industrial scale for another 15 centuries. He also described coin-operated machines for dispensing holy water at temple entrances, which makes him either the inventor of the vending machine or a very practical theologian, depending on your perspective. These things were filed away in scrolls and placed on shelves and waited there with calm indifference for the world to catch up. Archimedes, based primarily in the Sicilian city of Syracuse, maintained active correspondence with Alexandrian mathematicians throughout his working life. His letters to scholars at the Mausion were technical exchanges of a kind that only develop between people genuinely working on the same problems from different directions. He described his mathematical methods in those letters and asked for responses. The exchange of ideas across the Mediterranean travelled at the speed of ships, which was slow by any modern standard, but steady enough to sustain a real intellectual community across scattered individuals. His work on calculating the areas and volumes of curved shapes, ideas that would eventually develop into what we call integral calculus, was preserved in Alexandria and transmitted through generations of commentary and translation into the mathematical tradition that eventually produced Newton and Leibniz, both of whom would have recognized the original problems without difficulty. Medical knowledge developed in Alexandria was among the most important work the Mausion produced. In the 3rd century before the Common Era, physicians there conducted systematic anatomical study, including dissection of human bodies, during a period of relative freedom from the restrictions that made such study difficult elsewhere. The knowledge they gathered about the structure of the heart, the function of the nervous system, and the layout of the digestive organs formed the foundation of medical understanding that shaped clinical practice for more than 1,000 years. The library did not fall in a single dramatic catastrophe, despite the vivid image that phrase tends to summon. Its decline stretched across centuries and involved fires, political changes, diminished royal funding, and the slow redistribution of cultural and economic gravity that gradually made Alexandria less central than it had been. Historians who work carefully on this question tend to emphasize the complexity over the drama. What is not complicated is what the Mausion represented as an idea, a place where the world's knowledge was gathered, organized, translated, debated, and transmitted became a template that subsequent civilizations returned to repeatedly. The concept of a great library was not invented in Alexandria, but Alexandria defined what it could look like at its fullest ambition. As you breathe slowly and let the image of that lamplit room settle, the story crosses a sea. The ancient world of learning was never only a Western story. While Athenian philosophers walked their garden paths and Alexandrian scholars disputed the circumference of the earth, 2 of the most sophisticated educational institutions in human history were operating in South Asia. One of them predated the Academy by several centuries. Neither of them occupies the place in popular Western history that the Academy and the Lyceum hold, which is a gap worth sitting with for a moment. Taxila, known in Sanskrit as Takshashila, was a city in the region of Gandhara, occupying what is now northwestern Pakistan. By the 6th and 5th centuries before the Common Era, it had already become one of the most significant centres of learning in the known world. It was not organised as a single institution on a defined plot of land. It was more accurately described as a city where teaching was the primary industry, and where the concentration of respected teachers pulled students from thousands of miles away. Students came to Taxila from across the Indian subcontinent and from Persia and Central Asia, seeking instruction in the Vedas, in grammar, in medicine, law, military science, music, astronomy, and various branches of philosophy. The process of attaching yourself to a teacher there was not institutional. A student identified a teacher whose reputation matched what they wanted to learn, travelled to where that teacher lived, and asked to be accepted. The arrangement that followed was called the Gurukula, meaning the household or family of the teacher. A student who was accepted lived in the teacher's home, participated in its domestic life, cooked and cleaned alongside learning. This was not a subservient arrangement. It was understood on both sides as a genuine exchange. The student gave labour and respect and real attention. The teacher gave knowledge that had been earned through years of dedicated work and could not be purchased or abbreviated. What the student received was not only the content of formal lessons, it was the continuous observation of how a person committed to a particular field of knowledge actually lived, how they thought before the formal day began, how they handled disagreement, how they approached a question they had not encountered before. This immersive quality was considered inseparable from the knowledge itself. Taxila attracted remarkable people. Charaka, associated with the earlier systematic text of Ayurvedic medicine, worked within this tradition. Panini, the grammarian who produced an analysis of Sanskrit so precise and comprehensive that linguists today still read it, with a mixture of admiration and slightly overwhelmed respect, worked in this region. His grammar described the structure of a living language with a rigour that resembles modern formal linguistics more than it resembles anything else produced in the ancient world. Students who came to Taxila were expected to be genuinely serious. The discipline was real. You worked hard, you respected the teacher, and you placed the rhythm of the household above your own preferences. In return, you received instruction that could not be gotten another way from someone who had mastered something genuinely difficult. Families from comfortable circumstances across the subcontinent sent their sons to Taxila, as the institution was largely limited to male students. Long journeys by foot or cart through monsoon-soaked roads and dry upland passes were considered a reasonable cost for access to the right teacher. The distance was understood as part of the preparation. Nalanda was different in character, though connected in spirit. Founded in what is now Bihar in northeastern India, Nalanda reached its height as a monastic university between the 5th and 7th centuries of the Common Era. At its peak, it housed somewhere between 3,000 and 10,000 students, alongside several thousand teachers, in a complex of monasteries, lecture halls, temples and library buildings that had been expanded and rebuilt multiple times across its long history. Nalanda was primarily a Buddhist institution, and its structure reflected the rhythms of monastic life. Days began before sunrise with prayer and meditation. Lectures and formal study occupied the central hours of the morning. Copying of texts, maintenance of the grounds, and communal duties filled the afternoon. Evening brought debate and further private study. The day had a shape, and the shape was deliberate. The enclosed quality of the monastery, its walls and gates, and the shared identity of purpose they created, was not designed to separate students from the world, but to build a container in which sustained and demanding work was possible without the constant interruption that characterized life outside. People today who complain about open-plan offices would have understood the principle entirely. Getting into Nalanda was not a simple matter. Students arriving at the gate were questioned by a senior scholar before being admitted, and the questioning was reported to be genuinely difficult. The gatekeeper tested logical reasoning, familiarity with texts, and the ability to respond to unexpected challenges without losing the thread of thought. Ancient sources indicate that a meaningful number of applicants turned away at the gate, unable to answer what was being asked. This either reflects rigorous standards or suggests that the gatekeepers were taking some professional satisfaction in their work. Quite possibly both. Once admitted, students were assigned to dormitory cells within the monastery complex. Each cell contained a sleeping mat, a storage chest for personal items, and almost nothing else. This was not austere accident, but deliberate design. A room with very little in it encouraged the mind to go elsewhere for richness. The food was simple and regular. Rice, lentils, vegetables, fruit when available. Adequate and unpretentious. The kitchens operated at a scale that required serious planning. Feeding several thousand people 3 times a day at a functioning ancient institution was a logistical challenge as much as a culinary one, and the people running Nalanda's kitchens were presumably as skilled in their domain as the scholars were in theirs. The library at Nalanda, called the Dharma Ganja or Treasury of Truth, occupied several large buildings. One of them was reportedly 9 stories tall. The collection included Buddhist texts, Hindu scriptures, and works on medicine, logic, grammar, astronomy, and mathematics. Scholars travelled from China, Korea, Java, Tibet, and Central Asia to study there, many of them specifically to copy texts they could carry home across mountain passes and ocean routes. A Chinese pilgrim named Xuanzang travelled to India in the 7th century of the Common Era and spent years at Nalanda. His account of the institution describes red brick buildings surrounded by gardens and reflecting pools. He describes debates that ran past mealtimes until someone with authority stepped in. He describes students from many different places arguing about doctrine and logic and the nature of consciousness with an intensity he found both remarkable and occasionally exhausting. He also noted that the food was good, which is the kind of specific detail that makes a historical record feel like something written by a real person. The warmth you're imagining now is the warmth of that place. Brick walls holding the day's heat into the evening, the sound of a bell marking the transitions from one part of the day to the next, students bent over their copying work, brushes moving in the steady rhythm of a craft learned slowly. The day is not finished yet, but it is tilting gently toward its close. Across all of these institutions and traditions, separated by thousands of miles and several centuries, the daily experience of being a student was more similar than you might expect. You woke early. In a world without reliable artificial light, the rhythm of the day was anchored to the sun, and scholars who wanted productive hours before the heat of midday had to begin before the light was fully established. In Athens, this meant wrapping a rough wool cloak against cool morning air and heading out before breakfast. In Alexandria, it meant moving through corridors already touched with Mediterranean warmth, nodding briefly to other scholars who were doing the same thing and had no interest in conversation yet. Housing varied considerably, depending on institution and circumstance. Students at the Platonic Academy had no dormitory in any formal sense. Many were from Athens or nearby and lived at home. Those who had travelled from elsewhere arranged lodgings in the city, renting a room from a household and hoping the family was reasonably quiet and the bread reasonably fresh. The arrangement was entirely informal and entirely typical. At the Lyceum, similar conditions applied. Aristotle's school developed more infrastructure over the years as the library and collections grew, but the students themselves were expected to manage their own domestic lives. At Nalanda, housing was completely provided and completely structured. Students slept in small cells within the monastery complex. Some students found the simplicity clarifying. Others found it genuinely hard, particularly those from comfortable families who had arrived expecting a somewhat more generous approach to furniture. The question of books in the ancient world requires some patience to fully appreciate. Every text was a hand-copied scroll, produced by a human being sitting with writing materials and reproducing letters one by one from an existing copy or from dictation. This process was slow, expensive, and inherently imperfect. Every copy introduced the possibility of error. A misread letter, a distracted moment, or a slip of the hand could change one word into another word, making almost the same sense but not quite. Scholarly arguments in antiquity were sometimes about ideas, and sometimes about which version of a text was the correct one, and these two types of argument were not always easy to disentangle. When you argued about what a text meant, you were often also arguing about what it actually said, which led to what it actually said, leading to what whoever wrote it might originally have intended, which led back to the shelf of disputed manuscripts and around again. Students were expected to memorize enormous quantities of material, and this expectation was not considered unusual or unreasonable. It was practical. Scrolls were not always available when you needed them. They were expensive to reproduce and easy to damage. and the act of memorization was understood as a genuine part of education. Material known in your body, the words your tongue could find without your conscious mind directing it, was yours in a way that consulted material could never quite be. The Indian educational traditions place particular weight on this. The Vedas were transmitted orally for centuries before being written down, preserved through precise memorization and careful recitation. The techniques developed for this kind of transmission were sophisticated and practical. Text was arranged into memorable units. Rhythmic patterns anchored words to each other. Students cross-checked each other's memory to catch variations and errors. The mind in the ancient world was expected to carry more than the modern mind typically does, and the training reflected this expectation entirely. Medical students memorized the names and properties of hundreds of plants. Mathematics students memorized proofs. Students of epic poetry memorized quantities of Homer and Hesiod that would astonish a modern reader. The memorized material was the ground you stood on when the argument began, and without it you had no ground at all. The physical act of writing in the ancient world was itself a skill that required years to develop properly. Students who worked with papyrus used a sharpened reed pen dipped in a mixture of carbon, black and water. The strokes had to be even. The letters had to be consistent. Moving too quickly produced blurred characters. Moving too carefully produced letters so stiff they looked like someone had been frightened during the process. Scribal students in Egypt practiced on ostraca, broken pieces of pottery that were cheap and plentiful, and entirely forgiving when you needed to start over. Wax tablets served a similar practice function in the Greek world. A wooden frame held a layer of wax, smooth enough to take a stylus mark, and the other end of the stylus was flat and could smear the wax smooth again. This made wax tablets the erasable writing surface of the ancient world. Students used them for drafts for practice, for jotting things down during a lecture before they could be transferred to a more permanent surface later. The warmth of a hand pressed against a wax tablet could soften the wax in summer, which meant that a student who was also nervous tended to have slightly blurred notes. The relationship between students in these institutions was layered and complicated in the way that relationships between people thrown together by circumstance tend to be. Friendships formed that lasted lifetimes. Rivalries formed that could be traced through decades of pointed footnotes in subsequent publications. Senior students mentored junior ones with varying degrees of generosity. Junior students watched senior students with the particular attention of people trying to understand how to become what they are looking at. And then there was mischief. The ancient student was not, in most cases, a serene and elevated seeker of wisdom moving through each day in calm contemplation. Ancient sources, letters, papyrus fragments, and philosophical complaints from teachers give a vivid picture of students who were late, noisy, distracted, prone to skipping lectures they found tedious, and capable of the specific social unkindness that young people in competitive environments sometimes produce with creativity and dedication. A papyrus from Roman Egypt, written by a boy named Theon to his father, has survived and been read by historians with considerable delight. The boy is writing to complain that his father has travelled to Alexandria without taking him along, which he considers profoundly unfair. He threatens not to eat and not to write any further letters. The child's negotiating tactics have not changed in 2,000 years, and the tone of the letter suggests that Theon had not yet fully grasped that threatening to stop writing letters to someone who has just left the house is not a particularly powerful strategic position. Wax tablets used for student practice have also survived. Teachers' annotations on student work show a range of responses from patient encouragement to the kind of precisely worded correction that implies the teacher has said the same thing multiple times that week. One annotation notes that a student has made the identical transcription error 3 times in consecutive attempts. The feeling of weary repetition survives in the ink across 20 centuries. In Athens, the gymnasium was a genuine complication for educational focus. Young men were expected to develop both intellectual and physical capacity, and the physical training available at the gymnasium was frequently more immediately appealing than whatever philosophical problem was due for discussion that afternoon. Ancient comedy made regular sport of this. The student who would rather be wrestling, and the philosopher whose afternoon lecture hall was inexplicably emptier than his morning one were stock figures of humour, which means they were common enough to be recognisable across multiple generations. In monastic institutions, the daily discipline helped. Serious infractions could result in expulsion, and the gatekeeper who had tested the student on arrival would not be even slightly surprised. But even within a monastery, students stayed up past sensible hours working through questions that had no formal place in the curriculum. Some of the most significant intellectual movements in history began as conversations that started well after anyone should reasonably have been awake. You can imagine them now in the warm dark, a small group bent over a problem too interesting to put down, the oil lamp running low, one person making the case for stopping, and the rest of them not quite ready to. Usually they kept going. The curriculum of the ancient world was not a standardised list of subjects that institutions had agreed on in advance. Each school emphasised different areas based on the passions of its founders, the expertise of its current teachers, and the questions that happened to be alive in any particular moment. What survived as the core subjects of ancient higher education was the accumulated result of many individual decisions, heated rivalries, and accidents of preservation, shaped significantly by what later civilizations chose to copy and translate and carry forward. Mathematics held a central place in ways that extended well beyond calculation. The Greek mathematical tradition running through Pythagoras and reaching its most systematic expression in Euclid was deeply interested in geometry, not simply as a practical skill for land measurement and building, but as a kind of direct access to the underlying structure of reality. Euclid compiled his elements around 300 before the Common Era, almost certainly in Alexandria, laying out the principles of geometry in a form so logically organised and so precisely argued that it remained in active use as a university teaching text in the 19th century. Not as a historical curiosity, as an actual textbook used to teach the subject it was written about 1,500 years after the person who wrote it had been gone. The proof-based approach Euclid exemplified was itself a philosophical achievement as much as a mathematical one. It demonstrated that human reason, applied carefully and checked at every step, could arrive at conclusions that held regardless of who was doing the reasoning. The truth of a geometric proof did not depend on the reputation of the person who made it. It depended only on the steps. Indian mathematicians working at Nalanda and in connected traditions were engaged in parallel work on different problems. The concept of zero as a fully operational number rather than merely a blank placeholder, the positional value system underlying the numerals used globally today, the development of sophisticated algebra, and the mathematical tools known as trigonometry. All of these emerged from South Asian scholarly traditions and moved westward through networks of Arabic scholarship and eventually into medieval Europe. What most of the world calls Arabic numerals are more accurately described as Indian numerals transmitted through Arabic scholarship. The ancient schools, the monastic classrooms, the translation programs, the networks of international students carrying copied texts home across difficult terrain, these are the actual mechanisms through which the numbers you use every day travelled from their origin to your hand. Medicine had a particularly significant period in Alexandria. Physicians there in the 3rd century before the Common Era conducted systematic anatomical study, including dissection of human bodies, during a window of relative freedom from the restrictions that made such work difficult elsewhere. The knowledge they developed about the structure of the heart, the function of the nervous system, the layout of organs, was built into medical texts that shaped how physicians understood the human body for more than 1,000 years. The physician Galen, working in the 2nd century of the Common Era and drawing heavily on Alexandrian traditions, produced medical writings so comprehensive and authoritative that later physicians often treated them as settled truth. His observations were frequently correct and occasionally wrong, and the wrong ones travelled alongside the correct ones because his reputation had grown larger than any individual correction could easily reach. This is not a problem that has been fully solved. The rival philosophical schools of the ancient world did not simply coexist politely. The Epicureans, following the philosopher Epicurus who founded his school in Athens a decade after Aristotle left, taught that pleasure, understood as the absence of pain and the presence of tranquility, was the highest good. They met in a garden of their own, somewhat famously admitted women and slaves as students alongside free men, and were regularly misrepresented by critics as hedonists who spent all their time at dinner parties. In reality, Epicurus himself reportedly lived on bread and water and considered a small piece of cheese a genuine luxury. The Stoics, who gathered under the Stoa Poikile, a painted porch in the Athenian agora, taught that virtue was the only real good, and that external circumstances, wealth, health, reputation, had no bearing on whether a person was living well. The founder Zeno of Citium had allegedly arrived in Athens after being shipwrecked and losing his entire cargo of purple dye, and had discovered philosophy in a bookshop while recovering from the experience. Whether this is precisely accurate or somewhat improved in the telling, it is the kind of origin story a Stoic would have approved of. These schools argued with each other in writing, in lectures, and in public with an enthusiasm that sometimes crossed into caricature. The Stoics thought the Epicureans were teaching people to opt out of civic responsibility. The Epicureans thought the Stoics were teaching people to suffer without complaint and call it virtue. The skeptics, who questioned whether reliable knowledge was possible at all, thought both were overconfident. The cynics, who believed that social convention was the enemy of genuine virtue, had opinions about everyone and expressed them without the social filtering that most people apply before speaking. Athens in its philosophical prime was not a place of serene consensus. It was a city full of competing schools, competing teachers, competing ideas about what the good life looked like and how to get there. The argument spilled out of the schools and into the streets, into the theatre, into political speeches, into the daily life of a city that had decided, for a complicated set of reasons, to take ideas seriously. Politics visited ancient schools with regularity, and it rarely knocked. Socrates was executed. Aristotle was driven from Athens. Anaxagoras, a philosopher working a generation before Socrates, was prosecuted for impiety after suggesting that the sun was a very hot stone rather than a divine being. The comfortable image of ancient Athens as a permanent paradise of free inquiry is not well supported by the evidence. Free thinking was welcomed up to the point where it became politically inconvenient, and that point shifted depending on who was in charge and what pressures they were managing. In Alexandria, scholars depended entirely on royal patronage. The political climate of the court shaped what was possible, which topics received funding, and which researchers remained welcome. During stable periods with engaged rulers, the scholarship was extraordinary. During political instability, it cautioned itself and contracted. This relationship between institutional learning and political protection has not changed in its fundamental structure across 25 centuries. Women scholars existed throughout the ancient world in the specific circumstances that required exceptional talent, genuine persistence in the face of structural resistance, and access to the rare situations that made participation possible. Hypatia of Alexandria is the name history has preserved most clearly. She was the daughter of a mathematician named Theon, who taught at Alexandria in the late 4th century of the Common Era, and gave his daughter an education matching or exceeding what any male student at the institution received. She became a teacher herself, known for her mastery of mathematics, astronomy, and Neoplatonic philosophy. Students travelled from across the Mediterranean specifically to study with her, and her reputation for intellectual clarity and patient rigorous instruction was substantial. She was killed in 415 of the Common Era by a mob acting with what appear to have been at least partly political motivations. The precise circumstances remain a subject historians debate. What is clear is that her death was not simply an act of random violence, but came out of the factional conflicts tearing Alexandria apart along religious and political lines during that period. Before her death, she'd been one of the most respected intellectual figures in a city that had been producing them for 7 centuries. She wrote commentaries on Diophantus and Apollonius. She corresponded with scholars and officials across the eastern Mediterranean. A bishop named Synesius, who had been one of her students, wrote her letters full of genuine intellectual warmth. He addressed her not as a curiosity or an exception, but as his teacher. There were other women scholars across the ancient world, though not in the numbers there should have been. Arete of Cyrene, daughter of the philosopher Aristippus, taught at the Cyrenaic school for decades and was said to have written dozens of philosophical works. The Pythagorean communities in southern Italy included women as full participants in their intellectual life. This was unusual enough that ancient sources noted it, which means it was notable, which means it was not the norm. The lesson is not that the ancient world was secretly committed to educational equality. It was not. The lesson is that remarkable people find their way into the work regardless of the obstacles, and that the obstacles were both real and regularly larger than any one person's determination could have moved alone. International students were present at every significant ancient institution of learning. Young scholars travelled from Persia to Athens, from various regions of India to Taxila, from Arabia and China to Alexandria and Nalanda. The journey was itself considered part of the formation. Long and difficult travel across unfamiliar terrain, the arrival in a place where the language and food and social customs were entirely different from what you grew up with, the gradual absorption into a community of people who were also far from home, all of this shaped a person in ways that the formal curriculum did not address and did not need to. Students who completed the journey returned home carrying ideas that had not existed in their region before. The chain of transmission that moved mathematical concepts from India to Persia, to the Arab world to medieval Europe, ran through the bodies and memories of people who made exhausting journeys, arrived at a gate, answered questions, and were let in. Translation was not a passive act at any point in this chain. Every translator made choices. A word in one language carried meaning, association, and philosophical weight that the nearest equivalent word in another language might carry differently or not at all. The translators working in ancient Alexandria or medieval Baghdad were engaged in interpretation as much as transcription. Sometimes the choices were brilliant. Sometimes they introduced errors that propagated through centuries of commentary, because no one went back to the original to check. The translator, sitting in a lamplit room with 2 scrolls open and a stylus in hand, was one of the most consequential figures in the entire history of human knowledge, and almost no one knows their name. Every institution in this story eventually ended. The Academy, which Plato founded in a grove of olive trees in the 380s before the Common Era, operated in various forms for roughly 900 years. It was closed by the Byzantine Emperor Justinian in 529 of the Common Era, when he ordered the pagan schools of Athens shut. The remaining philosophers dispersed with their manuscripts and their unfinished arguments, moving to Persia and other places where the work continued in new contexts. The grove went to weeds, the buildings slowly became rubble, the name passed into language as a concept that outlived every physical trace of the place it came from. The Lyceum's decline was more complicated. Aristotle's library travelled after his death through a series of owners whose relationship to its contents ranged from dedicated to genuinely confused. Parts of Aristotle's work were lost for centuries and then recovered, translated from Arabic back into Latin by medieval European scholars who found them preserved in the libraries of Islamic Spain and North Africa. The recovery of Aristotle through Arabic translation was one of the most transformative intellectual events of medieval Europe, and it happened because ancient schools in Persia and Baghdad had kept the texts alive in forms the original institution was no longer there to protect. Alexandria declined slowly, its collection contracting over centuries as royal patronage diminished, As the city's political situation grew more volatile, and as the movement of trade and culture gradually shifted Alexandria from a central position to a peripheral one, the dramatic image of a single catastrophic fire is not well supported by the historical evidence. The greater loss was not a fire, but the slow withdrawal of the conditions that made the institution possible in the first place. Nalanda's end was more abrupt. A military campaign in the 1190s of the Common Era burned the library buildings and scattered or killed the scholars. The destruction was enormous. People who survived it described what they had witnessed in terms that make clear they understood the scale of what was gone. But the texts that had been copied across centuries and sent outward with students travelling to Tibet, China, Korea and Southeast Asia had already seeded other libraries, other communities of learning, other conversations about the same questions. The ideas were running on more than one thread, and threads are harder to cut than buildings. This is what the ancient world demonstrated across many institutions and many centuries. An idea that exists only in one mind dies with that person. An idea written in one scroll can be lost in one fire. An idea that is taught to students who teach other students, argued over, written down, translated, copied, carried across mountain passes and ocean routes, corrected and argued with again in a new language and a new century, that idea becomes remarkably difficult to kill. The institutions were fragile. The practice of transmission was not. The bridge between the ancient schools and medieval Europe ran through a remarkable period of Islamic scholarship that deserves its own full story. When the ancient schools closed or declined, the texts they had produced did not vanish. Scholars in Persia, Syria and Baghdad gathered them deliberately. The translation movement of the 8th through 10th centuries of the Common Era was a systematic effort to render Greek, Sanskrit and Persian scientific and philosophical texts into Arabic, and the quality of this work was extraordinary. A scholar named Hunayn ibn Ishaq, working in Baghdad in the 9th century of the Common Era, translated hundreds of ancient medical and philosophical texts. He checked his translations against multiple manuscript sources. He noted where manuscripts disagreed and tried to determine the original text through careful comparison. He was applying the same scholarly methods that the Alexandrian textual critics had developed centuries before. The chain of rigorous attention to ancient texts ran unbroken, even as the language and the institutional setting changed around it. Al-Khwarizmi, working at the House of Wisdom in Baghdad in the early 9th century, drew on Indian mathematical traditions transmitted through Persian scholarship and produced the foundational texts of algebra. The word algebra comes from the title of his most important work. His name, Latinized, gives us the word algorithm. Two words used constantly in modern mathematics and computing trace their roots to a single scholar working in an institution that was itself the inheritor of the Alexandrian model of royal patronage, supporting organised scholarly work. This is what survival of ideas actually looks like. Not dramatic rescue from burning buildings. A slow, determined chain of copying and translation and argument and revision, generation by generation, across languages and cultures and centuries. Think about what came out of these places. From the academy came the framework of Western idealist philosophy and the mathematical tradition that shaped Euclid, and through Euclid every mathematician working in the Western tradition for 2,000 years afterward. From the Lyceum came the systematic method of empirical investigation that eventually, through many borrowings and modifications and arguments, became the foundation on which modern science was built. From Alexandria's Mausion came astronomical calculations that remain useful today, medical knowledge that shaped clinical practice for 1,000 years, and the multilingual scholarly tradition that made the transmission of knowledge across cultures not just possible but habitual. Taxila produced generations of physicians, mathematicians and philosophers whose work travelled through the subcontinent and beyond its edges. Nalanda transmitted Buddhist philosophy and mathematical thought across Asia, in a movement that transformed how an entire continent understood the mind, the world and the relationship between them. What all of these places held in common was not a building or a formal curriculum or an administrative structure. What they held in common was the creation of a sustained community of argument. An argument in this sense is not a fight. It is a commitment to working through a question honestly, to following the logic wherever it actually leads rather than where you hoped it would go, to being willing to revise what you thought you knew when the evidence asks you to, and to finding people who will push back hard enough that you have to think clearly rather than simply repeating what you already believed. The ancient schools were not peaceful places. They were full of ambition and rivalry, and intellectual vanity, and the specific friction that forms when capable people spend years together in close quarters, disagreeing about things that genuinely matter to them. But underneath all of that was the shared belief that the disagreement was worth having. Picture yourself now in the space between waking and sleep, the body settled and the mind beginning to soften at its edges. The day has moved through you and released you. The hour is quiet and warm and asks very little. What you have been carrying through this story is a small portion of what those scholars carried. Not all of it, not most of it, a fraction. But a fraction of something vast is still something real, and it belongs to you now as much as to anyone. The olive grove outside the academy is long gone. The suburb of Athens that stands where it was is called Academia Platonos, which means it carries the name even without the trees or the conversations that happened beneath them. The red brick buildings of Nalanda are ruins, partially excavated now and open to visitors who walk through the footprints of rooms where people argued about consciousness and the nature of reality, and then went to eat rice and lentils for the third day in a row. The Lyceum's exact location was disputed for centuries. Archaeological work in Athens in the 1990s uncovered what is believed to be the actual site, including traces of the gymnasium and the walkways where Aristotle paced while he thought. The stones he walked on are under the modern city, visible in a preserved section a few minutes from the centre of Athens. They are not glamorous stones. They are weathered and worn and unremarkable in appearance. But they are there. Libraries still exist. Universities still exist. Scholars still argue over texts and correct each other's calculations, and disagree about fundamental questions with a persistence that suggests the questions are genuinely hard and probably worth the effort. Students still arrive somewhere new and feel the particular mix of excitement and unease that comes with beginning something serious and not yet knowing whether they are equal to it. The ancient schools did not solve the problems they worked on. That was never the project. They passed the problems forward, generation by generation, in forms carefully enough preserved that each new generation could take up the work where the previous one had set it down. They built communities in which certain questions could be held with enough shared seriousness that the conversation continued even after any individual participant was gone. What they created was not just knowledge, it was the practice of knowing, the posture of inquiry, the habit of sitting with a hard question long enough that something true and useful and genuinely surprising occasionally came out the other side. You carry that inheritance whether you knew the lineage or not. It arrived through the decisions of translators whose names no one recorded, through the memories of students who crossed mountain passes to bring a copied scroll home, through the arguments of philosophers who disagreed so productively and so persistently that the disagreement itself became a form of knowledge passed forward. The light in the room is very low now, and the night outside has settled into the steady kind of quiet that belongs to the hours past midnight. Tomorrow the questions will still be there, patient, specific, ready for whoever wakes up and decides to take another look at them. Let the story settle the way warmth settles through a body that has finally stopped moving. Let the grove go quiet. Let the lamp in the reading room dim to almost nothing. The work was never finished. That was always the point. Sleep well, wandering scholars. The ideas are still out there and morning is coming. Before alphabets were printed by machines or tapped onto glowing screens, human hands shaped every letter, with deliberate care. You're about to step into the quiet world of those who turned writing into an art form that demanded years of practice and endless patience. The morning light filters through rice paper windows and touches your workspace. You have been awake since before dawn because the best hours for calligraphy arrive when the world is still half asleep. The stone on your desk waits for you to grind the ink stick against its smooth surface. This ritual never changes. You add a few drops of water and begin the circular motion that your teacher demonstrated 3,000 times until it became as natural as breathing. The grinding takes 7 minutes today. Sometimes it takes 10. You learned long ago that rushing this step produces ink that lacks depth and character. The friction between stone and stick creates a sound like distant waves on sand. Your wrist moves in steady circles while your mind empties itself of yesterday's concerns and tomorrow's obligations. Ink pools in the shallow well of the stone. You test its consistency by lifting the stick and watching how the liquid falls back into the reservoir. Too thin and your characters will look pale and uncertain. Too thick and the brush will drag across the paper like a reluctant mule. This particular darkness has the right weight. You set the stick aside and arrange your brushes in the order you will need them. The largest brush stands as tall as your hand. Its bristles come from the tail hairs of horses that grazed in mountain pastures where the grass grows tough and wiry. The medium brush holds badger fur known for its spring and resilience. The smallest brush tapers to a point finer than a single hair. You made this one yourself last winter after your old detail brush finally gave up its shape. Paper waits in neat stacks to your left. Each sheet cost more than a day's wages for an ordinary labourer. The paper maker who supplies you operates a small workshop on the edge of the city, where he follows recipes passed down through his family for 6 generations. He knows you by name and sets aside his finest sheets when you place an order. You do not think about cost often, because thinking about cost makes your hand tense. The moment you begin calculating the monetary value of each stroke, your brushwork suffers. The characters become tight and controlled in ways that look mechanical rather than alive. Better to forget the price and focus entirely on making each mark as perfect as possible. The paper comes from mulberry bark that was beaten and soaked and spread thin as butterfly wings. The process takes weeks from raw material to finished sheet. The bark must be harvested at the correct season when sap flow is optimal. It gets cleaned and boiled and beaten with wooden mallets until the fibres separate. These fibres then float in water and settle onto screens in thin layers that become paper after drying. Light passes through it when you hold it up to the window. Your first practice sheet goes down on the desk. You weight its corners with small stones worn smooth by a river that dried up 200 years ago. The stones carry a pleasant coolness that somehow makes your thoughts clearer. You dip the large brush into the ink and press it gently against the side of the stone to remove excess liquid. The first stroke of the day is always the hardest. Your arm feels stiff despite the stretching exercises you performed while the ink was grinding. You take 3 slow breaths and let the brush touch the paper. The character for Mountain begins with a strong vertical line. Your brush moves down with controlled pressure and the ink spreads into the fibres. Each stroke requires a different combination of speed and force. The second stroke angles to the left like a peak leaning into the wind. The third stroke mirrors it on the right side. You step back and examine your work. The character is acceptable but not inspired. The left peak looks slightly weak, as if the mountain might topple in a strong breeze. You try again on a fresh sheet. This time the strokes feel more balanced, but the vertical line wavers near the bottom. Mountains do not waver. They stand firm against centuries of storms and earthquakes. The third attempt pleases you more. The brush moved without hesitation, and the 3 strokes work together to suggest something solid and eternal. You hang this sheet on a line strung across the room where completed work dries in the morning air. By evening you will decide whether it deserves to be saved or recycled into practice paper. Your teacher would arrive at this point in the morning routine. He died 4 years ago, but you still sense his presence behind your left shoulder during these early hours. He would examine your mountain character and say nothing for a long moment. Then he might point to the way the brush left the paper after the final stroke. Too abrupt. A true master allows the brush to lift gradually, so the ending feels inevitable rather than chopped off like a conversation interrupted by a rude neighbour. You practice Mountains for another 30 minutes. The character appears simple with only 3 strokes, but those strokes contain all the principles of good calligraphy: balance, rhythm, controlled energy, mindful completion. When you can write a mountain that captures the essence of mountains, you will be ready to tackle more complex characters. The sun climbs higher, and you switch to a different text. Today you're working on a passage from an ancient poem about autumn leaves falling on a forgotten path. The first character requires 11 strokes. Your hand traces the pattern in the air above the paper before committing ink to fibre. This helps your muscles remember the proper sequence and prevents you from having to stop mid-character to recall the next move. The brush touches down and begins its dance. Stroke 1 is a horizontal line that establishes the width of the character. Stroke 2 drops vertically from the left end. Stroke 3 hooks slightly at the bottom. By stroke 7, your mind has quieted enough that thinking stops, and the brush seems to move on its own. The remaining strokes flow naturally and the character appears complete on the page. This state of effortless concentration is what you practice for. It arrives unpredictably, like a bird landing on your windowsill. You cannot force it or summon it through willpower. The only path is through endless repetition until technique becomes invisible, and the barrier between your intention and the mark on paper dissolves. You finish the entire poem by mid-morning. 20 characters arranged in vertical columns that read from right to left. The text fills a scroll of paper that will eventually be mounted on silk backing and hung in the home of a merchant who commissioned this work 3 months ago. He wants the poem displayed in his reception room where visitors will see it while waiting for him to finish counting his money. The merchant has no deep appreciation for calligraphy. He simply knows that owning handwritten scrolls signals refinement and education. This bothers you less than it once did. Your teacher used to say that calligraphy serves many purposes. Sometimes it preserves sacred texts. Sometimes it decorates temples. Sometimes it helps merchants prove they have arrived at a certain level of social standing. All of these purposes are valid because they all require someone to dedicate their life to mastering the brush. You eat a simple lunch of cold rice and pickled vegetables. The food tastes of nothing in particular, which is exactly what you want. Strong flavours distract from the afternoon's work. You have a commission that requires copying an entire chapter from a philosophical text. The client wants 40 pages finished by the end of the month. You completed 12 pages last week and you will finish 8 more this week if your hand cooperates. Copying text is different from creating original compositions. Your creativity is limited to the quality of your strokes and the spacing of your characters. The words are fixed. The meaning is established. Your job is to render them clearly and beautifully so future readers can absorb the wisdom without struggling to decipher messy handwriting. This particular text discusses the nature of change and permanence. The philosopher argues that everything flows like water in a stream, and you never step into the same river twice. You have copied these words so many times that you have memorized entire passages. Sometimes while grinding ink you find yourself reciting paragraphs in your head. The irony does not escape you. Here you are copying thoughts about constant change using a skill that has remained essentially unchanged for over 1,000 years. Your ancestors in this profession used the same tools and followed the same principles. They ground ink on stones. They practiced characters until their hands cramped. They worried about the consistency of their brushwork and whether their vertical lines stood truly vertical. You arrange a fresh stack of paper and begin the afternoon's copying session. The first character is complicated with 17 strokes that weave together like basket reeds. You have written this character at least 500 times, but you still check your reference copy to make sure you remember the proper stroke order. Writing characters in the wrong sequence is considered a serious error, even if the final result looks acceptable. There is a correct way, and all other ways are wrong. Your brush moves through the complex pattern. Each stroke builds on the previous one, and the character gradually emerges like a landscape appearing through lifting fog. You finish and move to the next character, then the next, then the next. Time becomes elastic during these sessions. You might look up and discover that 2 hours have passed while your conscious mind was occupied with nothing more than the proper thickness of horizontal lines. The afternoon sun shifts across your workspace. You adjust your position slightly to keep the light falling on your paper at the correct angle. Shadows are the enemy of good calligraphy because they make it impossible to judge the true darkness of your ink. You need consistent lighting to maintain consistent quality across 40 pages of text. By late afternoon, your hand begins to tire. The small muscles in your palm and fingers are asking for rest. You complete one more page and then stop for the day. Pushing through fatigue leads to sloppy work that you will only have to redo tomorrow. Your teacher taught you to recognize the moment when continuing becomes counterproductive. You clean your brushes with care that borders on reverence. Each brush gets rinsed in clean water until no trace of ink remains in the bristles. Then you reshape the tip using your fingers and hang the brush to dry with the bristles pointing downward. This prevents water from seeping into the bamboo handle, where it might cause the wood to split. The inkstone requires scrubbing with a small stiff brush to remove dried residue. You add fresh water and work the brush in circles until the stone's surface feels smooth again. Some calligraphers keep their stone spotless enough to serve food on. You're not quite that fastidious, but you do respect your tools as partners in your work. Your practice sheets go into a basket for recycling. The merchant's commissioned scroll gets carefully rolled and placed in a wooden tube to protect it from dust and moisture. The pages of philosophical text join a growing stack that you cover with a clean cloth. Everything has its proper place, and every evening ends with this same ritual of organisation and cleaning. You stretch your fingers and rotate your wrists to work out the stiffness. Some calligraphers develop permanent cramps and tremors after decades of this work. You have been lucky so far. Your hands remain steady, and your grip stays reliable. You attribute this partly to good fortune and partly to the finger exercises your teacher insisted you perform every morning. The evening meal is rice again with a bit of fish and some greens from your garden. You eat slowly and think about nothing in particular. Food is fuel for the body. You neither love it nor hate it. It simply is. This attitude toward food developed naturally over years of training when thinking too much about meals seemed like a waste of mental energy better spent on calligraphy. After dinner, you allow yourself one luxury. You bring out your collection of old scrolls purchased from various dealers over the years. Most of them are practice pieces or unsigned works that someone's descendants sold off when clearing out an estate. You study these scrolls not to copy them directly, but to absorb the different styles and approaches that other calligraphers brought to their work. Tonight you unroll a scroll that shows bamboo stalks bending in wind. The artist used very wet ink and quick strokes to suggest motion and flexibility. Each leaf is a single decisive mark. The entire composition probably took less than 10 minutes to complete. Yet it captures something essential about bamboo that a more careful rendering might miss. You wonder about the person who created this. Were they young or old? Did they work quickly out of skill or impatience? Did they know this piece would still be studied 100 years after their death? These questions have no answers, but asking them feels important somehow. The scroll goes back into its protective box and you prepare for sleep. Tomorrow will be another day of grinding ink and practicing strokes. The day after that will be the same. The day after that too. This repetition might seem tedious to someone outside your profession, but you find comfort in the predictability. Each day offers another chance to improve by small increments that accumulate over years into something approaching mastery. You lie down on your sleeping mat and close your eyes. The smell of ink still lingers on your fingers despite washing them twice. This scent has become so familiar that you barely notice it anymore. It is simply the smell of your life. Your training began when you were 12 years old. Your parents brought you to the master's studio on a cold morning when frost made patterns on the windows. You remember feeling terrified of the old man who barely looked up from his work when you were introduced. He asked you to write your name using the brush and ink he provided. Your hand shook so badly that the characters came out twisted and uneven. The master studied your attempt for a long moment and then nodded once. He told your parents to return in a week. If you survived that week without running away, you could stay and learn. The first week consisted entirely of grinding ink. You ground ink for the master and for his 3 senior students who barely acknowledged your existence. You ground ink until your arm burned and your fingers blistered. You ground ink in the morning and in the afternoon, and sometimes late into the evening when the master decided he needed especially fine ink for a special commission. No one explained why this was necessary. No one told you how long this phase would last. You simply ground ink and watched the senior students work and tried not to cry from boredom and frustration. On the 4th day you made the ink too thin, and the master slapped your hand with a bamboo stick. The blow was not hard enough to cause real injury, but it stung both your palm and your pride. On the 7th day, the master handed you a brush for the first time. It was an old brush with bristles that no longer held their shape properly. He told you to practice vertical lines on cheap paper for the next month. You were not to attempt any characters or creative work, just vertical lines, thousands of vertical lines, You drew lines until they haunted your dreams, straight lines, thick lines, thin lines. Lines that started with confidence and ended with a whisper. Lines that began tentatively and grew bolder toward the bottom. Each line required complete attention despite the apparent simplicity of drawing a straight mark. The challenge was maintaining consistent pressure throughout the entire stroke. Beginners tend to press harder at the start and lighten toward the end, or they begin lightly and press down as they gain confidence. Either pattern produces lines with uneven width that reveal uncertainty in the hand. The master would occasionally glance at your work and grunt non-committally before returning to his own projects. These grunts contained no information you could decode. You learned to ignore them and focus solely on the quality of the lines you were producing. Seeking approval from each glance would have driven you mad within a week. After the month of lines, you graduated to horizontal strokes, then diagonal strokes, then curves and hooks. Each type of stroke required weeks of practice before you could move on to the next. By the time you were allowed to attempt actual characters, 8 months had passed and your understanding of what calligraphy required had fundamentally changed. You used to think it was about making pretty letters. You now understood it was about training your hand and mind to work together with such precision that nothing was left to chance or accident. Every movement needed to be intentional and controlled. Spontaneity would come later after technique became instinctive. Your first character was the numeral one, a single horizontal line. You had practiced horizontal lines for weeks, so this should have been easy. But writing a line that was meant to be a character, rather than just a practice stroke, added pressure that made your hand tense. The line came out wobbly and uneven. The master made you write the numeral 1 500 times over the next 3 days. By the end you could do it with your eyes closed. The line flowed from your brush with consistent width and proper slight taper at the ends. You felt proud until the master pointed out that 1 was the simplest character in existence, and you still had thousands more to learn. Years passed in this way. You progressed from simple characters to complex ones. You learned the classical texts that every educated person was expected to know. You memorized poems and philosophical writings. You studied the great calligraphers of the past and tried to understand what made their work transcendent rather than merely competent. The master rarely praised you. Mostly he pointed out errors and areas for improvement. Your verticals leaned too far to the left. Your hooks lacked crispness. Your spacing between characters felt cramped. On the rare occasions when he said your work showed promise, you felt like you had won an imperial prize. Other students came and went during your training. Some lacked dedication and left after a few months of grinding ink. Others showed talent but could not accept the endless repetition that mastery required. One student stayed for 2 years before deciding to become a merchant instead. He told you that making money seemed more practical than perfecting brushstrokes. You understood his reasoning but never seriously considered leaving. Something about the work satisfied a need in you that had no name. The focused concentration, the visible improvement over time, the sense that you were participating in a tradition that stretched back centuries. These things mattered more than wealth or social status. By your 22nd birthday you had become the senior student. 2 younger students now ground ink for the master, while you worked on commissions that paid actual money. The master took a percentage of your earnings, but you accepted this arrangement without resentment. He had given you a skill that would support you for life. The master died on a spring morning when cherry blossoms were falling like pink snow. You found him at his desk with a brush still in his hand. He had been writing a character that was never finished. You completed the stroke according to what you believed his intention had been. Then you wrapped his body and notified his family and disciples. The funeral drew calligraphers from across the region. They came to pay respects and to view the master's final works displayed in his studio. You stood in the corner and listened to them discuss his technique and his influence on the art form. Some of them recognized you as his senior student and offered condolences mixed with subtle questions about whether you would continue operating the studio. You inherited the studio because the master had no children and his family had no interest in calligraphy. His widow gave you the space and the tools and the reputation attached to his name. In exchange, you promised to maintain the standards he had established and to train students who showed genuine promise. That was 4 years ago. You now occupy the position your master once held. You have 2 students of your own who grind ink and practice basic strokes, and probably wonder if they will ever create real calligraphy. You try to be more encouraging than your master was while maintaining the same rigorous standards. Teaching has given you new appreciation for how difficult the master's job was. Watching students make the same mistakes repeatedly requires patience you did not know you possessed. Explaining concepts that seem obvious to you after years of practice tests your ability to remember what it felt like to be a beginner. Your younger student struggles with consistency. Her strokes vary in thickness even when she is trying to maintain uniform width. You have told her 100 times to keep steady pressure on the brush, but the correction never seems to stick. Yesterday you finally understood that she's gripping the brush too tightly. Tension in her fingers transfers to the bristles and causes unpredictable ink flow. You showed her how to hold the brush with relaxed fingers while still maintaining control. The demonstration took 5 minutes, but the lesson required 3 months of watching her work before you could diagnose the root problem. Your master probably knew what was wrong from the beginning, but he waited for you to discover it yourself through continued practice. This is how the tradition passes down through generations. Each master teaches students who become masters who teach students. The methods barely change because they work. Innovations happen slowly and only after much debate and consideration. Calligraphy is conservative by nature because it values preservation over novelty. Sometimes you wonder what your master would think of your work now. Would he approve of the commissions you accept? Would he criticize your technique or praise your development? These questions remain theoretical because dead teachers cannot offer opinions. You must judge yourself using the standards he instilled during those years of training. Most days you feel you are meeting those standards. Some days you fall short and you know exactly where and why. The character's balance is off. The stroke lacks energy. The composition feels cramped. You can see the problems clearly, which means you have internalized the critical eye your master possessed. On very rare days, you create something that surprises you. A character appears on the paper that seems better than your current skill level should allow. These moments feel like gifts from somewhere beyond your conscious control. You hang these pieces on your wall until familiarity makes them ordinary again. The workshop where you make your own brushes sits in a corner of the studio that catches afternoon light. Making brushes is not your primary skill, but every calligrapher needs to understand how their tools are constructed. You cannot use a brush effectively without knowing what happens inside the metal ferrule where bristles are bound together. The process begins with sorting animal hair. You have several bundles of horsetail hair that you purchased from a farmer who raises mountain ponies. The hair must be cleaned thoroughly to remove oils and dirt. You soak it in a solution of water and ash for several days, and then rinse it repeatedly until the water runs clear. Once clean, the hair gets sorted by length and texture. The longest hairs will form the outer layer of the brush tip. Shorter hairs go into the core where they provide structure and spring. You arrange the hairs on your workbench and begin the delicate process of bundling them together. This step requires more patience than almost any other aspect of calligraphy. You must align hundreds of individual hairs so their tips form a perfect point. Each hair has a slightly different length and thickness. They want to stick together in clumps or splay outward at odd angles. You coax them into submission using a mixture of gentle pressure and stubborn persistence. The bundle slowly takes shape. You tie the base with strong thread to hold everything in place. The thread must wrap tightly enough to compress the hairs into a unified mass, but not so tight that it cuts through individual strands. You learned this balance through trial and error after ruining several bundles by pulling the thread with excessive force. Then you insert the bundle into a bamboo handle that you carved and sanded last week. The bamboo came from a grove 3 days' journey from the city where the plants grow straight and true. You selected this particular section because the nodes were evenly spaced, and the walls had consistent thickness. Irregularities in the bamboo translate to irregularities in how the brush feels during use. The fit must be snug enough that the bristles will not work loose during use, but not so tight that you crush the ferrule. You test the fit multiple times before committing to the final assembly. Each test insertion reveals whether you need to sand the inside of the handle slightly more or trim a few hairs from the bundle. You mix a glue from fish bladder and carefully coat the base of the bristles before seating them permanently in the handle. The glue recipe came from your master who learned it from his master, in an unbroken chain reaching back generations. The proportions must be exact, or the glue will either remain tacky forever or become so brittle that it cracks under normal use. The glue takes 3 days to cure completely. During this time, you must resist the temptation to test the brush. Premature use will compromise the bond, and the brush will fail within weeks. You have made this mistake before in your eagerness to try a newly completed tool. The bristles worked loose after just a few uses, and you had to discard hours of careful work. When the glue is set, you trim any stray hairs that stick out from the main body of the brush. This trimming requires steady hands and sharp scissors. One wrong cut can ruin hours of work. You cut with tiny snips and constantly check the symmetry of the brush tip. The finished brush gets tested on practice paper. You dip it in ink and make a series of strokes to evaluate its performance. Does it hold enough ink for a full character? Do the bristles spring back to their original shape after being pressed against the paper? Does the tip maintain its point, or does it split into multiple paths? This particular brush passes all the tests. The tip feels responsive and the bristles have good spring. You add it to your collection with a small sense of pride. Making a brush from raw materials connects you to the physical reality of your craft in a way that simply buying brushes from a shop never could. Not all your brushes come from your own hands. You also buy from professional brush makers who have perfected their art over generations. The best brushes cost as much as a month's rent. You own 3 such brushes that you use only for final copies of important commissions. These brushes are treasures that will outlast you if properly maintained. The economics of calligraphy rarely make anyone wealthy. Your income comes from commissions that pay modest fees for substantial work. A scroll requires days or weeks to complete, but sells for an amount that a merchant makes in a single afternoon. You accept this disparity because you chose this profession knowing its limitations. Some calligraphers supplement their income by teaching, or by working as scribes for government offices. You have considered both options, but ultimately decided to focus on pure calligraphy. Teaching your 2 students provides some additional income, and scribal work feels too much like copying without the artistic element that makes the copying worthwhile. Your clients come from various backgrounds. Merchants want scrolls to impress their business associates. Scholars commission copies of rare texts that exist in only a few locations. Temples hire you to create religious inscriptions. Families ask for commemorative pieces marking births or deaths or marriages. Each commission requires you to adjust your style to match the client's needs and expectations. A temple inscription demands formality and perfect execution. A personal scroll for a family can afford slightly more expressive brushwork. A text for a scholar must be readable above all else, with any flourishes kept minimal. You dislike commissions that demand overly decorative calligraphy, where the visual impact matters more than the meaning of the text. Some wealthy patrons want their scrolls to look impressive, even if the actual characters become illegible under layers of artistic elaboration. These projects feel like betrayals of the form's fundamental purpose, which is to communicate clearly through beautiful writing. Your favourite commissions involve classical poetry. The rhythms of ancient poems naturally lend themselves to calligraphic interpretation. Each line contains a thought that deserves to be rendered with appropriate weight and energy. You can vary your brushwork to reflect the mood of the verse without violating the principles of clarity and balance. Last month you completed a series of 4 scrolls featuring poems about the changing seasons. The spring poem used lighter ink and flowing strokes to suggest new growth and gentle rain. The summer poem required bold, dark characters that evoked heat and intensity. Autumn brought thinner lines and careful spacing to reflect the sense of things passing away. Winter demanded stark simplicity and strong contrasts. The client was pleased enough to recommend you to his friends. This kind of word-of-mouth recommendation is how you build your reputation. There are no advertisements for calligraphers. You either become known for quality work, or you struggle to find enough commissions to support yourself. Competition exists, but feels less cutthroat than in other professions. Most calligraphers recognise that the market is limited, and that survival depends on maintaining high standards across the entire field. A calligrapher who produces shoddy work damages the reputation of all calligraphers. An unspoken agreement exists to police quality through subtle social pressure. You have seen calligraphers who cut corners by using inferior materials or rushing their work to accept more commissions. These people rarely last more than a few years before their reputations collapse. Clients eventually notice when the ink fades prematurely, or when characters show evidence of haste. Word spreads and the commissions dry up. Your approach is the opposite. You work slowly and carefully, and turn down projects when your schedule is too full to give them proper attention. This sometimes means losing income in the short term, but it protects your long-term reputation. Your master taught you that a calligrapher's name is their most valuable asset, and that protecting that asset requires constant vigilance. The studio where you work was built specifically for calligraphy. The previous master who occupied it before your master designed the space with large windows facing north to provide consistent light throughout the day. The walls are bare except for a few hanging scrolls that rotate seasonally. The floor is wood kept meticulously clean because dust on paper can interfere with ink adhesion. Everything in the studio serves a purpose. There is no decoration for decoration's sake. The aesthetic is one of refined simplicity where the focus remains entirely on the work. Visitors often comment on how peaceful the space feels. You have become so accustomed to it that you barely notice the atmosphere anymore. Your two students share a workspace at the opposite end of the studio. You can observe them without being intrusive. They practice basic strokes for hours while you work on commissions. Sometimes you call them over to demonstrate a technique, or to correct an error you have noticed from across the room. The older student shows promise, but lacks the obsessive dedication that true mastery requires. He produces competent work and will probably make a decent living as a calligrapher. But he will never be great. Greatness requires a willingness to sacrifice everything else in pursuit of incremental improvement. He is not willing to make that sacrifice, and you do not judge him for it. The younger student might become great if she continues for another decade. She has the dedication and the ability to focus for hours without distraction. Her technique still needs refinement, but technique can be taught. The deeper qualities that separate masters from journeymen are either present or absent from the beginning. You sometimes wonder if your master saw that quality in you during those early years of grinding ink and practicing basic strokes. Did he know you would eventually succeed him? Or was he simply training students with no particular expectation that any of them would reach the highest levels of the art? These questions have no definite answers. Your master never explained his thinking or revealed his assessments of individual students. He taught everyone the same way and let time sort out who would persist and who would quit. This approach seems harsh, but it works better than trying to predict potential based on early signs. The afternoon stretches toward evening. You complete another page of the philosophical text and add it to the growing stack. Tomorrow you will finish 2 more pages and the next day another 2. The work proceeds at its own steady pace, neither rushed nor delayed. Outside your windows the city continues its daily business. People buy and sell goods. Children play in the streets. Officials conduct government affairs. Musicians perform in tea houses. All of this activity happens in a world that you inhabit only peripherally. Your real life occurs in this studio where the only things that matter are ink and paper and brush. This isolation might seem lonely to an outsider, but you do not experience it that way. The work itself provides companionship. Each character is a small challenge to be solved. Each scroll is a conversation with the author of the text you are rendering. The great calligraphers of the past feel present in spirit if not in body. You lock the studio door as the sun sets. Tomorrow will begin with grinding ink and stretching fingers. The day will unfold according to patterns established over centuries of tradition, and you will spend those hours pursuing a perfection that remains always slightly out of reach. The history of your profession stretches back to the moment when humans first pressed reeds into wet clay to make marks that represented words. Those early scribes in Mesopotamia were record keepers rather than artists, but they established the fundamental connection between writing and permanence. In Egypt, scribes held privileged positions in society because literacy was rare and powerful. They recorded taxes and religious texts. They documented treaties and property transfers. Their tools were different from yours, but their role was similar. They made language visible and durable. The alphabet you use evolved over thousands of years as different cultures borrowed and modified writing systems from their neighbours. Phoenician traders spread their script around the Mediterranean. Greeks adapted it and added vowels. Romans simplified it further and carried it across their empire. Each writing system developed its own aesthetic traditions. Arabic calligraphy grew elaborate and geometric. Chinese characters became standardized but retained their pictographic origins. Sanskrit scripts flowed with curves that suggested spiritual concepts. Hebrew letters acquired mystical significance beyond their phonetic values. Your own tradition combines indigenous practices with influences absorbed from neighbouring regions over centuries of cultural exchange. The result is a style that feels both ancient and specific to this time and place. Future calligraphers will probably modify it further according to changing tastes and technologies. Before paper existed, calligraphers wrote on materials that modern practitioners would find challenging. Palm leaves required special cutting tools and ink that would not cause the leaves to crack. Birch bark had to be prepared carefully to create a smooth writing surface. Animal skins needed processing to remove hair and fat. The invention of paper revolutionized writing in ways that are difficult to fully appreciate from this side of history. Suddenly, scribes had access to a material that was relatively cheap and portable, and could be produced in large quantities. The spread of knowledge accelerated as texts became easier to copy and distribute. Your paper comes from workshops where artisans follow techniques that have not changed substantially in 500 years. They soak tree bark until it breaks down into fibres. They spread the pulp on screens and press out the water. They dry the sheets in controlled conditions to prevent warping or cracking. The best paper has a slight texture that catches the brush and allows the ink to spread in controlled ways. Poor quality paper either absorbs too much ink, making the characters bleed into fuzzy shapes, or repels ink, leaving streaky, inconsistent strokes. You can tell the quality of paper by touch before you ever apply a brush to it. Ink itself has its own complex history. Ancient Chinese calligraphers made ink from pine soot mixed with animal glue. Japanese ink makers experimented with different soot sources to achieve various black tones. Some regions added perfumes to their ink to make writing a more sensory experience. The ink you use comes in solid sticks that look like small blocks of polished stone. Creating these sticks requires collecting soot from controlled fires, where specific woods or oils are burned. Different fuel sources produce different qualities of black. Pine wood creates soot with a slightly warm tone. Vegetable oil produces soot that yields a cooler black. The soot gets mixed with glue and moulded into sticks that are dried and aged sometimes for years before being sold. The drying process alone takes months. The sticks must lose moisture gradually, or they will crack and become useless. Craftsmen monitor humidity levels constantly and rotate the sticks to ensure even drying. Some workshops dry their sticks in caves where temperature and moisture remain stable throughout the year. Fresh ink does not have the depth and character of aged ink. Something about the chemical changes that occur over time improves the way ink flows and bonds with paper. The molecules apparently reorganize themselves into more stable configurations. The result is ink that grinds more smoothly and produces more consistent darkness on paper. Calligraphers debate the ideal aging period, with some claiming 3 years produces optimal results while others insist on 10. Your own experiments suggest that 5 years represents a sweet spot where the improvement from aging plateaus. Ink older than 5 years costs significantly more but performs only marginally better in your experience. Your own collection includes ink sticks of various ages and qualities. You save your oldest and finest ink for special commissions where the client will appreciate the difference. Most everyday work uses younger ink that performs adequately without depleting your precious aged supplies. The relationship between calligrapher and brushmaker is often close and long-lasting. You have bought brushes from the same craftsman for 8 years. He knows your preferences and can recommend specific brushes for particular projects. When you need something custom-made, he understands your requirements without lengthy explanations. Brushmaking is its own specialized profession requiring years of training. The best brushmakers can feel the quality of animal hair by running it between their fingers. They know which combinations of hair types produce specific performance characteristics. They understand how to balance spring and flexibility and ink retention in a single tool. Some regions are famous for producing brushes of exceptional quality. Calligraphers will travel for days to purchase brushes from these renowned workshops. The brushes become treasured possessions passed down through generations. Stories circulate about ancient brushes that still perform flawlessly after hundreds of years of use. Your 3 finest brushes came from different sources. One was a gift from your master on the day you completed your training. Another you purchased after receiving payment for an especially lucrative commission. The third belonged to a calligrapher whose estate was sold after his death. Each brush has its own personality and quirks that you have learned through extensive use. The social status of calligraphers has varied throughout history, depending on the value different cultures placed on literacy and artistic expression. In some eras, calligraphers enjoyed prestige and wealth. In other periods, they barely survived on meagre fees paid by the few clients who wanted handwritten texts. Currently, you occupy a middle position in society. You are neither wealthy nor impoverished. You are respected but not celebrated. People recognize calligraphy as a legitimate profession, but few truly understand the skill required to practice it well. This suits you fine because you never sought fame or fortune. The greatest historical calligraphers achieved legendary status. Their works are preserved in museums and private collections. Scholars study their techniques and try to understand what made their brushwork transcendent. These masters set standards that contemporary calligraphers still measure themselves against. You have seen some of these masterworks during trips to the capital, where museums display ancient scrolls behind glass. Standing before these pieces creates a mixture of inspiration and humiliation. Inspiration because they prove what is possible. Humiliation because the gap between their skill and yours seems impossibly wide. Your master used to say that comparing yourself to the greatest masters is both necessary and dangerous. Necessary because you need models of excellence to guide your development. Dangerous because the comparison can become paralyzing if you focus on the distance rather than the direction of improvement. You try to maintain this balance by studying historical masters while also accepting your own limitations. You will probably never achieve their level of skill, but you can still create work that serves its purpose and brings satisfaction to yourself and your clients. That is enough. The techniques you use vary depending on the specific requirements of each project. A religious text demands different brushwork than a personal letter. A formal proclamation follows rules that do not apply to a casual poem. Your training included learning when to apply which approach. The most formal style requires absolute precision. Each stroke must be executed with careful control. The characters maintain uniform size and spacing. The ink is consistently dark. Any variation suggests lack of discipline or mastery. This style is difficult to sustain for long periods because it allows no room for spontaneity or relaxation. Semi-formal styles permit more individual expression while still maintaining clear structure. You can vary stroke thickness for emphasis. Character sizes might shift slightly to create visual interest. The overall effect balances readability with artistic personality. Most of your commissions fall into this category. Cursive styles break many rules in pursuit of speed and expressive energy. Strokes connect in ways that would be forbidden in formal writing. Characters become abbreviated or simplified. The brush never fully lifts from the paper between strokes. This style requires deep knowledge of standard forms because the abbreviations and connections only work if the viewer can mentally reconstruct the proper characters. You practice all three styles regularly to maintain flexibility. Some days you work in formal mode for clients who want traditional appearance. Other days you experiment with cursive techniques in personal pieces that no one else will ever see. This variety prevents you from becoming rigid in your approach. The process of writing a single character involves more physical awareness than most people realize. Your posture affects the quality of your brushwork. Tension in your shoulders transfers down your arm and into your hand. Even your breathing pattern influences how smoothly the brush moves across the paper. You stand while working on large characters that require bold, energetic strokes. The standing position allows you to use your whole body to generate momentum. Your weight shifts from one foot to the other as the brush sweeps across the paper. The motion resembles a martial arts form where physical power combines with mental focus. Smaller characters demand a seated position, where your forearm rests on the desk for stability. Your wrist provides most of the movement while your fingers make tiny adjustments to control the brush tip. This position allows precision, but limits the range of motion available for dynamic strokes. Your breathing syncs with your brushwork in ways that developed unconsciously over years of practice. You inhale during pauses when considering the next stroke. The breath fills your lungs completely and your ribcage expands. This expansion creates a momentary stability that helps you prepare mentally for the coming movement. You exhale as the brush moves across the paper. The outward breath coincides with the outward extension of your arm. This synchronization happened naturally without anyone teaching you the pattern. Your body discovered it through thousands of repetitions until breathing and brushwork became inseparable. The rhythm of breathing and writing becomes unified until they feel like a single continuous action. On good days, you can work for hours without consciously thinking about breathing at all. The breath simply happens in perfect coordination with every stroke. On difficult days, the coordination breaks down, and you must deliberately re-establish the pattern through focused attention. Temperature and humidity affect your work in subtle but important ways. In summer, the ink dries too quickly, and you must work faster to maintain fluid connections between strokes. In winter, the ink thickens and requires longer grinding to achieve proper consistency. Humid days cause paper to absorb ink differently than dry days. You have learned to adjust your technique according to these environmental variables. You cannot control the weather, but you can modify how much water you add to the ink or how long you pause between strokes. These small adjustments accumulate into the difference between work that looks effortless and work that shows signs of struggle. The mental state required for good calligraphy is difficult to describe to people who have never experienced it. You must be simultaneously relaxed and alert. Your mind needs to be empty of distracting thoughts, but also fully engaged with the immediate task. This paradoxical combination develops through practice but cannot be forced. Some days you sit down to work and the proper mental state arrives within minutes. The world narrows to the paper and the brush. Thoughts quiet. Time loses its usual quality. You enter a flow where decisions happen without deliberation, and every stroke emerges exactly as intended. Other days the mental state refuses to appear, no matter how long you sit or how many breathing exercises you perform. Your mind races with concerns about money or health or relationships. The brush feels clumsy and foreign in your hand. Every stroke looks wrong and requires correction. On these days you eventually give up and turn to other tasks like cleaning tools or organising supplies. You cannot predict which type of day you will have when you wake up in the morning. External circumstances do not reliably determine internal states. You might feel anxious about a major commission but still produce excellent work. You might have no particular worries but find yourself unable to concentrate. Your master taught you not to judge these fluctuations too harshly. All calligraphers experience good days and bad days. The key is to keep showing up and doing the work regardless of how it feels in the moment. Over time, the good days outnumber the bad days, and the overall trajectory moves toward improvement. This lesson took years to truly accept. Early in your training, you would become frustrated on bad days and convinced that you lacked the necessary talent. You would compare your worst work to other students' best work and conclude you were falling behind. Your master would occasionally notice these spirals of negative thinking and redirect your attention to the simple task of grinding ink or cleaning brushes. The work itself eventually taught you that consistency matters more than intermittent brilliance. The calligrapher who practices every day for 10 years will surpass the talented beginner who only works when inspiration strikes. This truth applies to most skills, but feels especially relevant to calligraphy, where incremental improvements accumulate into mastery. You now try to pass this lesson to your students, though they will probably need years to fully internalize it. You can tell them that bad days are normal and temporary. You can demonstrate that even masters produce mediocre work sometimes. But understanding intellectually differs from accepting emotionally. They will learn through experience, or they will quit before learning occurs. The philosophical dimensions of calligraphy interest you more now than they did during your training years. Back then you focused almost entirely on technique and skill development. You wanted to make beautiful characters and earn your master's approval. The deeper meanings remained abstract concepts without personal relevance. Now you recognize calligraphy as a form of meditation, where the goal is not to achieve anything, but simply to be present with each stroke. The characters you create matter less than the quality of attention you bring to creating them. This realization paradoxically improved your technical work, because trying too hard produces tension that degrades quality. You have read texts written by monk calligraphers who used writing as spiritual practice. They described calligraphy as a way to empty the mind and connect with something larger than the individual self. You're not particularly religious, but you understand what they meant. The experience of losing yourself in the work feels like touching something eternal. These moments of transcendence arrive unpredictably and depart just as suddenly. You might be in the middle of a routine commission when suddenly everything clicks, and you see each stroke with perfect clarity. Or you might finish an entire scroll without experiencing anything special, but then look at the completed work and recognize that something extraordinary happened without your conscious awareness. You do not discuss these experiences with many people because they sound pretentious when described in words. How do you explain to a merchant that writing his poem felt like touching the void? How do you tell your students that the highest achievement in calligraphy is to forget you are doing calligraphy? These truths can only be discovered through personal experience. Different cultures develop distinct calligraphic traditions based on their unique writing systems and aesthetic values. The Chinese tradition emphasized balance and harmony with characters arranged in precise grids. The Arabic tradition created flowing geometric patterns, where text became architectural ornament. The Latin tradition in medieval Europe illuminated manuscripts with gold leaf and elaborate decorative flourishes. You have studied examples from many traditions, though your own work remains rooted in your native style. Seeing how other cultures approach the same fundamental challenge of making language visible and beautiful has expanded your understanding of what calligraphy can be. Chinese calligraphy influenced your tradition significantly. The tools and many techniques came from China along with Buddhism and Confucian philosophy. But over centuries, local preferences and innovations created a distinctly regional style. Characters became slightly more angular. The balance between thick and thin strokes shifted. New conventions developed for spacing and composition. The 5 major scripts in Chinese calligraphy represent different points on the spectrum between formal and casual. Seal script preserved ancient forms used on official seals and monuments. Clerical script developed for administrative efficiency. Regular script became the standard for printed texts and formal documents. Running script increased speed while maintaining readability. Cursive script prioritized expressiveness over clarity. You practice primarily in regular and running scripts depending on the needs of your commissions. Seal script appears too archaic for most contemporary purposes. Clerical script has a historical association with bureaucracy that clients prefer to avoid. Cursive script requires such specialized knowledge to read that it limits your potential audience. Arabic calligraphy takes a different approach because the Arabic script connects letters within words. This creates opportunities for flowing composition that your isolated character system cannot replicate. Arabic calligraphers developed styles where entire verses of poetry become unified visual compositions resembling abstract art. The religious prohibition against depicting living beings in Islamic art elevated calligraphy to central importance in mosque decoration. Sacred texts became the primary subject for artistic expression. Calligraphers achieved the status of artists whose work was collected and celebrated. This tradition continues today with contemporary Arabic calligraphers pushing boundaries while respecting classical foundations. European medieval manuscripts represent yet another approach, where calligraphy merged with illustration. Scribes spent months creating single books with elaborate initial letters containing miniature paintings. Gold and lapis lazuli decorated the pages. The books were treasures that signalled wealth and devotion. The invention of the printing press transformed European calligraphy from a practical necessity into an artistic specialty. Suddenly books could be mass-produced and handwritten texts became luxury items. Calligraphers adapted by focusing on ceremonial documents and special commissions, where handwork justified the extra expense. Your own culture experienced similar changes when printing technology arrived. The initial impact devastated the professional calligraphy community. Many calligraphers lost their livelihoods as printed text replaced handwritten books. The survivors adapted by emphasizing the artistic and spiritual dimensions of handwork that machines could not replicate. Today, calligraphy occupies a niche position where it serves ceremonial and aesthetic purposes rather than utilitarian communication. No one needs handwritten letters when printed forms are faster and cheaper, but people still value the personal touch and artistic quality that only a skilled calligrapher can provide. You sometimes wonder if future generations will continue practicing calligraphy, or if the tradition will fade as digital communication dominates all aspects of life. Young people rarely see handwriting anymore. They type on keyboards or tap on screens. The physical experience of making marks on paper feels increasingly foreign to them. Your 2 students represent a small rebellion against this trend. They chose to study an ancient art form that has little practical application in the modern world. Their reasons vary, but both express a hunger for something tangible and slow in a culture that increasingly values speed and efficiency. The younger student told you she was attracted to calligraphy because it requires presence. You cannot text and write calligraphy simultaneously. You cannot think about tomorrow while forming characters. The work demands complete attention in the present moment. This quality feels rare and precious in her daily life. The older student came to calligraphy through frustration with his previous career in commerce. He spent years negotiating trades and managing shipments. The work paid well, but felt empty. He wanted to create something with his own hands that would outlast him. Calligraphy offered that possibility. You understand both motivations, though. Your own path to this profession was less philosophical. You became a calligrapher because your parents arranged an apprenticeship, and you discovered you had aptitude for the work. The deeper meanings emerged later after technique had become unconscious. Different materials create different calligraphic effects. Stone requires chisels and hammers. Metal accepts engraved characters. Wood burns under heated tools. Clay softens to impressions. Each material has its own logic and constraints that shape how writing appears. Your own work uses brush and ink on paper, which allows the most fluid and expressive approach. The brush bends and flexes under pressure. The ink spreads into paper fibres in organic patterns. The resulting characters contain life and movement that carved or stamped text cannot match. Some contemporary calligraphers experiment with unconventional materials. They write on glass or fabric or ceramic. They use tools other than brushes to create unexpected textures. They combine calligraphy with painting or sculpture. These innovations expand the definition of what calligraphy can be. You respect these experiments without feeling called to pursue them yourself. Your interest lies in mastering the traditional approach rather than inventing new approaches. Perhaps this makes you conservative, but you believe that tradition deserves preservation even as some people push boundaries. The role of technology in calligraphy remains controversial. Some calligraphers use digital tools to design compositions before executing them on paper. Others photograph their work and make prints for clients who want multiple copies. Purists argue that digital intervention corrupts the essential handmade nature of the art form. You occupy a middle position. You occasionally photograph your work for documentation, but you do not create digital versions for sale. Each piece you make exists as a unique physical object. The slight variations between supposedly identical characters reveal the human hand behind them. This unrepeatable quality seems fundamental to what calligraphy is. The future of traditional calligraphy probably involves a small community of dedicated practitioners serving a niche market that values handcraft and historical continuity. Mass culture will continue moving toward digital efficiency, but there will always be people who want something made slowly by hand, using methods that connect to the past. You hope your students will continue practicing after they complete their training, but you also know that many factors influence whether someone commits to a difficult profession with limited financial rewards. You can teach them technique and share the philosophical dimensions. Whether they choose to build lives around calligraphy depends on circumstances beyond your control. The rhythm of your days follows patterns established by generations of calligraphers. You wake before dawn and grind ink while the world is still quiet. You practice basic strokes to warm up your hand and center your mind. You work on commissions during the hours when your energy and focus are strongest. You clean your tools as the day ends and prepare for tomorrow. This routine might seem monotonous to someone who craves variety and excitement. For you, it provides structure that makes sustained excellence possible. The consistency removes decision fatigue and allows you to direct all your mental energy toward the actual work of calligraphy. You no longer wonder if you made the right career choice. Those questions belong to your youth when other paths still seemed possible. Now, calligraphy is simply what you do. It defines how you spend your time and how you understand yourself. Removing calligraphy from your life would be like removing your skeleton. The structure that holds everything else together would collapse. The money you earn supports a modest lifestyle. You rent this studio and a small room where you sleep. You eat simple food and wear plain clothes. You own few possessions beyond your tools and a small collection of books and scrolls. This simplicity is partly necessity and partly choice. Desire for luxury goods would create pressure to accept more commissions and work faster. Your quality would inevitably decline under that pressure. Better to live simply and maintain standards than to grow wealthy while producing inferior work. Your master lived this way, and you see no reason to live differently. Some calligraphers marry and raise families. You have chosen not to. The demands of family life would conflict with the focused dedication that calligraphy requires. You do not judge colleagues who manage both, but you know your own limitations. Divided attention produces divided results. Your relationships exist primarily within the calligraphy community. You know other calligraphers around the city and occasionally visit their studios to examine their work and discuss technical challenges. These conversations are the closest thing you have to a social life. The isolation rarely bothers you because the work itself provides fulfillment that relationships might offer others. Each completed commission gives satisfaction. Each improvement in technique brings quiet joy. Each moment of perfect concentration feels like communion with something larger than yourself. You sometimes imagine your master watching you work, not judging or criticizing, but simply observing with the neutral attention he brought to everything. This imagined presence comforts you during difficult projects or when doubt creeps in about your abilities. The scrolls hanging in your studio rotate seasonally. Spring brings poems about renewal and growth. Summer displays bold, energetic calligraphy. Autumn features contemplative texts. Winter shows stark, minimal compositions. These rotations mark time's passage in a life that otherwise contains few external markers. Your students will eventually leave to establish their own practices. New students will arrive to replace them. This cycle repeats endlessly, with each generation learning from the previous one and eventually teaching the next. You're simply one link in a chain that extends centuries into the past and hopefully centuries into the future. The scrolls you create will outlast you if they are properly cared for. Paper can survive hundreds of years in good conditions. Your characters will still be readable long after everyone who knew you has died. This form of immortality is modest, but real. You do not sign your work with elaborate flourishes or prominent seals. Your mark appears small and discreet in the corner of each piece. The work should speak for itself without requiring promotion of the maker's identity. This humility is traditional, though some contemporary calligraphers take a more individualistic approach. The discipline required for calligraphy shaped other aspects of your life. You approach most tasks with the same careful attention you bring to brushwork. You clean methodically, you organize systematically, you move deliberately rather than rushing. These habits developed through years of calligraphic training. Some people might describe you as slow or overly careful. You do not experience yourself that way. Moving at the proper speed for the task at hand feels natural. Rushing creates errors. Pausing allows consideration. The pace that looks slow to others is simply the pace that produces quality results. Your relationship with time has evolved through calligraphy practice. When you were young, time felt like an enemy that would run out before you achieved your goals. Now time feels more like a medium you move through. The future will arrive at its own pace regardless of your anxiety. The past is finished and cannot be changed. Only the present moment offers any real opportunity for action. This perspective does not prevent you from planning or learning from experience, but it reduces the tendency to live perpetually ahead of or behind the current moment. The brush moving across paper right now is all that really matters. Everything else is abstraction. The physical sensations of calligraphy ground you in concrete reality. The roughness of paper under your palm, the weight of the brush in your hand, the smell of ink, the slight ache in your shoulders after hours of work. These sensations anchor awareness in the body and prevent excessive mental wandering. You notice that younger people increasingly live in their heads. They think constantly about past and future. They experience the present moment through the filter of their mental commentary. Calligraphy offers an antidote to this tendency by demanding embodied participation. You cannot write well while lost in thought. Your daily practice serves no purpose beyond itself. You do not practice to prepare for anything specific. You practice because practice is the activity that calligraphy consists of. The doing is the point. Any results or accomplishments that emerge are byproducts rather than goals. This understanding took many years to develop. Early in your training, you practiced to improve and to earn approval, and to eventually make a living. These motivations were not wrong, but they kept you focused on outcomes rather than process. You measured progress by comparing today's work to yesterday's work, and feeling either satisfied or disappointed based on whether improvement was visible. When outcomes became less important than the quality of your attention during practice, your work paradoxically improved. Letting go of the need to achieve specific results freed you to fully inhabit each moment of practice. The strokes became more natural because you stopped trying to force them into predetermined shapes. Your hand learned to respond to the paper and ink without interference from anxious thoughts about whether the result would be good enough. The evening arrives and you finish cleaning your tools for the day. Tomorrow will bring new paper and fresh ink. The same characters will require the same careful attention. Nothing dramatic will happen. Progress, if it occurs, will be measured in tiny increments, invisible to casual observation. This is the life you chose and continue to choose with each morning's decision to grind ink and pick up the brush. The alternative of not doing calligraphy barely registers as a possibility anymore. The question is not whether to practice, but only what to practice and how to practice it slightly better than yesterday. You extinguish the lamps and lock the studio. Outside, the city continues its endless activity. Inside this space dedicated to an ancient art form, everything waits in stillness for tomorrow's renewal of effort. The brushes hang drying, the paper rests in its stacks, the inkstone sits clean and ready. You walk to your room thinking about nothing in particular. Dinner will be simple as always, sleep will come easily after a day of focused work, and tomorrow you will return to the studio to begin again. This is how a calligrapher's life unfolds day after day, year after year, in the steady rhythm of practice and rest, in the gradual accumulation of skill, in the quiet satisfaction of work done well. Before the world knew temples or prayers, before marble statues dotted Mediterranean hillsides, the first stories were already being told. This is one of those stories. It happened in a time when the earth was young and power passed from one generation to the next in ways both terrible and inevitable. You stand at the base of Mount Ida on the island of Crete. The mountain rises before you in layers of pale limestone and dark green scrub. Morning light touches the highest peaks first. Then it spreads downward like honey poured over stone. The air carries the weight of antiquity here. Every rock seems older than memory. The landscape tells stories if you know how to read it. Erosion patterns mark the passage of countless storms. Olive trees grow twisted and ancient. Their trunks are thick as horses. Their roots dig deep into shallow soil. Somewhere a stream trickles over stones. The sound is constant and peaceful. The air smells of wild thyme and dust. Goats move along the ridges above. Their bells make soft, irregular music. The sound echoes off stone faces. Below you can see olive groves spreading toward the coast, row after row of silver-green trees. The sea beyond them glints like hammered bronze. Waves catch sunlight and throw it back. This mountain holds a secret. Deep within one of its caves, hidden from the sky and stars, a child is growing up. His name is Zeus. His father does not know he exists. This ignorance is intentional. This ignorance is survival. The cave entrance sits halfway up the mountain face. You would miss it if you did not know where to look. Vines hang across the opening like a curtain. Wild grape leaves turn gold in autumn. In spring they flush bright green. Behind them the cave mouth waits, dark and cool and eternal. Inside the darkness is cool and complete. Water drips somewhere in the depths. The sound echoes in ways that make the cave seem larger than it is. Your eyes adjust slowly. Shadows become shapes, shapes become passages. The cave network extends deep into the mountain. Some tunnels lead down, others twist sideways. A few climb upward before dead-ending at solid rock. This is where Zeus lives. He has never seen the sky. He has never felt rain on his face. He has never watched clouds drift or stars wheel overhead. He knows the cave walls better than most people know their own homes. He can navigate the tunnels in total darkness. His fingers have memorized every bump and groove in the stone. The main chamber where he sleeps is roughly circular. The ceiling rises high enough that sounds disappear upward. Stalactites hang like frozen waterfalls. Mineral deposits create strange shapes. In one corner, a natural shelf serves as a bed. Zeus has lined it with dry grass and soft moss. The makeshift mattress smells earthy and clean. A nymph named Amalthea cares for him. She is gentle and patient. Her face shows kindness that never wavers. She has raised this child from infancy. She has watched him grow from helpless baby to strong youth. She loves him as her own, though he is not. She brings him food from the forest. Sometimes it is wild honey. The honey is dark and rich. It tastes of flowers and sunshine. Sometimes she brings berries. Blackberries stain his fingers purple. Strawberries taste sweet and slightly tart. Sometimes she brings nuts, chestnuts and hazelnuts and acorns. She shows him which are safe to eat and which are not. Sometimes Amalthea brings goat milk in a leather flask. The milk is warm when freshly drawn. It tastes creamy and faintly grassy. Zeus drinks it gratefully. The flask itself is worn smooth from years of use. The leather is soft and supple. It smells of smoke from the tanning process. Zeus does not ask questions about his father. He does not know yet that asking these questions would be dangerous. He simply exists in the cave. He grows taller each month. His shoulders broaden, his voice deepens. His hands develop calluses from climbing rough stone walls. He learns to move quietly through the darkness. His footsteps make almost no sound. He has learned the rhythms of the cave. He knows when water drips fastest after rain. He knows where bats cluster during day. He knows which passages grow cold in winter and which stay warm. The mountain has become his teacher. It has taught him patience. It has taught him observation. It has taught him that survival requires understanding your environment completely. Outside the cave, the world continues without him. Kingdoms rise and fall. Merchants sail between islands. Their ships have bright painted eyes on the prow. Farmers plant barley and wait for rain. They pray to gods whose names Zeus has never heard. Women weave cloth on looms. Children play in dusty streets. Life moves forward in 10,000 small ways. None of them know about the boy in the mountain. None of them could guess how much their world will change because of him. He is hidden. He is secret. He is waiting, though he does not know what he waits for. The story really begins much earlier. It begins with Zeus's father. His name is Kronos. He rules the universe from a palace that touches the clouds. The building sits on a mountain peak that pierces the sky. Snow never melts on the highest towers. Wind screams past the walls. It is a place of cold beauty and colder power. Kronos sits on a throne made of black stone. The stone is polished smooth. It reflects nothing. Light seems to die against its surface. The throne has no decorations. No carvings soften its edges. It is purely functional. A seat of power without pretense. His face rarely shows emotion. Lines mark his forehead. They are not laugh lines. They are the marks of constant vigilance. His eyes are dark and watchful. They never rest. They evaluate everyone who enters his presence. They calculate threat levels. They measure loyalty. They never simply see. They always judge. Kronos won his throne through violence. He took it from his own father. The memory of that act follows him like a shadow. It colours everything he does. It shapes every decision he makes. It makes him suspicious. It makes him careful. It makes him afraid. His father had warned him. The words still echo in his memory decades later. A son will overthrow you just as you overthrew me. The prophecy hangs over Kronos like storm clouds that never break. It shapes his nightmares. It haunts his waking hours. It has become the central fact of his existence. So Kronos developed a solution. When his wife Rhea gives birth, he takes the infant. He does not hold the child tenderly. He does not look at the small face. He does not allow himself to feel connection. He simply lifts the baby and opens his mouth. He swallows the child whole. The baby disappears into darkness. Kronos feels the small body sliding down his throat. The sensation is terrible but necessary. Then he returns to his throne. Another threat has been eliminated. Another potential usurper has been neutralized. He tells himself it is worth it. He tells himself he has no choice. He tells himself this is what rulers must do. He has done this 5 times. 5 children have vanished into his stomach. Their names are Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon. They still live inside him. They have not aged. They have not grown. They exist in a strange, suspended state. Time does not touch them. They are preserved. They are trapped. They are waiting. Inside Kronos, they exist in darkness. They can think but cannot act. They can feel but cannot move. They are aware of each other in the strange way that dreams allow awareness. They know they are imprisoned. They know they are alive. They know nothing else. The years pass without meaning. Time becomes abstract. They simply endure. Rhea has watched this happen 5 times. Each time breaks something inside her. She's a mother who cannot hold her children. She's a wife who fears her husband. She's a goddess trapped in circumstances she cannot change. After the 5th child disappears, she makes a decision. She will not let this happen again. When she feels the 6th child growing inside her, she begins to plan. She travels to Crete in secret. She tells Kronos she needs time away. She says she wants to visit sacred groves. She says she wants to make offerings at ancient altars. He allows this. He does not suspect. He thinks she has accepted their arrangement. She finds the cave on Mount Ida. She explores its depths. She judges its suitability. She meets Amalthea and explains the situation. The nymph agrees to help. Together they prepare everything. They gather supplies. They create hiding places. They plan for every contingency. When the labour pains begin, Rhea is alone in the darkness. No midwife attends her. No servants bring water. She has only Amalthea and the stone walls. The pain comes in waves. Each wave builds higher than the last. She grips the cave walls. She breathes through clenched teeth. She does not cry out. She cannot risk being heard. Finally the child emerges. He is slick and red. He is tiny and perfect. He opens his mouth and cries. The sound fills the cave. It bounces off walls. It declares life in the face of death. Rhea listens to that cry. She memorizes it. It is the only memory she will have. She holds her son for only a few moments. She looks at his face. She sees his eyes open and close. She sees his small fingers curl and uncurl. She memorizes his features, the shape of his nose, the curve of his ear, the tiny wrinkles at his wrists. Then she wraps him in soft cloth and gives him to Amalthea. She has no choice. She must return to Kronos. She must return with evidence of a birth. She finds a large stone near the cave entrance. It is roughly the size and weight of a newborn, smooth and oval, cool to the touch. She wraps the stone in the same cloth that held Zeus. The bundle looks convincing in the dim light. She holds it against her chest the way she would hold an infant. She makes the long journey back to the palace. Every step feels like betrayal. Every step is also salvation. Kronos is waiting in the throne room. His eyes are dark and impatient. He has been counting the days of her absence. He has been anticipating this moment. He stands as she enters. He approaches. His footsteps echo on marble floors. He reaches for the bundle. Rhea gives it to him. Her hands are steady. Her face shows nothing. Inside she is screaming. Inside she is praying. She watches as he unwraps the cloth. For one terrible moment she thinks he will notice. The stone does not move. It does not cry. It does not feel warm. It does not smell like milk and new skin. But Kronos is not paying attention to details. He is thinking about the prophecy. He is thinking about his throne. He is thinking about survival. He lifts the bundle to his mouth. He opens wide. He swallows. The stone slides down his throat. It is heavier than the children were. It is harder and colder. It settles in his stomach with the 5 children already there. Kronos feels relief. Another threat eliminated. Another future prevented. Rhea feels something like triumph. It is small and secret. She keeps her face neutral. She bows slightly. She thanks him for his mercy in letting her birth alone as she requested. She returns to her chambers. That night she lies awake. She thinks about the cave. She thinks about the small baby in the darkness. She thinks about the future. She has changed destiny. She has broken the pattern. Now they must wait to see if it is enough. Years pass in the way that years do when you're young. Each day feels long. Each month feels endless. But looking back, time has moved like water. Zeus is no longer an infant. He is no longer a toddler. He has become a boy, then a youth. Now he stands on the edge of manhood. He learns the cave like a language. He knows which passages lead deeper into the mountain. Some descend steeply, others slope gently downward. He knows where water collects in stone basins. These natural pools are always cold. The water tastes of minerals. It tastes of the mountain itself. He knows where the air flows in from hidden cracks. These air currents are vital. Without them the cave would be suffocating. The darkness has become his friend. Most people fear darkness. They need light to feel safe. But Zeus has grown up with darkness. It comforts him. It protects him. He can navigate without sight. His other senses have sharpened to compensate. His hearing can detect the smaller sounds. His sense of touch can read stone like others read scrolls. His spatial awareness is perfect. He always knows where he is in the cave network. Amalthea teaches him many things beyond mere survival. She teaches him patience. She shows him how waiting is its own form of power. She teaches him how to listen, not just with ears, but with full attention. She teaches him that strength is not always about force. Sometimes strength is about endurance. Sometimes it is about knowing when to act and when to be still. She brings him stories from the world outside. She describes the sea in detail. She tells him about waves that crash against rocks with tremendous force. She explains how water can be calm as glass or wild as storm. She describes the way salt spray feels on skin, the way seaweed smells when it dries, the way sand feels between toes. She tells him about fish that swim in schools like silver clouds underwater, thousands of fish moving as one. She describes dolphins that leap and play. She talks about creatures that live in the deep, strange things with lights on their heads, things with tentacles longer than ships. The ocean is a world unto itself. Zeus imagines it constantly. She describes forests where trees grow so tall their tops disappear into mist. She talks about oak and pine and cedar. She explains how each tree has its own character, how each smells different, how bark feels rough or smooth depending on species. She describes clearings where sunlight filters through leaves. The light is green and gold. It moves with the breeze. It creates patterns on the forest floor. Zeus listens to everything. His mind builds pictures from her words. He imagines blue water and green leaves. He imagines the feeling of wind on his face. He imagines open sky stretching forever. These images fill his thoughts during the long quiet hours. They sustain him. They give him something to hope for. Sometimes he practices moving through the cave at speed. He runs through passages in total darkness. His feet know where to step. They know which rocks are stable and which might shift. His hands know where the walls narrow. They reach out at exactly the right moment to catch himself. He never stumbles. The mountain has taught him balance in ways that can only come from absolute necessity. He has created his own obstacle courses. He places stones at specific points along passages. Then he runs the course blindfolded. Not that the blindfold makes much difference in the darkness, but it is the principle that matters. He leaps over obstacles. He ducks under low overhangs. He twists through narrow gaps. His body has become perfectly adapted to this environment. Other times he sits very still and listens. Complete stillness, complete attention. He can hear the mountain breathing, the expansion and contraction of stone as temperature changes. He can hear water moving through hidden channels. Sometimes it rushes, sometimes it drips, always it flows. He can hear small creatures moving in the depths, bats and insects and things without names. Each sound tells him something. The cave is not empty. It is full of subtle life. Amalthea brings him physical challenges too. She finds large stones and tells him to lift them. At first they are too heavy. He strains until his muscles scream. He fails repeatedly, but each month he grows stronger. Eventually he can lift stones that would break most men. His muscles become dense and powerful. His back broadens. His arms grow thick. His hands develop a grip that could crush bone. She also teaches him about the world structure. She explains how Kronos rules from his palace in the clouds. She describes the throne room with its cold beauty. She tells him about the titans who serve his father. These are beings of immense power. They control aspects of reality. Some govern time. Some govern memory. Some govern law and order. They are ancient and proud. She tells him about his mother Rhea. She describes a woman caught between love and fear. A woman who made an impossible choice. A woman who thinks about her hidden son every day. Zeus learns to understand his mother through these stories. He learns to forgive her absence. She tells him about his 5 siblings. She names them: Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, Poseidon. She explains their nature, their powers, their personalities. She tells him they are trapped inside Kronos, living but not living, waiting but not knowing they wait. This knowledge changes something in Zeus. He begins to understand why he lives in darkness. He begins to understand the prophecy. He begins to understand that his existence is dangerous, not just to himself, but to the order of everything. He asks Amalthea questions. What are my siblings like? She describes each one. Hestia is the calmest, the most grounded. She would represent stability. Demeter would love growing things. She would make gardens flourish. Hera would be intelligent and strategic. She would see patterns others miss. Hades would be comfortable with difficult truths. He would face what others avoid. Poseidon would be restless energy. He would need space and movement. What does my father look like? Amalthea describes Kronos carefully. She does not want to create hatred. She describes a being burdened by fear, a king who cannot enjoy his kingdom, a father who cannot love his children. She makes Zeus understand that Kronos is not purely evil. He is trapped by prophecy. He is a victim of his own paranoia. How big is the palace? She describes architecture on a divine scale. Rooms the size of valleys, hallways that stretch for miles, gardens with trees that touch clouds. Everything is vast, everything is cold, everything is designed to intimidate. Zeus listens and imagines. He adds these details to his mental picture of the world outside. Years continue to pass. Zeus is no longer a child. He has become a young man. His shoulders are broad as a doorway. His hands are strong enough to crush stone. His mind is sharp from years of careful thinking. He has never seen his own reflection. The cave has no still water. He does not know what he looks like. He only knows he has survived. He only knows he has grown strong. One day Amalthea brings him something different. It is a small jar of wine. The wine is dark red, almost black in the dim light. It smells of grapes and oak and thyme. She tells him to drink slowly. She tells him this is what people in the outside world enjoy. This is how they celebrate. This is how they ease their worries. Zeus takes a sip. The taste is complex in ways he has never experienced. It is sweet and bitter at the same time. It is smooth and harsh. It warms his throat. Heat spreads through his chest. He likes it. He takes another sip. The wine makes him feel slightly different. Not drunk, just more aware, more present, more real. Amalthea watches him. She sees him changing. The boy she raised is becoming something else, something powerful, something that will reshape the world. She feels pride, she feels worry, she feels the weight of responsibility. She has prepared him as well as she could. Now events will take their course. She tells him it is almost time. She does not explain what she means, but Zeus understands. He has always known this moment would come. He has always known the cave was temporary. He was being prepared for something, now that something is approaching. He can feel it in the air. He can sense it in the way Amalthea looks at him. Change is coming. He sleeps that night with new dreams. He dreams of light, bright, overwhelming light that makes his eyes water. He dreams of open spaces, fields that stretch to the horizon, sky that goes up forever. He dreams of faces he has never seen, his siblings, his mother, his father. When he wakes, the darkness feels different. It no longer feels like protection. It feels like a shell he needs to break. It feels like a cage. The next day, Amalthea tells him the plan. She explains about the potion. She explains about Rhea and Meti. She explains how his siblings will be freed. She explains that he will need to face his father. She explains everything clearly and calmly. Zeus listens. He does not interrupt. He takes in every detail. Then he asks one question. Will I have to kill him? Amalthea pauses. She considers her answer carefully. She tells him the truth. She does not know. That will depend on many things. That will depend on choices not yet made. That will depend on how Kronos reacts. But she tells Zeus one important thing. He must be ready for anything. He must be prepared to do what is necessary. But he should not let necessity become cruelty. Zeus nods. He understands. He begins his own preparations. He practices his movements. He visualizes different scenarios. He strengthens his mind as well as his body. He meditates in the deepest parts of the cave. He finds stillness within himself. He finds certainty. When the time comes, he will be ready. You find yourself now in a different place. The palace of Kronos rises before you. The building is vast beyond comprehension. It sits on a mountain peak that pierces the clouds. The walls are made of dark stone. The stone seems to absorb light rather than reflect it. Windows are narrow. They look like eyes watching. The architecture is oppressive. It is designed to make visitors feel small. Inside the throne room, Kronos sits in his usual position. He has sat there for centuries. His face shows the weight of time. Lines mark his forehead like maps of worry. His eyes are distant. They look at everything and see nothing. He rules, but he does not enjoy ruling. Fear has made him hollow. Power has made him empty. He endures rather than lives. He does not know that far away on an island, his youngest son is preparing. He does not know that Rhea has been visiting Crete in secret. She makes these trips when she claims to be praying at distant temples. He does not know that plans are being made, plans that will end his reign, plans that will fulfill the prophecy he has spent centuries trying to prevent. He sits on his throne and believes he is safe. This belief is the crack in his armor. This complacency is his weakness. He has eliminated every threat he could imagine. Therefore he thinks no threats remain. But imagination has limits. His imagination certainly does. Rhea has grown clever over the years. She has learned to hide her thoughts behind a mask of compliance. She smiles at Kronos when required. She speaks when spoken to. She plays the part of a loyal wife perfectly. But inside her mind, different plans are forming. Inside her heart, different loyalties burn. She has never forgiven him for swallowing their children. She will never forgive him. This knowledge keeps her focused. She has been consulting with Metis. Meti is a titaness known for wisdom. Her intelligence is legendary. She understands strategies that others cannot comprehend. She sees consequences 3 moves ahead. She understands how power shifts. She understands that Kronos' reign is built on fear rather than loyalty. Fear can be broken. Loyalty built on respect would be harder to shatter. But Kronos never learned that lesson. Together they devise a plan. It requires patience. It requires precision. It requires Zeus to be ready. Most importantly, it requires a potion. Metis knows how to make this potion. She has studied herbs and their properties for centuries. She knows which combinations create which effects. This particular potion is designed to make the stomach expel its contents violently. The potion must be given to Kronos. But how do you poison a god who trusts no one? How do you make him drink something willingly? This is the puzzle that Metis and Rhea must solve. They spend weeks considering options. They reject most ideas immediately. Too obvious, too risky, too likely to fail. They decide on a simple approach. They will present it as a gift. They will frame it as a rare wine from a distant land. Kronos has a weakness. He enjoys showing his power by consuming rare things. He likes to demonstrate that he can afford luxuries others cannot. He likes to display his wealth and status. This vanity will be his undoing. Metis prepares the potion carefully. She works in secret. She mixes herbs in precise proportions. Too much, and the effect would be too obvious. Too little, and nothing would happen. The balance must be perfect. She mixes it with actual wine, good wine, expensive wine. The colour must be right. The smell must be convincing. The taste must not reveal the deception. She works for days on the mixture. She tests small amounts on animals. She observes the effects. She adjusts the formula. Finally, she's satisfied. The potion will work. The timing will be right. The dosage is perfect. She puts it in an expensive jar. The jar is decorated with gold leaf. Patterns of vines and grapes spiral around the vessel. It looks like something worthy of a king. It looks like a treasure. Rhea takes the jar. Her hands are steady. She has practiced this moment in her mind many times. She has imagined every possible outcome. She has prepared responses for every question. She walks through the palace corridors. Her footsteps echo on marble floors. The sound is lonely in the vast spaces. Servants bow as she passes. They do not suspect anything. They see only their queen performing her usual duties. She enters the throne room. The doors are massive. They require 4 servants to open. They swing inward with a deep groan. Kronos looks up. His expression is neutral. He shows neither pleasure nor displeasure at her arrival. He simply acknowledges her presence. She approaches. Each step feels both too fast and too slow. Time becomes strange under pressure. She holds out the jar. She speaks in a calm voice. She explains that merchants brought it from the far edges of the world. She says it is the finest wine ever made. She says she thought he might enjoy it. She frames it as a gesture of respect, a gift from wife to husband. Nothing suspicious, nothing unusual. Kronos examines the jar. He turns it in his hands. The gold leaf catches the light. The craftsmanship is excellent. He approves of quality. He pulls the stopper. The seal breaks with a soft pop. He smells the contents. The aroma is rich and complex. Notes of grape and oak and something else he cannot identify. He nods. He appreciates the gesture. Or perhaps he appreciates that his wife knows her place. Or perhaps he simply likes expensive things. He pours the wine into a golden cup. The cup is ornate. It has his symbol engraved on the side. The wine flows thick and dark. It looks like liquid rubies. He raises the cup. He drinks deeply. The liquid goes down smooth. It tastes excellent. Better than most wines he has tried. He finishes the cup. He pours another. He drinks again. The wine is so good he wants more. This is exactly what Metis predicted. Greed defeats caution. Rhea watches. She keeps her face calm. Inside she is counting heartbeats. The potion needs time to work. It does not act immediately. The delay is necessary. If Kronos vomited right away, he would know he was poisoned. He would know someone betrayed him. The potion is clever. It waits. Rhea excuses herself. She bows. She thanks him for accepting her gift. She backs away as protocol requires. She leaves the throne room. She returns to her chambers. She closes the door. Only then does she allow herself to breathe. Her hands shake slightly. The tension releases. Now she waits. This is the hardest part, not knowing if the plan will work. Outside her window the sun moves across the sky. Morning becomes afternoon. Afternoon becomes evening. Still she waits. She cannot eat. She cannot rest. She paces. She looks out the window. She watches clouds drift past. Time stretches unbearably. Each minute feels like an hour. Each hour feels like a day. In the throne room, Kronos continues with his usual duties. He hears petitions. He makes judgments. He speaks with advisors. Everything seems normal. But gradually he begins to feel strange. His stomach turns. Discomfort spreads through his body. At first it is minor. He ignores it. Gods do not get sick. This must be nothing. But the feeling grows worse. It becomes harder to ignore. He shifts on his throne. The stone feels uncomfortable. His clothes feel too tight. The room seems too warm. He loosens his collar. He tries to focus on the advisor speaking to him, but the words make no sense. His concentration wavers. Something is definitely wrong. Pressure builds inside him. His stomach contracts. Pain spreads, sharp and insistent. He stands. This is unusual. Kronos never stands during audiences. The advisor stops speaking. Everyone in the throne room goes silent. They watch their king with concern. Kronos waves them away. He tries to speak, but words will not come. The room seems to tilt. The floor moves beneath his feet. Then it happens. His body convulses violently. He has no control. His stomach contracts with tremendous force. He doubles over. The pain is intense. He cannot stop what comes next. He cannot control it. He vomits. But what comes out is not wine. First comes a stone. It hits the marble floor with a heavy thud. The sound echoes. Everyone stares. The stone is wrapped in old cloth. The cloth has rotted with age. What is this? Kronos stares at it. Confusion fills his mind. Then his stomach contracts again. This time more violently. A figure emerges. This is impossible. This cannot be happening. But it is. The figure is full-grown, male, powerful. He stands on the throne room floor looking around. His eyes are wide. This is Poseidon. He is exactly as he was when Kronos swallowed him years ago. He has not aged. He has not changed. But now he is free. Poseidon gulps air. He looks around wildly. Light blinds him. Space overwhelms him. He has been trapped in darkness for so long. Now suddenly everything has changed. He tries to orient himself. Where is he? What happened? He sees Kronos doubled over. He begins to understand. Kronos vomits again. Another figure appears. Hades, then Hera, then Demeter, then Hestia. 5 figures stand in the throne room. They are disoriented. They are confused. They have been trapped in darkness for years. Time meant nothing. Now suddenly they exist in the world again. They have not aged. They have not grown. They are as they were. The siblings look at each other. They see faces they recognize from shared imprisonment. They see family, but they do not speak. They are too overwhelmed. Everything is too much. Light and sound and space. It threatens to crush them. Kronos falls to his knees. He is weak. The potion has drained him completely. He looks at his children. He sees them fully grown. He sees them standing before him. He realizes what has happened. He realizes he has been tricked. The stone, the deception, Zeus, the prophecy. His mind races. Where is the 6th child? The youngest? The one who should have been a stone? Where is Zeus? The answer comes immediately. Rhea appears in the doorway. Behind her is a figure Kronos has never seen. The figure is young and strong. He walks with confidence that Kronos recognizes. It is the confidence of someone who knows they are powerful. This is Zeus. He enters the throne room like he owns it. He has never been here before. He has never seen any of this. But he does not show uncertainty. He shows strength. He shows purpose. He looks at his father with eyes that see everything. For the first time in his life, Zeus sees his father. For the first time in his life, he sees his siblings. For the first time in his life, he stands in open space under a ceiling that seems impossibly high. Everything is new. Everything is overwhelming, but he does not show fear. He learned in the cave that showing fear is dangerous. He learned to project strength even when uncertain. The 6 siblings look at each other. They should know each other. They should feel connection. But they are essentially strangers. Years of separation have made them foreign to one another, yet blood calls to blood. Power recognizes power. In this moment, something shifts. Power that has been held by Kronos for centuries begins to slip away. It flows toward these 6 figures. The quiet revolution has begun. The prophecy unfolds, and nothing will ever be the same. The throne room falls into complete silence. Not peaceful silence, tense silence. The kind that precedes either violence or revelation. 6 figures stand facing one another. They should know each other. They should feel immediate connection. But they are essentially strangers who share only blood and circumstance. Hestia is the oldest. She takes in the scene with remarkably calm eyes, considering she was imprisoned inside her father moments ago. She has always had an ability to find center, to locate stability in chaos. She has spent years in darkness inside Kronos, but she did not break. She endured. Now she stands in light again. Her first instinct is to bring order to disorder. She looks at her youngest brother Zeus. She sees strength in him. She sees determination. She sees potential for greatness or disaster. She decides he is worth following. Demeter stands beside her older sister. She has always been connected to growth and cycles. Being trapped interrupted her fundamental nature. It was torture of a specific kind, like caging a bird that needs to fly, like damming a river that needs to flow. Now freedom feels like spring after endless winter. She breathes deeply. The air in the throne room is stale, but she savours it anyway. Any air is better than none. Any freedom is precious beyond measure. She looks around at the vast space. She sees marble and gold and cold beauty. But she also sees the absence of living things. No plants grow here, no flowers bloom. The palace is sterile. It has been designed to impress rather than nurture. This tells her everything she needs to know about their father. This tells her the old order deserves to fall. Hera surveys everything with sharp intelligence. Her mind has never stopped working, even in imprisonment. She spent years in darkness planning. She imagined this moment countless times. She created scenarios. She developed strategies. She prepared mentally for freedom. Now it has arrived, but reality never matches imagination exactly. She looks at Zeus with complicated emotions. This brother saved them. This brother was hidden while they suffered. She does not know yet whether to be grateful or resentful. Gratitude seems appropriate. Resentment feels honest. Perhaps both can be true simultaneously. She decides to reserve judgment. She will watch him. She will evaluate his character through his actions. Hades keeps distance from the others. He moves toward the shadows along the walls. The brightness of the throne room makes him uncomfortable. Too much light, too much space, too much everything. He has always been comfortable with darkness. The years inside Kronos were terrible but somehow familiar. Darkness does not frighten him. He understands it. He respects it. He squints against the light. He needs time to adjust. He looks at his siblings with careful assessment. He sees Hestia's stability. He sees Demeter's relief. He sees Hera's calculation. He sees Poseidon's restless energy. He sees Zeus's controlled power. He begins to understand the family dynamics that will shape their future. He sees alliances forming. He sees conflicts brewing. He sees everything clearly because he stands apart. Poseidon vibrates with pent-up energy. He needs to move. He needs to run. He needs to feel water on his skin. Being trapped was torture for someone of his nature. He is fundamentally about motion and flow, being still, being contained, being frozen in one state. It went against everything he is. Now he shifts from foot to foot. He looks around for exits. He needs to leave this place soon, or he will explode, or break something, or both. He glances at Zeus with interest. This brother is new, unknown, but clearly powerful. Poseidon recognizes strength when he sees it. He respects it. But he also wants to test it. He wants to know if Zeus is truly worthy of leadership. Words mean nothing. Only actions matter. Time will tell. Zeus watches them all carefully. He tries to read their faces. He tries to understand who they are beneath the surface. Amalthea told him stories, but stories are not the same as reality. These are real people with complex emotions. They are his family, but they are also strangers. This contradiction feels impossible. How can you be related to people you do not know? He sees Hestia's calmness and recognizes wisdom. He sees Demeter's connection to life and feels kinship. He sees Hera's intelligence and knows she will be important. He sees Hades' comfort with darkness and understands him. He sees Poseidon's need for movement and respects it. They are all so different, yet they are family. This fact must be enough to build on. Kronos remains on his knees. He is too weak to stand. The potion has drained him completely. But more than physical weakness, shock has paralyzed him. His careful plans have collapsed. The prophecy he tried to avoid has unfolded before his eyes. His children surround him, living, free, powerful. He's vulnerable for the first time in centuries. The reversal is complete and terrible. He looks at each of his children. He tries to feel something. Regret, perhaps. Love, maybe. But fear has consumed everything else. He only feels threatened. He only sees danger. These beings will destroy him. The prophecy guaranteed it. He was right to swallow them. He was right to try to prevent this. But somehow he failed anyway. Prophecy cannot be avoided, only postponed. Rhea speaks first. Her voice is steady despite centuries of suppressed emotion. She tells her children who she is. She explains what happened. She explains why Zeus was hidden. She explains the prophecy that has shaped everything. She explains the fear that drove their father. She explains everything with remarkable clarity. Her words are precise, efficient. They carry no excess emotion, just facts, just truth. The siblings listen. Information settles over them like layers of understanding. They begin to comprehend the scope of what has happened. They begin to understand their father's fear. They begin to understand why they exist at all. They're children of prophecy, products of paranoia, survivors of cruelty. But they are also gods. They are also powerful. They are also the future. Zeus steps forward. He moves with confidence born from years of preparing for exactly this moment. He looks down at Kronos. This is his father. This is the being he was raised to eventually face. But now that the moment has arrived, Zeus feels something unexpected. He feels pity. Kronos looks old. He looks tired. He looks defeated. He looks pathetic. But pity does not change necessity. Zeus knows what must happen next. The old order must end. A new order must begin. This is not about revenge. Revenge would be small and personal. This is about the natural progression of time. Every generation must make room for the next. Every parent must eventually yield to their children. This is how the world moves forward. This is how change happens. He speaks to Kronos. His voice is firm but not cruel, loud but not angry. He says the reign of the Titans is over. He says the Olympians will take their place. He says this is how things must be. He says fighting will only cause more suffering. He offers his father a choice. Accept the transition peacefully, or resist and face consequences. The choice is simple. The implications are vast. Kronos looks up at his youngest son. He sees determination in Zeus's eyes. He sees strength that matches his own. He sees inevitability staring back at him. He has always known this moment would come. The prophecy was clear from the beginning. He tried to prevent it, but prophecies cannot be prevented. They can only be delayed. Every action he took to avoid his fate led directly to it. This is the cruel irony of prophecy. This is why it cannot be escaped. He considers his options. He could fight. He could refuse. He could make Zeus destroy him violently. This would prove that Zeus is just like him. Just like Kronos was like his own father. The cycle would continue. Nothing would change except the name of the king. But this truth offers no comfort, only bitterness. Or he could accept. He could yield peacefully. He could break the pattern of violence. He could show that power can change hands without bloodshed. This option feels like weakness. But perhaps wisdom and weakness look similar from certain angles. Perhaps accepting inevitable change takes more strength than futile resistance. Other titans begin to enter the throne room. They have heard the commotion. They have felt the shift in power. They see Kronos on his knees. They see 6 unfamiliar figures standing over him. They see their king has been overthrown. Emotions run through the assembled titans. Some feel anger. Their loyalty to Kronos is genuine. Some feel confusion. They do not understand what happened. Some feel secret relief. Kronos has not been a good king. He has ruled through fear rather than respect. Perhaps change will bring improvement. Zeus addresses them directly. He projects his voice. He makes sure everyone hears clearly. He explains what has happened. He describes the prophecy. He describes his hidden childhood. He describes the potion that freed his siblings. He lays out the facts without embellishment. Then he offers them a choice. The same choice he gave his father. They can accept the new order peacefully. They can continue their roles under Olympian rule. Their positions need not change. Their domains need not shift. Only the king will be different. They can serve Zeus as they served Kronos. This is the path of wisdom. This is the path of survival. Or they can fight. They can resist. They can remain loyal to the old order, but if they fight, they will lose. Zeus says this without arrogance. He says it as simple fact. The Olympians are powerful. They are young. They are united. They will win any conflict. Fighting will only cause suffering. Fighting will only delay the inevitable. Fighting will only prove they learned nothing from Kronos' mistake. Most Titans choose peace immediately. They are tired. They have served Kronos for centuries. They have watched him become increasingly paranoid and cruel. They have endured his suspicion and his fear. A new king might be an improvement, almost certainly will be an improvement. They bow to Zeus. They acknowledge his authority. They pledge their service. The transition happens smoothly, almost anticlimactically. But some Titans refuse. They remain loyal to Kronos despite everything. They believe in the old ways. They believe change is inherently dangerous. They believe established order must be defended, or perhaps they simply cannot imagine serving someone new. Habit becomes identity. They gather together. They exchange glances. They prepare for war. Zeus watches them go. He knows conflict is coming. He knows blood will be spilled. But he also knows there is no other way. Some lessons can only be learned through violence. The siblings spend their first night together in the palace. They find chambers and settle in. Everything feels strange after years of imprisonment or cave dwelling. The beds are soft, too soft. They sink down endlessly. The rooms are large, vast empty spaces that echo. After confinement, space feels oppressive. Comfort feels dangerous. They are fish out of water. Hestia starts a fire in a great hearth. The fireplace is large enough to roast an ox. The flames bring warmth. They bring light that is not harsh like sun. They bring something that feels like home, even though none of them know what home means. The siblings gather round the fire. They sit on cushions and benches. They begin to talk hesitantly. They begin to share stories carefully. They begin to know each other slowly. Zeus tells them about the cave. He describes the darkness that became familiar. He describes Amalthea who raised him with patience and love. He describes learning to navigate by touch. He describes the patient years of waiting, years of not knowing why he was hidden, years of preparing for a future he could not imagine. His siblings listen. They realize his imprisonment was different but no less real. He was free to move, but he was still caged. They tell him about their experience. They describe the darkness inside Kronos. They describe the suspension between existence and non-existence. They describe being aware but unable to act, thinking but unable to speak, feeling but unable to move. They describe the fear that they would be trapped forever, the terror that existence would be eternal stasis, the desperate hope that somehow they would be freed. Zeus listens carefully. He realizes they all suffered, they all endured, they all survived impossible circumstances. Slowly, over hours of conversation, connection begins to form. They are not yet close. They do not yet fully trust. Families are built through time and experience, not through blood alone, but they are starting to become something more than strangers. They are starting to understand each other. They are starting to become what they were always meant to be. They are starting to become family, and perhaps one day they will become the Olympians of legend. But tonight they are just 6 people trying to know each other, trying to build something from nothing, trying to create unity from separation. It is a start. It is enough for now. War does not arrive with trumpets and dramatic announcements. It comes slowly like weather changing. It builds like summer heat accumulating day after day. The Titans who rejected Zeus's authority gather in the northern territories. They fortify positions among mountain peaks. They recruit allies from among beings who resist change. They prepare weapons forged in ancient fires. They will not surrender their vision of order without a fight. Zeus and his siblings must also prepare. They have never fought a war. They have never led armies. They have never commanded troops or planned strategies or coordinated attacks. They must learn quickly. They must find allies of their own. They must discover what they are capable of when necessity demands everything. Zeus discovers he has a gift. He can command lightning. It comes to him as naturally as breathing. When he extends his hand and wills it, electricity gathers. It forms bright, jagged lines between his fingers. The power is immense. The potential is frightening. It is dangerous to friend and foe alike. It is exactly what he needs to be a war leader. He practices in empty fields far from the palace. He aims at distant trees. Lightning strikes with incredible force. Wood explodes. Splinters fly. Fire starts immediately. The ground shakes from the impact. Scorch marks scar the earth. Zeus learns to control the intensity. He learns to direct his aim with precision. He learns to become a weapon himself, not just a king, not just a leader, but a force of nature. Poseidon finds his own gift almost immediately. He has always felt drawn to water. Even in imprisonment, he dreamed of waves and tides. Now he discovers he can control it. Rivers change course at his command. He gestures and water flows upward. He points and waves rise higher than buildings. The ocean itself responds to him. This power makes him formidable. This power makes him dangerous in ways that complement Zeus perfectly. Hades discovers something different entirely. He has always been comfortable with darkness. He never feared the absence of light. Now he finds he can travel through shadows. He can step into darkness in one place and emerge from shadows elsewhere. Distance becomes meaningless. He can move unseen through enemy territory. He can appear and disappear without warning. This makes him valuable for reconnaissance. This makes him deadly in ways enemies cannot predict or defend against. The sisters develop their own strengths. Hera has strategic brilliance that emerges naturally. She can see patterns in chaos. She can predict enemy movements before they happen. She understands logistics and supply lines. She can organize defenses that seem impenetrable. Her mind is her weapon. Her intelligence is her power. Demeter has endurance beyond what seems possible. She can sustain troops in hostile territory. She can make barren ground suddenly fertile. She can ensure armies are fed even when surrounded. Her power is not flashy. It is not dramatic. But it is absolutely essential. Wars are won by fed soldiers. Armies march on their stomachs. Demeter makes victory possible. Hestia has stability as her gift. She can maintain morale when everything seems lost. She can create sanctuary in the midst of violence. She can make soldiers feel they have something worth protecting. She can remind warriors why they fight. Her power is psychological, emotional, but no less real for being invisible. Together the siblings are stronger than any individual. Together they form something new. They are not just gods. They are becoming the Olympians. They are becoming the next generation of divine power. They are becoming what prophecy always said they would be. The first battle happens on a broad plain between two mountain ranges. Titans gather on one side. Their armor glints in morning sun. Their weapons are ancient and terrible. They have fought before. They know war. They are confident. Olympians gather on the other side. Their equipment is newer, less tested. They are nervous beneath their brave faces. Between the two armies stretches empty ground. Grass waves in wind. The sky is cloudless and blue. Birds circle overhead, unaware of what is about to happen. It is almost peaceful, beautiful even. Then someone moves forward, then someone else. Then suddenly everyone is running. The armies crash together. The sound is overwhelming. Metal against metal, voices shouting, screaming, dying. Dust rises in clouds. Visibility drops. Soldiers fight whoever appears in front of them. Friend or foe is hard to distinguish in chaos. Zeus throws lightning. It strikes Titan warriors. They fall smoking. Their armor melts. Their weapons fuse to their hands. Poseidon summons waves from nowhere. Water appears and sweeps soldiers away. They drown on dry land. The Olympians fight with desperate energy born from necessity. But the Titans have experience. They have fought wars before this. They know how to hold formations when everything is chaos. They know how to counter attacks they have never seen. They know how to adapt. They push back. The battle seesaws. Advantage shifts from one side to the other. The Olympians retreat. Not in panic, but in recognition that they are outmatched. The first engagement is a draw. Both sides pull back to regroup. Both sides tend their wounded. Both sides count their dead. Zeus meets with his siblings. They gather in a tent that night. Maps spread before them. They discuss what went wrong. They discuss what they learned. They discuss how to improve. Hera suggests different tactics. She draws diagrams. She shows flanking maneuvers. She explains how to use terrain. Poseidon suggests using geography to their advantage. Fight near water, fight near cliffs, fight where environment becomes weapon. Hades suggests infiltration, sowing confusion, sabotage, assassination if necessary. They plan late into the night. They adapt. They improve. They become better at war than they want to be. The war continues for years, not constant battle. War is mostly waiting. Long periods of preparation interrupted by brief violence. Armies move across landscapes. They march. They camp. They train. They wait. Territories change hands. A valley today is controlled by Titans, tomorrow by Olympians, next week by Titans again. Alliances form between unlikely allies. Alliances break when circumstances change. The world itself seems tired of conflict. Mountains bear scars, forests burn, rivers run red, the earth bleeds. One significant advantage the Olympians develop is recruiting. They reach out to beings who have suffered under Titan rule. They reach out to the Cyclops who were imprisoned underground for centuries. They reach out to the hundred-handed giants who were forgotten and abandoned. They offer freedom in exchange for alliance. They offer dignity in exchange for service. They offer hope in exchange for loyalty. These beings join the Olympian cause. Their reasons are their own, but their power is undeniable. The Cyclops are master craftsmen. They can forge weapons beyond mortal imagination. They make a lightning bolt for Zeus, not just enhanced lightning, but a weapon he can hold, a spear of pure electricity. It is better than his natural lightning, more focused, more powerful, more controllable. They make a trident for Poseidon, 3 prongs of divine metal. It allows him to control earthquakes as well as waves. It gives him power over earth and sea. They make a helmet for Hades. When worn, it grants invisibility, true invisibility, not just darkness or shadow, complete absence from sight. The hundred-handed giants bring raw power beyond strategy or subtlety. Each one can throw boulders with multiple arms simultaneously. They rain destruction on enemy formations. They are devastating in open battle. They turn the tide of engagements that seemed lost. Slowly the Olympians gain ground. Slowly the Titans begin to lose. Momentum shifts. Victory becomes conceivable. But victory is not clean. Wars never are. There are casualties on both sides. There are losses that hurt. Some allies fall. Their names are remembered. Some enemies surrender. They are treated with surprising mercy. Some keep fighting even when defeat is certain. These warriors earn respect even from enemies. War reveals character in ways peace cannot. Some beings show courage beyond expectation. Some show cowardice that shocks. Some show unexpected nobility. Some show cruelty that makes you question everything. Zeus fights alongside his siblings. He does not command from safety. He is in the thick of battle. Lightning strikes around him constantly. Enemies fall. But he does not enjoy the violence. Each death weighs on him. He does it because it is necessary. He does it because the old order must fall for the new one to rise. He does it because prophecy demands it. But he finds no joy in killing, only grim necessity. During a lull in fighting, Zeus climbs a hill overlooking the battlefield. Bodies lie scattered across scorched earth. Some move weakly, most are still. Smoke rises from fires that burn without fuel. The ground is torn and muddy. Craters mark where lightning struck. This is the cost of change. This is the price of prophecy. He wonders if his father felt this same weight when he overthrew his own father. He wonders if power always requires this much blood. He suspects it does. This knowledge does not comfort him. Hera finds him on the hill. She climbs up silently. She stands beside him without speaking immediately. They watch the sun set over devastation. Orange and red light makes the battlefield look almost beautiful, almost peaceful. The irony is not lost on either of them. Finally, Hera breaks the silence. She says something that surprises him. She says he is a better king than Kronos. Not because he is stronger, not because he is smarter, but because he questions himself. Kronos never did that. Kronos only feared. He never examined. He never doubted. Zeus at least thinks about what he is doing. This makes him different. This makes him better. Or at least potentially better. The words give Zeus small comfort. He knows the war is almost over. He can feel momentum shifting. He knows the Titans are losing. He knows soon he will sit on his father's throne. But he also knows ruling will bring new challenges. Defeating Kronos was one task. Building something better will be another, much harder task. Destruction is easy. Creation is hard. Anyone can tear down. Only the truly capable can build. The final battles come in rapid succession. The Olympians press their advantage. They do not let the Titans recover. They do not give them time to regroup. Attack after attack, day after day, the Titans break, not all at once, but gradually. Units surrender, commanders yield, the great army fragments into smaller groups, then individuals, then nothing. The war ends not with climactic final battle, but with gradual exhaustion. Both sides simply run out of strength. Both sides need peace more than victory. The war ends not with dramatic climax, but with gradual quiet spreading like evening. Titan forces diminish daily. Leaders surrender in small private ceremonies. The fighting simply stops. One day there are skirmishes on 3 fronts. The next day there is only silence. Everyone is too exhausted to continue. Warriors on both sides look at each other across empty space and realize they have no energy left for violence. They lower weapons. They turn away. The war is over. Kronos is captured without resistance. He does not fight. He does not flee. He simply waits to be found. He stands alone in a remote valley. He looks old in a way God should not look old. He stands before Zeus in chains. The chains are symbolic more than necessary. He has no strength left to resist. The reversal is complete and terrible. The father who swallowed his children now faces judgment from his youngest son. Kronos does not beg. He does not apologize. He does not explain or excuse. He simply waits to hear his fate. Dignity is all he has left. Zeus considers execution. It would be clean. It would be final. It would prevent any future problems. Dead kings do not return. Dead fathers do not haunt. But something stops him from giving the order. Perhaps it is memory of the cave. Perhaps it is knowledge that he is not so different from his father. Perhaps it is simple mercy. Killing Kronos would make Zeus exactly what his father feared. It would continue the cycle of violence from generation to generation. It would prove that power can only change hands through death. Instead, Zeus chooses exile. Kronos will be sent far away, to the edges of the world, to places where even gods rarely venture. He will live, but he will never rule again. He will exist, but he will exist in isolation, cut off from power, cut off from influence, cut off from everything he once controlled. It is a mercy. It is also a statement. Zeus is trying to break the pattern. He is trying to show that power can be held without paranoia, that strength does not require cruelty, that victory does not demand massacre. The other defeated Titans face different fates based on their actions during the war. Some are sent to Tartarus. This is a deep prison beneath the earth, deeper than mines, deeper than caves, deeper than roots reach. It is reserved for those who continued fighting even when defeat was certain, those who committed atrocities, those who showed they could never be trusted to live peacefully. They must be contained, not killed, but removed from society, locked away where they can harm no one. Others are allowed to keep their domains with restrictions. They swear oaths of loyalty. They promise to serve the new order. They are watched carefully but not imprisoned. They are given chances to prove themselves. Some will prove worthy of trust. Others will break their oaths eventually. But everyone deserves opportunity for redemption. Everyone deserves a chance to change. Atlas receives a unique punishment. He must hold up the sky. This is both practical and symbolic. Someone must perform this function. The sky must be separated from Earth. Atlas has the strength. But more than that, it shows that even in defeat, Titans can serve purpose. Even punishment can have dignity. The weight on his shoulders is real. The burden is immense. But so is the importance of his task. He holds the world apart. This matters. The Olympians begin organizing their new reign. This proves more challenging than winning the war. Fighting is straightforward. You attack or defend. You win or lose. Governing is complex. There are no clear victories. Only ongoing challenges. They divide responsibilities among themselves. Each takes domains that match their nature and abilities. Zeus takes the sky. It suits him perfectly. Lightning comes from clouds. Storms are his domain. Thunder is his voice. Weather responds to his moods. He will rule from high places, from mountain tops, from places where earth meets heaven. He will oversee everything from above. This elevation is both practical and symbolic. Poseidon takes the seas without hesitation. He has always loved water. Now all oceans are his. All rivers answer to him. All lakes belong to his domain. He can travel underwater as easily as walking. He can breathe in the depths. He builds a palace beneath the waves. It is made of coral and pearl and shells that shine. It glows with bioluminescent light. It is beautiful in alien ways. He is happier there than he ever was in the palace above. Hades takes the underworld. This surprises absolutely no one who knows him. He has always been comfortable with darkness, with endings, with the difficult truths others avoid. Now he will govern death itself. He will ensure the dead are properly received. He will maintain order in the realm below. He will be judge of souls. It is grim work, but someone must do it. He accepts the responsibility without complaint. He even seems content with it. The sisters take their own domains according to their natures. Hestia becomes guardian of the hearth. She represents home and family. She represents stability in a changing world. She represents the fire that keeps households warm and safe. Every hearth is her altar. Every home fire is her domain. She's quietly essential. Demeter takes agriculture and harvest. She will ensure the earth produces food. She will maintain the cycle of seasons. She will make crops grow and fields flourish. She will be responsible for human survival in the most basic way. Without her, civilization starves. She takes this responsibility seriously. Hera becomes queen. She will stand beside Zeus. She will help govern. She will be his partner in rule, not his subordinate, his equal in many ways. She will have her own authority, her own domains, her own power. Together they will attempt to rule justly, or at least better than those before them. They establish a new home. It is on Mount Olympus. The mountain is tall and isolated. Clouds hide the summit perpetually. Mortals cannot reach it. It is separate from the world while still being part of it. They build palaces of white stone, marble quarried from the mountain itself. Gardens surround the buildings. Fountains flow with clear water that never stops. It is beautiful. It is serene. It is meant to be better than what came before. Time will tell if they succeed. Zeus sits on his father's old throne. It has been moved to Olympus, cleaned and repaired. The black stone feels cold beneath him. It holds centuries of history, centuries of fear. He wonders if he should commission a new throne, start fresh. But perhaps keeping this one is important. Perhaps remembering where power came from prevents repeating mistakes. He looks out over the world from his high seat. He sees mountains and seas. He sees forests and deserts. He sees cities where mortals live their small lives. All of this is now his responsibility. All of this depends on his decisions. All of this can be helped or harmed by his actions. The weight is crushing. The burden is immense. But he accepted this. He fought for this. Now he must prove worthy of it. The first years are challenging in ways war never was. The Olympians must learn how to govern. They make mistakes. They have disagreements. Sometimes they argue loudly. Sometimes tensions rise to dangerous levels. Poseidon and Zeus clash over boundaries. Hades and Hera debate policies. Demeter and Hestia disagree on priorities. But they do not destroy each other. They do not betray each other. They function as family despite friction. This alone makes them different from the Titans. Zeus establishes laws, not arbitrary commands, but actual codified rules that apply to everyone, including himself. He decides disputes. He enforces order, but he also listens. When Poseidon has concerns, Zeus hears them. When Hades reports problems, Zeus acts. He tries to be different from Kronos. He tries to rule through cooperation rather than fear, through respect rather than terror. It is harder than ruling through fear, but it is better. He hopes it is better. Mortals begin to notice the change gradually. The world feels different. Storms are more regular, not random, not chaotic. They follow patterns. Harvests are more reliable. Seasons shift on schedule. The sun rises and sets predictably. There is structure. There is order. The age of Titans was chaos barely contained. The age of Olympians is beginning to be something else, something potentially better. But Zeus knows this is still fragile. Power is always fragile, no matter how strong it seems. The throne he sits on came to him through prophecy and violence. Someday another prophecy might come. Someday another sun might rise. This cycle could continue forever if nothing changes, if no one breaks the pattern. He thinks about this often during quiet moments. He thinks about how to break patterns that seem inevitable. He thinks about how to make his reign different from his father's. He cannot prevent the future. No one can. But he can try to build something that might last. He can try to create stability. He can try to earn loyalty through action rather than demand it through fear. One night he stands on a balcony overlooking the world. The palace is quiet. Everyone else sleeps. Stars fill the sky. They are bright and countless. Each one is distant and ancient. Light from them travelled for years to reach his eyes. Zeus feels small beneath them. He feels the weight of responsibility. He feels the uncertainty of power. He feels very alone. Hera joins him silently. She's become his closest advisor, his most trusted companion. She understands him better than anyone. She sees his doubts. She knows his fears. She says something simple. She says he is trying. That is more than Kronos ever did. Kronos only protected himself. He only thought about his own survival. Zeus is trying to protect everyone. Zeus is trying to build something larger than himself. That matters. That difference matters. The words help more than Hera probably realizes. Zeus returns to his chambers. He sleeps better than he has in months. Tomorrow will bring new challenges. Tomorrow will bring new decisions. Tomorrow will bring new problems that have no clear solutions. But tonight, he can rest. Tonight he can remember that he is trying to do right. That has to be enough. That is all anyone can do. Try to be better than those before. Try to learn from past mistakes. Try to build something worth passing on. Years pass into decades. Decades pass into centuries. The reign of the Olympians becomes established. It becomes normal. It becomes simply the way things are. Mortals grow up hearing stories about Zeus and his siblings. Children learn their names before they learn to read. The gods become part of the landscape, part of the structure of reality. Temples are built across the known world. Some are massive. Marble columns reach towards sky. Elaborate carvings depict mythological scenes. Some are small, simple stone altars in village squares. Size does not matter, intention does. Priest offers sacrifices at dawn and dusk. Meat burns on altar fires. The smoke rises to heaven. People pray for good weather and safe voyages and healthy children and countless other needs. The gods respond sometimes. Other times they do not. This unpredictability becomes part of the relationship. Divine favour is earned, not guaranteed. This keeps mortals humble. Zeus ages but slowly. Gods do not grow old the way mortals do. Grey does not touch his hair. Wrinkles do not mark his face. But his eyes have seen centuries. They hold wisdom that only time can bring. His hands have held power longer than any mortal kingdom has existed. He has outlived dynasties. He has watched empires rise and fall, yet he still remembers the cave. He still remembers darkness. He still remembers being hidden and powerless. Those memories keep him grounded. When he is tempted to become arrogant, he remembers being helpless. When he is tempted to become cruel, he remembers his father. He uses the past as a guide. He tries to learn from it rather than repeat it. Sometimes he succeeds, sometimes he fails, but he keeps trying. That consistency matters. His siblings have settled into their roles, each has found their place, each has built their domain. Poseidon rarely visits Olympus. He prefers his underwater palace. The deep ocean suits his nature. He has become somewhat isolated, but when he is needed, he comes. When crisis arrives, he stands with his family. Distance has not broken their bond. They remain united when it matters. Hades almost never visits, once every few years at most. The underworld demands constant attention. The dead arrive continuously. Each one must be processed. Each one must be judged. Each one must be assigned their eternal place. It is endless work. Work that never pauses, never slows, never stops. But Hades does not complain. He has found purpose in duty. He has found peace in routine. He has found contentment in necessary work that others avoid. The sisters remain close despite different responsibilities. Hestia maintains the great hearth on Olympus. Its fire never goes out. Literally never. It has burned continuously since the palace was built. It represents continuity. It represents home. It represents the eternal present. Demeter travels between Olympus and Earth constantly. She walks through fields during planting season. She watches crops grow during summer. She ensures harvests are plentiful in autumn. She ensures the cycle continues. Hera rules beside Zeus. She is his equal in many ways. She is his conscience when he falters. She is his strength when he doubts. They are not perfect. None of them are. They make mistakes regularly. They sometimes abuse their power. They sometimes neglect their duties. They are flawed beings trying to govern a complex world, but they are trying. That distinguishes them from what came before. That makes them different from the Titans. Not better necessarily, but different. And different is sometimes enough. Zeus thinks often about the prophecy that changed everything. A son will overthrow the father. It happened to Uranus. It happened to Kronos. Will it happen to him? He has his own children now. Many children from many mothers. They are powerful. They are ambitious. They are capable. Could one of them repeat history? Could the pattern continue forever? He decides consciously not to swallow them. He will not hide them. He will not imprison them. He will break the pattern through trust instead of fear. It is a risk, possibly foolish. It might destroy him eventually. But continuing the old way guarantees nothing changes. Someone must break the cycle. It might as well be him. If he falls because of trust, at least he falls for a better reason than his father did. His children grow and develop their own powers. They become gods and goddesses in their own right. They take domains, they build followings, they establish temples. Some are wise, some are reckless. All are capable of greatness and terrible mistakes. Zeus watches them. He guides when he can. He lets them fail when they must. Failure teaches better than success sometimes. Pain instructs better than pleasure. The world continues to change. Cities grow larger. Kingdoms become more powerful. Mortals develop new technologies constantly. They build better ships that can cross open ocean. They forge better weapons from bronze and later iron. They write down their stories instead of just telling them. They begin to question things. They begin to develop philosophy. They begin to wonder why, rather than just accepting what. Zeus finds this fascinating. Mortals are so limited. They live such short lives. 70 years if they are lucky. Most die younger. Yet they create so much. They build civilizations that outlast individual lives. They pass knowledge to their children. They improve slowly but steadily over generations. Perhaps they will eventually rival the gods. Perhaps that too is part of the natural order. Perhaps everything is meant to be temporary. Perhaps change is the only constant. One day, Zeus receives a visitor. It is Metis. She helped create the potion that freed his siblings. She has always been wise, wisest of all Titans. She brings news. She brings another prophecy. She says Zeus will have a child more powerful than himself. This child will overthrow him just as he overthrew his father. The words hit Zeus like physical blows. History is repeating. The cycle continues. Nothing has changed. Zeus feels ice in his stomach. Terror that he thought he had conquered returns. He thinks about Kronos. He understands now why his father acted as he did. Fear drives terrible choices. Prophecy creates its own fulfillment. If you know something bad will happen, your attempts to prevent it often cause it. This paradox has destroyed kings and kingdoms. Now it threatens to destroy him. But Zeus makes a different choice than expected. He does not try to kill the child. He does not try to prevent the prophecy through violence. Instead, he does something unexpected. Something that echoes his father but with different intent. He swallows Metis herself. She's already pregnant, the child is already forming. By consuming Metis, Zeus takes the child into himself. But this is different from what Kronos did. Zeus does not want to destroy. He wants to preserve. Metis and the child exist inside him safely. They are safe. They are part of him. They are protected. Eventually the child will emerge. Her name will be Athena. She will be powerful. More powerful than Zeus, but she will be loyal. Because she will understand what he did. Why he did it. She will know it came from love, not fear. It is an imperfect solution. It echoes his father's actions too closely. But Zeus frames it differently. He is not acting from fear. He is acting from love. He wants his child to live. He wants to protect her. The method is strange, but the intention is pure. Or so he tells himself. History will judge whether he was right. Years later, Athena emerges. She is born from Zeus's head. fully grown, fully armoured, ready for anything. She steps out into light and looks at her father. She understands immediately what he did. She understands why. She does not rebel. She does not fulfill the prophecy as expected. She becomes his closest ally, his most trusted advisor. The prophecy is fulfilled, but not as expected. Power does not change hands. Instead, it multiplies. Instead, it spreads. The kingdom grows stronger rather than weaker. Zeus realizes something important. Prophecies are not scripts to be followed exactly. They are possibilities. They describe what might happen if current patterns continue, but choices matter, actions matter. By changing his response, Zeus changed the outcome. He broke the pattern not by preventing the prophecy, but by transforming it, by accepting it and incorporating it, by making it part of something larger. This gives him hope. Perhaps the cycle of violence can end. Perhaps each generation can build on the last rather than destroying it. Perhaps progress is possible in ways he never imagined. It is a radical thought. It goes against everything history has taught. But Zeus decides to believe it anyway. Belief shapes reality. If he believes change is possible, perhaps it becomes possible. He looks out from Olympus over the world he governs. Smoke rises from mortal cities. Ships cross the seas carrying trade and culture. Farmers plant their fields according to seasons. Life continues in all its messy complexity. He is part of this. He is responsible for this. He will try to do it well, not perfectly. Perfect is impossible, but well, better than before, good enough. The cave on Mount Ida still exists. Sometimes Zeus visits. He stands in the darkness where he grew up. He remembers Amalthea, though she's long gone. He remembers waiting without knowing what he waited for. He remembers not knowing what the future held. Now he knows. Now he has lived it. The boy in the darkness became the king of gods. The hidden child became the ruler of storms. The secret became legend. It is strange how things work, how prophecy shapes lives, how fear drives action, how choices ripple through time creating consequences no one foresaw. Zeus is powerful, but he is not all-powerful. He is wise, but he is not all-knowing. He is trying to break patterns while being trapped in them. It is the eternal struggle, the struggle that defines existence. He returns to Olympus from his visits to the cave. Hera is always waiting. She asks where he went. He tells her about the cave, about remembering origins. She nods. She understands. Everyone needs to remember where they came from. Everyone needs to touch their origins occasionally. It keeps perspective. It prevents arrogance. It reminds you that power is temporary, that circumstances change, that nothing lasts forever. They walk through gardens together. Night is falling. Stars appear one by one. The world turns beneath them steadily. Mortals sleep in their beds. Gods remain awake in their palaces. Everything is connected. Everything is part of the same great pattern. Separate but unified. Individual but collective. Alone but together. Zeus thinks about his father. Kronos is still alive somewhere in exile. Does he think about his son? Does he regret his choices? Does he understand what happened? Zeus will never know. They will never speak again. That chapter is closed forever. Some relationships cannot be repaired. Some bridges cannot be rebuilt. You can only move forward and hope you do better, but other chapters remain open. The future is unwritten despite prophecies. More challenges will come. More prophecies will appear. More choices will need to be made. Zeus cannot prevent this. He can only try to respond with wisdom. He can only try to be better than those before him. He can only try to build something worth passing on. That is all anyone can do. That is all anyone has ever been able to do. As night deepens, Zeus feels something unexpected. He feels gratitude, not for power. Power is burden as much as privilege, not for victory. Victory came at terrible cost, but for the journey, for the cave that taught him patience, for the darkness that taught him to see differently, for the siblings he found after years of isolation, for the family he built from scattered pieces, for the chance to try. That is all anyone can ask for, the chance to try to do better. The quiet that follows storms is never complete silence. Wind still whispers through leaves. Water still moves in streams. Life continues because life always continues. But the violence has passed. The thunder has faded. What remains is the work of rebuilding, the work of maintaining, the work of simply existing day after day, trying to make good choices, trying to cause less harm, trying to build more than you destroy. Zeus has become comfortable with this work. It is not glorious, it is not dramatic. Heroes do not sing songs about good governance and wise judgment. But it matters. It matters to the mortals who depend on stable weather. It matters to the gods who need fair judgment in disputes. It matters to the children who will inherit this world. They deserve better than what came before. They deserve a chance to build on what was built rather than starting from ashes. He thinks about the title of his story, The Quiet Turning of Ancient Power. That is exactly what happened. Power turned from Titans to Olympians, from Kronos to Zeus. But it was quieter than legend suggests, more gradual. It involved more conversation and less violence than the previous transition. That is progress. That is improvement. Not perfection, just better. Better is enough. The lesson is simple. Change is inevitable. Power always shifts eventually. Nothing stays static. Nothing remains forever. But how it shifts matters. The method matters. The intentions matter. Zeus tried to make his transition different. He succeeded partially. He failed partially. But he tried. That is what separates him from his father. Kronos never tried to be different. He only tried to survive. Zeus tries to build, to improve, to create something lasting. As you stand on Olympus beside Zeus, you see the world spread out below. You see the history that has unfolded. You see the boy who grew up in darkness become the god who commands light. You see the family that was scattered become united. You see the old age end and the new age begin. You see all of it in the quiet evening light. It is not a simple story of good defeating evil. It is a complex story of generations struggling with power. It is a story of prophecy and choice. It is a story of fear and courage. It is a story that continues because every ending is also a beginning. Every throne that is won must eventually be passed on. Every king must one day face what they created. Every generation must decide what to keep and what to discard. Zeus knows this. He accepts it. He will rule as well as he can for as long as he can. Then another will take his place. That is the nature of time. That is the quiet turning of ancient power. It never stops. It never rests. It simply continues forward into whatever comes next. Into futures no one can predict. Into changes no one can prevent. And in that continuation, there is something beautiful. There is the promise that tomorrow might be better than today. There is the hope that each generation learns from the last. There is the possibility that patterns can be broken, that prophecies can be transformed, that power can change hands without destroying everything, that civilization can progress, that we can become better versions of ourselves. You leave Zeus on his balcony. You walk back down from Olympus. You return to the world of mortals, but you carry the story with you. You carry the knowledge that even gods struggle with the same questions mortals face. How to use power wisely, how to break destructive patterns, how to build something that lasts, how to be better than those before you, how to try despite uncertainty. The cave on Mount Ida still exists. Vines still hang over the entrance like nature's curtain. Water still drips in the darkness, creating its eternal music. But no child hides there now. That time has passed. That story has been told. What remains is memory. What remains is lesson. What remains is the quiet understanding that every beginning happens in darkness. Every powerful thing starts small and hidden. Every change begins with patient waiting. You think about this as you drift towards sleep. You think about Zeus in his cave. You think about prophecies and choices. You think about fathers and sons. You think about the long, slow turning of power through generations. Your breathing slows naturally. Your thoughts soften like wax melting. The story settles into your mind like dust settling after a storm, like leaves falling after wind passes, like stillness returning after motion ceases. The world turns as it always has. Night deepens toward its darkest point before dawn. Stars wheel overhead in their ancient patterns, and in that darkness new stories are beginning. New children are being hidden away. New prophecies are being spoken. New choices are being made. The cycle continues, but each time it turns, there is a chance for something different, a chance for something better, a chance for the quiet turning to become a gentle evolution rather than violent revolution. That chance is enough. That possibility is worth holding as you slip into dreams. That hope is what Zeus himself holds as he governs his difficult realm. That faith in gradual improvement is what separates wisdom from fear. And that is where the story ends. Not with thunder and lightning, not with dramatic battles or glorious victories, but with quiet understanding, with acceptance of what is, with commitment to try to make tomorrow better, with the simple dignity of effort in the face of inevitable change. Sleep well. The storms have passed. The power has turned. The age of Olympus has begun. And in the morning, the world will still be there. Different but recognizable. Changed but continuous. Exactly as it should be. Ready for whatever comes next. Ready for the next turning. Ready for the next chapter in an eternal story that never truly ends. Only pauses, only rests, only waits for the next voice to continue the telling. It is 1913 in Detroit, Michigan. The city hums with a new kind of energy as factories rise along the riverbanks and thousands of workers pour into the automotive plants each morning. You are one of them, living through the moment when the automobile transforms from a luxury curiosity into something that will reshape the entire world. You wake before the sun rises, the room is cold, and the air smells like coal smoke from the furnace downstairs. Your boarding house sits 3 blocks from the Ford Highland Park plant, close enough that you can hear the factory whistle even through closed windows. The sound cuts through the darkness at 5 in the morning, sharp and insistent. You swing your legs out of bed and your feet touch the cold floorboards. The chill runs up through your ankles. Winter mornings in Detroit have a particular bite to them, the kind that makes you move quickly just to generate warmth. You reach for your work clothes, hung on the back of the door where they dried overnight. The shirt is stiff from yesterday's sweat and machine oil. You pull it on anyway. Everyone's work clothes smell like this after a few weeks. The scent of metal and grease becomes part of your skin, part of your identity. You button the shirt and reach for your trousers, thick canvas material that can withstand sparks and sharp edges. Your hands move through this routine without much thought. You have done this same sequence of movements for 6 months now, ever since you arrived from the farm in Ohio. The rhythms of factory life have replaced the rhythms of agricultural seasons. Instead of roosters and cattle, you wake to whistles and streetcars. You splash cold water on your face from the basin by the window. The shock of it helps clear the fog from your mind. Through the glass, you can see other boarding houses, other windows glowing with lamplight as dozens of men prepare for the same shift. The city is waking up in waves, neighbourhood by neighbourhood. Downstairs in the kitchen, Mrs. O'Brien has already set out breakfast. She runs the boarding house with German precision even though she is Irish. Coffee steams in a large pot on the stove. The smell fills the narrow hallway. You grab a tin cup and pour yourself some, the heat spreading through your fingers. The other boarders shuffle in one by one. Nobody talks much this early. There is just the sound of spoons against bowls, cups being refilled, chairs scraping against linoleum. You eat quickly. Oatmeal with a splash of milk and a piece of bread with butter. The food is plain but filling, designed to carry you through to the lunch break. You finish eating and grab your coat from the hook by the door. The fabric is worn at the elbows and the pockets sag from carrying wrenches and screwdrivers. You step outside into the pre-dawn darkness. The cold air hits you immediately. You can see your breath in thick clouds. The street is already busy with workers heading toward the factories. Some walk alone, others in small groups. Everyone moves with purpose. Being late means losing pay, or worse. The factory runs on strict schedules. Each minute is accounted for. You join the stream of men walking north toward Highland Park. The sound of boots on pavement creates a steady rhythm. Someone coughs. A streetcar clangs its bell 2 blocks over. Dogs bark from behind fences. The city is industrial now in ways that still surprise you sometimes. Just 5 years ago, this neighbourhood was mostly empty lots and farmland. The sky begins to lighten as you walk. The darkness shifts from black to deep blue to grey. You can make out the shapes of other walkers more clearly now. Familiar faces nod in greeting. You recognise the man who works 2 stations down from yours on the line. He has a thick moustache that always seems to collect metal dust by midday. The factory comes into view as you round the corner onto Woodward Avenue. The building sprawls across several city blocks, a massive structure of brick and steel and glass. Smokestacks rise like monuments. Even from here you can hear the hum of machinery. The plant runs around the clock now. 3 shifts keep the assembly line moving. You join the crowd at the main gate. The guard checks faces as people pass through. He knows most workers by sight, but still maintains the ritual of inspection. Company rules. Everything at Ford has rules. You file past him and into the yard. The yard is enormous, bigger than any barn you ever saw back in Ohio. Railroad tracks crisscross the space. Freight cars sit waiting to be unloaded or filled. Materials arrive constantly. Steel, rubber, glass, leather. Everything needed to build automobiles flows into this place like rivers converging. You head toward the entrance for your section. Other workers peel off toward different buildings. The plant is organised like a small city, each department handling specific tasks. Foundry workers go one direction, paint shop workers go another. You work on the chassis assembly line, so you head toward Building 3. The time clock station stands just inside the door. You pull your card from the rack and slide it into the machine. The mechanism stamps the time with a satisfying chunk. 5:52 a.m, 8 minutes to spare. You return the card to its slot and continue toward the floor. The locker room smells like sweat and oil and cigarette smoke. You open your assigned locker and stash your coat and lunch pail. Some men are already changing into their work aprons. Others sit on benches, smoking one last cigarette before the shift begins. The chatter is low and sporadic. You tie on your leather apron and grab your gloves. The gloves are worn smooth in places where you grip tools repeatedly. They fit like a second skin now. You learned early on that good gloves make all the difference. Blisters and cuts slow you down. The foreman appears in the doorway and calls out, "Time to start." The men stub out cigarettes and close lockers and file toward the factory floor. The casual atmosphere evaporates. Everyone knows what comes next. 8 hours of continuous motion, 8 hours of the line. You walk through the double doors and onto the floor. The noise hits you like a physical force. Machinery clangs and hisses and roars. Metal strikes metal in rhythmic percussion. Conveyor belts rumble. The sound is so constant that after a while you stop hearing individual noises. It all blends into one massive industrial symphony. The assembly line stretches the length of the building. Partially assembled chassis move past on the conveyor system, progressing from bare frames to nearly complete automobiles. Each worker has a specific station, a specific task to perform as each chassis passes by. You take your position at Station 47. Your job is to install the steering column and connect it to the front axle assembly. The same task, repeated hundreds of times each day. You have done it so many times that your hands know the movements without conscious thought. The line starts moving. The first chassis of the day approaches your station. You reach for your tools and get ready. Another day has begun. The chassis arrives at your station moving at walking pace. The conveyor never stops, never hesitates. You have exactly 1 minute and 20 seconds to complete your task before the next chassis arrives. The timing is precise. Ford's engineers calculated it down to the second. You grab the steering column from the bin beside your station. The metal is cold even through your gloves. You position it in the mounting bracket and thread the first bolt. Your wrench tightens it in 3 quick turns. The motion is automatic now. Right hand reaches for the bolt. Left hand steadies the column, right hand tightens. Next bolt. The chassis moves forward. You walk alongside it, staying in rhythm with the belt. This is the trick of assembly line work. You cannot fight the pace. You must become part of it. Your body learns to match the speed exactly, stepping and reaching and turning in time with the machinery. 4 bolts secure the column, then you connect the steering linkage to the front axle assembly. The parts fit together with satisfying clicks and snaps. Everything is standardized now. Every Model T uses the same components. No custom fitting required, no adjustments needed, just assembly. You finish and step back. The chassis continues down the line to the next station where another worker will install the dashboard. Behind you, the next chassis has already arrived. You turn and start the process again. Reach, position, bolt, tighten. Walk and turn and reach again. The work has a meditative quality once you settle into it. The repetition empties your mind of other thoughts. There is only the task, the motion, the rhythm. Some men hate this aspect of the line. They say it makes them feel like machines themselves. Others find it soothing. No decisions to make, No uncertainties, just the work. You fall into that rhythm now. Chassis after chassis passes through your hands. The numbers pile up. 10 completed, 20, 30. Your muscles warm with the effort. Sweat begins to form despite the cool air in the building. The factory is not heated in winter and not cooled in summer. Temperature control would be too expensive. The noise around you becomes background texture. You can distinguish between sounds now. The hiss of the pneumatic tools at the next station. The clang of metal parts being dropped into bins. The rumble of the overhead crane moving materials across the building. The shouts of foremen calling out instructions or corrections. Occasionally something goes wrong. A bolt threads incorrectly. A part does not fit quite right. You have to signal for help. The line does not stop for individual problems. A relief worker fills in at your station while you fix the issue. Then you jump back in and catch up. Falling behind is not acceptable. The line is relentless. You work alongside men from everywhere. The man to your left came from Poland 3 years ago. He speaks broken English, but his hands are skilled and fast. The man on your right grew up in Kentucky and moved north looking for factory wages. Down the line there are Italians and Irish and Germans and Greeks. Detroit has become a magnet for anyone willing to work hard. The demographics of the factory floor would have been unthinkable just a generation ago. Farm boys work beside recent immigrants. White men work beside black men who migrated from the south. The assembly line does not care about background. It only cares about output. Can you keep pace? Can you do the job? That is all that matters. This mixing creates tension sometimes. People bring their prejudices with them, but the work itself creates a kind of equality. Everyone is reduced to the same function. Everyone serves the line. Old social hierarchies mean less in this new industrial world. The foreman walks past your station. He carries a clipboard and watches everything with sharp eyes. Foremen are promoted from the line, chosen for their reliability and attention to detail. This one worked his way up over 2 years. He knows every job on this section because he has done them all himself. He stops and watches you complete a chassis. You feel his eyes on you but do not change your pace. Showing off leads to mistakes. Maintaining steady rhythm is what earns approval. He makes a note on his clipboard and moves on. You breathe a little easier. No corrections needed. The morning progresses in this way. Time loses its usual shape. You cannot check a watch while working. The only markers are the chassis themselves. Each one represents 1 minute and 20 seconds of your life. You count them unconsciously. 50 completed, 75, 100. Your hands develop their own intelligence. Muscle memory guides every movement. Reach without looking. Grab the right size wrench without checking. Thread bolts blind because you know exactly where the holes are. This physical knowledge cannot be taught in words. It only comes through thousands of repetitions. Sometimes your mind wanders even as your hands continue working. You think about letters from home. Your mother wants to know when you will visit. You think about the money accumulating in your savings account. $5 a day. That is what Ford pays now. More than twice what most factories offer. You think about what that money will buy. A house someday. A future. The $5 day changed everything when Ford announced it last year. Workers flooded to Detroit from across the country. The newspapers called it revolutionary. Critics called it reckless. But Ford understood something fundamental. Pay workers well, and they will buy the products they make. Turn workers into customers. Expand the market. You are proof of that theory. 6 months ago, you could never have imagined owning an automobile. Now you think about it regularly, maybe in another year, maybe when you have saved enough. A Model T costs about 6 months' salary now. Expensive, but not impossible. Not for someone earning $5 a day. The line continues. More chassis pass through your station. The work is hard on the body. Your shoulders ache from the repeated motions. Your back complains from the constant bending and straightening. Your hands cramp around the wrench, but you push through. Everyone pushes through. Stopping means losing your spot. Losing your spot means losing this wage. Around you, the factory floor is a landscape of focused effort. Hundreds of men performing hundreds of different tasks. Each person is a component in a larger machine. The metaphor is obvious but also true. The assembly line only works when every part functions correctly. Remove one worker, and the whole system falters. This is what Henry Ford perfected. Not the automobile itself. Other companies made cars before Ford. but Ford created the system that could produce automobiles at unprecedented scale and speed. He broke down the complex process of building a car into simple, repeatable tasks. Then he arranged those tasks in sequence and set them in motion. The result is efficiency that seems almost magical. A complete Model T rolls off the line every 93 minutes now. Just a few years ago, it took 12 hours to build one car. The improvement is staggering. Production has increased 50 times over. Costs have dropped. Prices have fallen. More people can afford automobiles. Demand increases. The factory expands. More workers are hired. The cycle continues. You are living inside this transformation. You are part of the machine that is changing how things are made. The implications stretch far beyond automobiles. Other industries are watching and learning. The assembly line method will spread to furniture factories, appliance manufacturers, textile mills. The entire industrial world is being reshaped by what happens here in Highland Park. But those large historical forces feel distant when you are focused on the chassis in front of you. Right now, there is only the immediate reality. The steering column, the bolts, the wrench, the next chassis arriving. The work continues without pause. The lunch whistle blows at noon. The sound cuts through the factory noise and everyone stops immediately. The line shudders to a halt. You step back from your station and roll your shoulders, feeling the muscles protest. 8 hours suddenly feels very long when you're only halfway through. You walk to the locker room with the others. The crowd moves slowly, everyone tired already. You retrieve your lunch pail and find a spot in the break area. Some men go outside to eat. You prefer staying inside where it is slightly warmer. You open the pail and pull out your lunch. A sandwich with cheese and leftover sausage. An apple. A cookie that Mrs. O'Brien packed. You eat methodically, not tasting much. Food is fuel. You need calories to keep working. Around you, men talk in low voices. Some complain about aches and pains. Others discuss weekend plans. A few read newspapers. You notice that most conversations stay superficial. Real friendships are hard to form in a place like this. Everyone is too tired. Everyone just wants to finish the shift and go home. You think about Henry Ford while you eat. The man is a legend even among people who work in his factories. He walks the floor sometimes, appearing without warning, tall and thin with intense eyes. He watches everything but rarely speaks. Workers both admire and fear him. Ford's philosophy shapes every aspect of the plant. He believes in efficiency above all else. Waste is the enemy. Wasted motion, wasted materials, wasted time. Everything must serve production. The factory is designed around this principle. Materials flow in one direction. Assembly progresses in a straight line. No backtracking, no redundancy. The $5 day was controversial even within the company. Ford's business partners initially opposed it. They thought it would bankrupt the operation, but Ford insisted. He understood that high wages would reduce turnover. Training new workers is expensive. Keeping experienced workers is cheaper. The math works out. There were conditions attached to the $5 day. Workers had to maintain certain standards of behaviour and living. The company sent inspectors to check home conditions. They wanted to see clean houses, sober habits, stable families. The intrusion angered many workers, but most accepted it as the price of higher pay. You pass the inspection without trouble. Your boarding house is respectable. You do not drink excessively. You send money home to your family. The inspector marked you as qualified. The full wage was approved. This paternalistic approach bothers some people. They say Ford is trying to control workers even outside the factory, but others appreciate the structure. Many workers came from chaotic situations. The stability feels good even if it comes with requirements. The lunch break is only 30 minutes. Time passes quickly. You finish eating and use the washroom. The facilities are surprisingly modern. Ford insisted on clean bathrooms with running water. Another unusual feature, most factories barely provide outhouses. You return to the floor as the warning bell rings. 5 minutes until restart. You take your position at station 47. Other workers shuffle into place along the line. The foreman walks through, checking that everyone is ready. The line lurches back into motion. The afternoon shift begins. The work is identical to the morning. Same chassis, same task, same rhythm. But the afternoon feels heavier somehow. Fatigue makes everything harder. Your muscles are less responsive. Your attention wants to drift. You force yourself to focus. Mistakes happen when concentration slips. A chassis moves past with improperly installed steering. The foreman catches it 3 stations down. He walks back to find who did it. The culprit is a young man who only started last week. The foreman does not yell, but his disappointment is clear. The mistake will be noted. You're more careful with the next chassis. Triple check every bolt. Make sure the linkage connection is solid. Do not give the foreman any reason to look your way. Staying invisible is the goal. Good workers fade into the background. Problem workers draw attention. The hours crawl by. You count chassis to mark progress. 200, 250, 300. Each number is a small victory. Each completed unit brings you closer to the end of shift whistle. Around you, the factory maintains its relentless pace. The noise never diminishes. The motion never stops. The building itself seems alive, a massive organism dedicated to a single purpose. Building automobiles. More and more automobiles. An endless stream of black Model Ts rolling toward the shipping dock. Henry Ford wanted his car to be affordable for the average worker. He succeeded. The Model T now costs less than $300. Farmers can buy them, shopkeepers can buy them, factory workers can buy them. The automobile is becoming democratic. This democratization changes society in ways both obvious and subtle. People can travel farther. Rural isolation decreases. Dating habits shift when young people have cars. Shopping patterns change. Entire industries spring up to support automobile ownership. Gas stations, repair shops, parts suppliers, road construction companies. You are part of this transformation whether you realize it or not. Every steering column you install helps move the world a little bit further into the automotive age. The work feels repetitive and small in the moment. But multiply your efforts by thousands of workers across 3 shifts every day, and the impact becomes enormous. This is Ford's genius. He created a system that turns individual small actions into massive collective output. No single worker builds a car, but together you build hundreds. The whole is greater than the sum of its parts. The assembly line makes this possible. The factory has a particular smell that you notice most when you first arrive each morning and when you step outside at the end of shift. Metal and oil and sweat combine into something uniquely industrial. The scent clings to your clothes and skin. You carry it home with you. Mrs. O'Brien sometimes complains that the boarders make the whole house smell like the factory. The sounds of the plant create their own language. You learn to interpret different noises. The pneumatic wrench makes a specific whine when it is working correctly. A different sound means something is wrong. The conveyor belt rumbles at a steady frequency. Any variation indicates a problem. The overhead cranes groan when moving heavy loads. You know to stay alert when you hear that groan. Machine sounds mix with human sounds. Foremen shout instructions. Workers call out warnings. Someone drops a wrench and it clangs against concrete. Laughter erupts from somewhere down the line. Even in this industrial environment, moments of humanity break through. Your hands tell their own story. Calluses form in specific patterns based on how you grip tools. The skin on your palms is thick and tough. Your fingernails are perpetually edged with grime no matter how hard you scrub. These are marks of your profession. Badge of a factory worker. The temperature on the floor varies by season but is never truly comfortable. Winter brings cold that seeps through the concrete and makes metal painful to touch. Summer brings heat that has nowhere to escape. The big windows can be opened, but they do little. Hundreds of bodies and running machines generate tremendous warmth. You learn to dress in layers during winter. Start with long underwear. Add a heavy shirt. The work will warm you up, but the first hour is brutal. In summer, you wear as little as safety allows. The heat becomes oppressive by afternoon. Some men pour water over their heads during breaks just to cool down. The light inside the factory comes from both windows and electric bulbs. Ford invested heavily in lighting. Proper illumination reduces mistakes and injuries. The building has more windows than typical factories. Natural light is cheaper than electricity. But the combination of sunlight and artificial light creates a strange quality. Shadows fall in unexpected directions. Dust hangs in the air. Fine metal particles drift through the space. You can see them in the light beams. They coat every surface. Workers breathe this dust all day. Some develop coughs that never quite go away. The company doctor says it is harmless, but workers are not so sure. The floor itself is concrete, swept clean multiple times per shift. Any debris on the floor is a safety hazard. Dropped parts could cause someone to slip. Spilled oil creates dangerous patches. Foremen are strict about housekeeping. Everything must stay clean and organised. Safety is emphasised more at Ford than at other factories you have heard about. Guards cover most moving parts. Warning signs mark dangerous areas. Workers receive basic training on accident prevention. Still, injuries happen. A hand crushed between moving parts. A foot run over by a materials cart. Burns from hot metal. The work is inherently dangerous no matter what precautions are taken. You have been lucky so far. Just minor cuts and bruises. Nothing serious. You try to stay alert and careful. But fatigue makes everyone careless eventually. That is when accidents happen. Late in the shift, when attention wanders, when hands move automatically without conscious guidance. That is the dangerous time. The rhythm of the line creates a kind of trance state. You can lose yourself in the repetition. Minutes pass without awareness. You complete chassis after chassis with no memory of the individual units. This mental absence is both blessing and curse. It makes time pass faster, but also increases risk. Some workers try to break the monotony with small variations. They develop personal techniques for their tasks, slightly different grip on a wrench, a particular way of positioning parts. These tiny acts of individuality matter in a system designed to eliminate individual variation. They remind you that you're still human, not just a component in the machine. The company discourages such variations. Standardization is everything. The right way to do each job has been determined by time studies and efficiency experts. Deviation from the approved method is not permitted, but workers find ways to assert themselves anyway. Small rebellions that management mostly ignores as long as output remains steady. Your body adapts to the work over time. Muscles develop in specific areas. Your right arm is noticeably stronger from wielding the wrench. Your grip strength has increased. You can walk further without tiring. The job makes you physically harder even as it wears you down mentally. Evening approaches, but you cannot see the sun from inside the building. You judge time by the quality of light filtering through the windows. The afternoon shifts from bright to golden to grey. Shadows lengthen. Your stomach reminds you that lunch was hours ago. You ignore the hunger. The end of shift is close now. The last hour is always the hardest. Your body knows that rest is near. Every minute feels longer. Every chassis takes more effort, but you maintain your pace. Slowing down in the final hour invites scrutiny. Better to push through and finish strong. The end of shift whistle finally sounds at 6 p.m. The line stops and the entire factory seems to exhale. You step back from your station and stretch. Your spine cracks, your shoulders burn, your hands ache. But you made it through another day. The crowd moves toward the time clock station. You retrieve your card and stamp out. 6:02 p.m. The 2-minute delay is from the walk and the crowd at the clock. Those 2 minutes are not paid, but complaining about it would be pointless. That is just how it works. You collect your coat and lunch pail from the locker. The room fills with tired men changing clothes and preparing to leave. The atmosphere is different from the morning. Now there is relief, a sense of accomplishment. 12 hours until this starts again. That feels like a lifetime right now. You step outside into the evening air. The cold feels good after the stale warmth of the factory. You take a deep breath and start walking toward home. The streets are busy with workers leaving the day shift. Thousands of men flood out of the plant and disperse into the surrounding neighbourhoods. Some men head to taverns. Drinking after work is common. The bars near the factory do good business between shifts. You occasionally join them, but not tonight. You're too tired. You just want food and bed. The walk home takes 15 minutes. Your legs are heavy, but the movement feels good after standing mostly in one place all day. Other workers walk in the same direction. You fall into step with a group heading your way. Nobody talks much. Everyone is too tired. You think about the social structure of the factory as you walk. There are clear hierarchies, but they are different from traditional class systems. Foremen hold more power than line workers. Skilled tradesmen who maintain machinery earn more than assembly workers. Office staff are separate entirely. White-collar workers who rarely interact with the floor. But within the assembly workers there is a kind of equality. You all do similar work for similar pay. Background matters less than reliability. The immigrant from Poland is judged by his output, not his accent. The black man from Georgia is measured by his speed and accuracy, not his skin colour. The system is far from perfect, but it offers opportunities that would be impossible in other contexts. This industrial mixing creates new social patterns. Workers form friendships across ethnic lines. They share lunch together. They help each other learn the work. Common experience creates bonds that transcend old divisions. Not always. Prejudice does not disappear. But it softens in the shared struggle of factory life. The boarding house appears ahead. You climb the steps and enter the warm interior. The smell of cooking fills the hallway. Mrs. O'Brien is preparing dinner for her boarders. Stew tonight. You can tell from the scent of beef and potatoes. You wash up in the bathroom, scrubbing away the worst of the grime. The water in the basin turns grey. You dry your face and hands and head to the dining room. Several other boarders are already seated. They nod in greeting as you take your usual chair. Mrs. O'Brien serves the stew family style. Everyone helps themselves. The food is simple but good. You eat hungrily, sopping up gravy with bread. Conversation around the table is sporadic. Everyone is tired, but there is comfort in the shared meal. After dinner, you retreat to your room. The space is small but private. A bed, a dresser, a chair by the window. You hang up your work clothes and change into cleaner trousers and a shirt. Then you sit in the chair and look out at the street. Evening in Detroit has its own character. Streetlights flicker on. People move past on their way to various destinations. A car rattles by, one of the few private automobiles in this neighbourhood. Most workers still walk or take streetcars, but that is changing. Every month you see more cars on the streets. You think about buying one yourself. A Model T in black, the standard configuration. It would cost about 6 months' wages at your current savings rate, but it would open up possibilities. You could visit family in Ohio more easily. You could drive to other parts of the city. The freedom appeals to you. For now, you save your money carefully. $5 a day minus room and board and expenses leaves about $3 that you can save. That adds up to around $90 per month if you're disciplined. In 6 months you would have enough for a car, or enough for a down payment on a house. The choice will have to be made eventually. The factory shapes your entire life even when you are not there. Your social circle consists mostly of other factory workers. Your schedule revolves around shift times. Your body adapts to the physical demands. Your thoughts return constantly to the work. The assembly line becomes the organizing principle of your existence. Some workers resist this total absorption. They maintain hobbies and interests outside the factory. They read books. They attend church socially. They play baseball on weekends. These activities provide balance and prevent the factory from consuming everything. You admire that but struggle to find energy for it. After 8 hours on the line, you mostly just want to rest. Reading makes your eyes hurt. Social activities require effort you do not have. Baseball sounds appealing, but your body needs recovery time. The work takes everything you have to give. This is the reality that critics of the assembly line do not understand. The $5 wage is generous, but it is earned through complete physical commitment. Ford pays well because he demands total effort. There is no coasting on the assembly line. Every minute is productive or you lose your spot. The long-term effects concern you sometimes. Will your body hold up? Can you do this work for years or will it break you down? You see older workers in their 40s and 50s who move stiffly and grimace with pain. Is that your future? Or will you find a way to advance into a less physical role? Foreman positions open occasionally. Skilled maintenance jobs pay better and are less demanding physically. Office work exists for those with education. There are paths forward if you can position yourself correctly, but competition is intense. Thousands of workers all want the same limited opportunities. For now, you focus on doing your job well and staying employed. Security feels more important than advancement. The $5 wage is more than you ever made before. Keeping that wage is the priority. Everything else can wait. You pull out a piece of paper and write a letter to your mother. You tell her about the work in general terms. You do not mention the fatigue or the danger. You emphasize the good pay and the opportunities. You send her money regularly. $20 this month. She writes back with news from home and expressions of pride. Your family thinks you are part of something important. They see the factory job as a step up from farm work. They are right in many ways. The wages are better. The future seems more secure. But they do not understand the cost, the physical toll, the mental monotony, the loss of autonomy. Still, you would not trade it. The alternative is returning to the farm where wages are minimal and the future is limited, or finding work in some other factory that pays less and treats workers worse. Ford may be demanding, but the company is also more progressive than most. The $5 day proved that. The attention to safety proves it. The modern facilities prove it. You finish the letter and seal it in an envelope. You will mail it tomorrow on the way to work. Then you undress and climb into bed. The mattress feels wonderful. Your body relaxes into it. You close your eyes and sleep comes quickly. Tomorrow will be the same. Wake before dawn, walk to the factory, 8 hours on the line, walk home, eat, sleep. The cycle repeats. But you are building something, saving money, creating a future. The repetition has purpose even when it feels meaningless. Sunday is your day off. You wake naturally, no alarm needed. The luxury of sleeping until the sun is fully up feels almost decadent. You stretch and take your time getting dressed. Today, you wear your good clothes. A clean shirt with no oil stains. Trousers that still hold a crease. You eat a leisurely breakfast while reading the newspaper Mrs. O'Brien provides. The Detroit papers are full of stories about the automotive industry. Production numbers, new factories opening, expansion plans. The city is booming in ways that seem almost unbelievable. Just 10 years ago, Detroit was a mid-sized manufacturing city, known mainly for stoves and railroad cars. The population was around 300,000. Now it approaches 600,000 and grows larger every month. People pour in from everywhere seeking factory jobs. The city cannot build housing fast enough. This rapid growth creates chaos. Streets that were dirt paths 5 years ago now carry heavy traffic. Neighbourhoods spring up overnight. Speculators buy farmland on the outskirts and subdivide it into lots. Builders throw up houses as fast as possible. Quality varies wildly. The automotive industry drives all of this. Ford is the largest employer, but dozens of other companies also build cars in Detroit. Packard, Dodge, Cadillac, Studebaker. Each company runs its own factories and employs thousands. Competition is fierce. Innovation is constant. The industry evolves month by month. You decide to walk downtown and see the city on your day off. The weather is cold but clear. Perfect for exploring. You bundle up and set out. The walk takes about 40 minutes from your boarding house. You do not mind. After a week of standing in one spot, covering some distance feels good. Downtown Detroit is transformed. New buildings rise on every block. The streets buzz with activity even on Sunday. Shops display goods in elaborate window arrangements. Restaurants advertise special dinners. Movie theatres promise the latest films. The city feels alive with possibility. You window shop for a while, looking at things you cannot quite afford yet. A nice suit in a haberdashery window. Leather shoes that would last for years. A wristwatch with a second hand. These items represent the life you're working toward. Middle-class respectability, comfort, stability. The automotive wealth has created a new class of prosperous workers, men who earn enough to buy houses and furniture, and even automobiles. This worker prosperity is unprecedented. Factory workers were traditionally poor. They lived in slums and struggled to survive. But the $5 day changed that equation. You see evidence of this new prosperity everywhere. Workers dressed in good clothes, families shopping together, children who look well-fed and healthy. This is what Ford's wage revolution accomplished. It lifted thousands of workers into something resembling middle-class life. Critics argue that Ford buys worker loyalty with high wages, that the paternalistic company policies amount to control. They are not entirely wrong, but workers mostly do not care about the theoretical concerns. They care about feeding their families and having decent lives. The $5 wage makes that possible. You stop at a small restaurant for lunch, a real sit-down meal instead of the quick lunches you eat at the factory. The menu offers choices. You order roast chicken with potatoes and vegetables, coffee and a slice of pie for dessert. The whole meal costs more than a week of groceries, but you justify it as a Sunday treat. The restaurant is full of other factory workers enjoying their day off. You recognize a few faces from the plant. They nod in greeting, but everyone maintains polite distance. The factory hierarchy extends into social life. Workers do not presume friendship just because they work for the same company. After lunch, you walk to the riverfront. The Detroit River separates the city from Canada. Ships move up and down carrying goods. The water is grey under the winter sky. You stand and watch for a while, enjoying the open space and fresh air. This is one thing you miss about farm life. The open sky. The sense of space. The factory floor is vast but enclosed. You spend all week under artificial light breathing recycled air. Standing by the river on Sunday helps balance that confinement. Other people walk along the riverfront. Couples holding hands, families with children, Old men feeding birds. The diversity of the crowd reflects the changing city. Detroit is becoming a genuine metropolis, a place where different kinds of people live side by side. You think about bringing someone to the riverfront someday. A woman, perhaps. You have not had much time or energy for romance since moving to Detroit. The work consumes too much. But you would like to have a family eventually, a home of your own. The normal markers of adult life. For now those dreams remain distant. You're still establishing yourself, building savings, learning the city. Romance can wait until you have more stability. That is the practical approach. Though sometimes you feel the weight of loneliness, the afternoon passes pleasantly. You explore different neighborhoods. You see the mansions on Boston Boulevard where automotive executives live. Enormous houses with manicured lawns and expensive automobiles parked in circular driveways. This is where the real wealth accumulates. Factory wages are good, but ownership is where fortunes are made. Henry Ford is one of the richest men in America now. His personal wealth is estimated in the tens of millions. That money comes from building and selling automobiles. Every Model T that rolls off the line adds to his fortune. You helped build those cars. Your labour creates his wealth. The relationship is clear and undeniable. Some workers resent this dynamic. They argue that labour should share more of the profits. Union organisers occasionally appear near the factory gates, handing out pamphlets and making speeches. Ford opposes unions vigorously. He believes the $5 wage makes unions unnecessary. Most workers agree with him. Why organise when pay is already good? But not everyone is satisfied. Some workers want more control over working conditions, more say in how the factory operates, more security against arbitrary firing. These concerns are legitimate even if union organising remains minimal. You have mixed feelings about unions. The higher wages and better conditions would be welcome. But you also worry about conflict with management. Getting fired would be devastating. Better to keep your head down and do the work. That is the safer path. Evening approaches. The winter sun sets early. You start walking back toward the boarding house. The temperature drops as darkness comes. You move quickly to stay warm. Other people hurry past on their own errands. The city does not slow down just because the sun sets. You arrive home as Mrs. O'Brien is setting out Sunday dinner. This is the best meal of the week. Roast beef with all the accompaniments. The boarders gather and eat together. Conversation is more relaxed on Sunday evenings. The next workday is still hours away. Everyone can afford to relax a little. After dinner, you retreat to your room and read for a while. You have a book about the history of machinery. It interests you to understand the context of your work. The assembly line did not appear from nowhere. It evolved from earlier manufacturing methods. Understanding that evolution helps you see your place in a larger story. You read until your eyes grow heavy, then you set the book aside and prepare for bed. Tomorrow's Monday, back to the factory, back to the line. The cycle begins again, but Sunday provided a break. A reminder that life exists beyond the factory walls, that helps you face the week ahead. Monday morning arrives like all the others. The whistle blows. You wake and dress and eat and walk to the factory. The routine is so familiar now that you barely notice the individual steps. Your body moves through the sequence automatically. The day shift begins. You take your position at station 47. The line starts moving. Chassis after chassis passes through your hands. Reach and bolt and tighten and move. The rhythm is unchanged. The work is identical. Another week begins. But something feels different today. Maybe it is the Sunday rest. Maybe it is the time you spent exploring the city. Whatever the reason, you see the work with slightly fresher eyes. You notice details that usually blur into background. The man working 2 stations ahead has developed a limp. He favours his left leg, an injury perhaps, or just the accumulated strain of months on the line. He keeps working though. Showing weakness invites replacement. You make a mental note to watch your own body more carefully. The woman who delivers parts to your station moves with practiced efficiency. Yes, women work in the factory too. Not on the assembly line itself, but in supporting roles. Parts delivery, quality inspection, administrative tasks. Ford employs women more readily than most companies. Another progressive policy that sets the company apart. She sets down a bin of steering columns and takes away the empty bin. The exchange happens in seconds. She does not speak, and neither do you. There is no time for conversation, but you appreciate her competence. The supply chain must work perfectly or the line stops. She ensures that your station never runs out of parts. The morning passes, lunch comes and goes, the afternoon shift begins, you're back in the familiar rhythm. But your mind keeps returning to larger questions. How long will you do this work? What comes next? Is there a future beyond the assembly line? These questions have no easy answers. Some workers stay on the line for years, even decades. They make peace with the monotony and focus on the steady paycheck. Others move into skilled trades or supervisory roles. A few leave for different industries entirely. There is no single path. You think about the skills you're developing. Manual dexterity, mechanical understanding, the ability to work precisely under time pressure. These skills could transfer to other roles. Tool and die maker perhaps, machine repair technician. Jobs that pay even better than assembly work and offer more autonomy. But those positions require additional training. You would need to study, take classes, invest time and money. That feels overwhelming when you're already working 8-hour days. Still, it might be necessary. You cannot imagine doing this exact job for the rest of your working life. The foreman appears at your station. He watches you complete a chassis. You maintain steady pace and clean technique. He nods approval and moves on. Small moments like this matter. Building a reputation for reliability creates opportunities. When skilled positions open, foremen remember the workers who consistently perform well. The afternoon continues. You fall back into the semi-trance state that makes time pass faster. Chassis blur together. Numbers accumulate. The end of shift approaches slowly but inevitably. You think about Henry Ford's vision while you work. He wanted to make automobiles accessible to everyone, to transform American life through mass production. He succeeded beyond what anyone thought possible. The Model T changed everything. It brought mobility to millions. It reshaped cities and countryside alike. Your role in this transformation is small but real. Every steering column you install is essential. Remove your work and the car does not function. Multiply your contribution by all the other workers and the full scope becomes clear. Together you are building the future. This thought provides meaning to the repetitive work. You're not just tightening bolts, you are participating in something larger. The Industrial Revolution is not just an abstract historical force, it is this factory, this assembly line, these specific actions performed by real people. The philosophical perspective helps but does not eliminate the fatigue. Your body still aches, your mind still wants escape. But understanding the broader context makes the immediate difficulties more bearable. Purpose transforms suffering into something meaningful. The end of shift whistle finally sounds. You complete your last chassis of the day and step back from the line. Another day finished. Another small increment of progress toward your future goals. You clean your station and head to the locker room. The walk home passes in the usual way. Tired workers moving through darkening streets. You arrive at the boarding house and go through the evening routine. Dinner, wash up, a few minutes of reading, then bed. As you lie in the darkness waiting for sleep, you think about the bigger picture. Detroit is being built right now. The automotive industry is creating a new kind of city, a new kind of economy, a new kind of life. You are part of that creation whether you fully realize it or not. The assembly line will spread. Other industries will adopt the methods pioneered here. Production will become faster and cheaper. Consumer goods will become more abundant. Standards of living will rise. All of this flows from the innovations happening in Detroit right now. But there will be costs too. The dehumanizing aspects of assembly line work will affect millions. The environmental impact of mass automobile ownership will reshape the landscape. Urban sprawl will consume farmland. These consequences are not yet visible, but they are coming. You cannot see that far ahead. You can only see tomorrow. Another shift at the factory. Another day of repetitive work. Another small addition to your savings. One day at a time. That is all anyone can manage. Sleep finally comes. Your last conscious thought is of the morning whistle. It will sound in just a few hours. The cycle will begin again, but for now you rest. The factory releases its hold. The assembly line stops moving. The noise fades. There is only darkness and silence, and the deep sleep of exhausted muscles. Tomorrow will bring the same work, the same routine, the same rhythm. But you will face it as you have faced all the days before, with determination, with resilience, with the knowledge that this work, however difficult, is building something, your future, your city, your world. The early automotive workers of Detroit are creating the 20th century. You are one of them. That matters. That will always matter. No matter how tired you get or how monotonous the work becomes, that fundamental truth remains. You are building the future, one steering column at a time. Long before anyone had sewn a white dress or shaped gold into a circle, marriage was something older and considerably stranger than the ceremony most people picture today. The customs that feel timeless and romantic, the rings, the flowers, the borrowed something blue, each one carries a story that begins not in love poetry but in lore, superstition, and the deeply human instinct to protect what felt fragile from forces that felt enormous. Tonight, dear night wanderer, you're going to sit with all of it, one strange tradition at a time. You're standing in the city of Babylon. The air carries the smell of river mud and roasting grain. The streets are narrow enough that two people passing each other must turn sideways. Somewhere nearby, behind a low mud brick wall, a wedding is beginning. A drum is keeping a slow, low beat. The crowd gathered in that courtyard is dressed in their finest woven cloth, and the smell of spiced oil and wood smoke drifts through the warm evening air. But nobody gathered there today is talking about love. Not because the two people involved feel nothing for each other. They might feel a great deal, but love is not what this occasion is legally about. In ancient Mesopotamia, the region we now call Iraq, marriage was fundamentally a contract between two families. The groom's family paid a bride price to the bride's family. In return, the bride's family provided a dowry, a collection of goods and property that remained associated with the wife, and would follow her if the marriage dissolved. The Code of Hammurabi, a famous collection of Babylonian law written around that same period, devoted an entire section to the terms of marriage. It described what happened when a husband abandoned his wife. It spelled out what a woman was owed if her husband took a second wife. It detailed the conditions under which a divorce could be granted and which party received what property afterward. The document reads less like a celebration and more like a carefully negotiated commercial agreement, because that is essentially what it was. This was not a Mesopotamian peculiarity. Across the ancient world, from Egypt to China, from the Greek city-states to the early Roman Republic, marriage served as the primary mechanism for transferring wealth between families, forging alliances between households, and establishing the legal identity of children. Romantic love was considered a pleasant bonus when it arose, and occasionally a cause for mild concern when it grew too consuming. The ancient Greeks had a specific word for the kind of overwhelming romantic passion that later poets would celebrate in verse. They called it mania. That choice of word tells you a great deal about how seriously the Greeks considered intense romantic feeling as a foundation for a stable household. Rome developed its own marriage customs over centuries, and Roman law became one of the most enduring frameworks for Western marriage tradition. In early Rome, a marriage became legally binding when a man and woman expressed their mutual intention to be married and then live together. The ceremony itself was not technically required by Roman law. The intent and the cohabitation were what mattered. A verbal agreement between two adults witnessed by their surrounding community was sufficient to create the legal fact of a marriage. That said, Roman families of any social standing held elaborate ceremonies, because ceremony was how Romans demonstrated civic identity, religious devotion, and social standing to the broader world. A Roman wedding involved a long sequence of rituals. An auspex, a professional reader of omens, would examine the entrails of a sacrificed animal or observe the movement of birds across the sky to determine whether the timing was favourable. Certain dates and entire months were avoided. May was particularly dreaded, associated as it was with festivals for honouring the dead. This caution about May weddings lingered in European culture for centuries. The Old English saying that those who marry in May will rue the day sounds like idle folklore, but has roots in this very specific Roman religious concern. The expression survived long after the theology behind it had faded from common knowledge. June, by contrast, was considered highly auspicious. June was the month associated with Juno, the goddess of marriage herself, and Roman couples eager to begin their life together under favourable divine attention crowded the month with wedding ceremonies. The English-speaking world still marries more frequently in June than in almost any other month, a statistical pattern shaped by a Roman religious calendar that most people observing it have never heard of. The instinct to choose a particular time of year for a wedding, and the sense that the timing itself carries meaning, is itself ancient, even when the specific logic behind any given preference has been entirely forgotten. The Roman ceremony centred on a gesture called the dextrarum junctio, meaning the joining of right hands. The couple clasped their right hands together in full view of the assembled witnesses, and this single physical act carried enormous legal and symbolic weight. It was visible proof that both parties had consented. It was a public declaration that the surrounding community could testify to if the marriage were ever disputed. The clasped hands appeared in Roman art carved onto funeral monuments, stamped onto coins, and painted on the walls of wealthy homes. It was among the most recognisable images in Roman visual culture, the shorthand for a bond that was meant to hold. After the ceremony, guests pelted the departing couple with nuts. Walnuts were particularly popular, associated with fertility and the blessing of Juno, queen of the gods and protector of marriage. If you have ever wondered where the tradition of throwing things at newlyweds comes from, the Romans gave that impulse its earliest formal expression, though they would likely find the modern preference for flower petals rather modest by comparison. Medieval European marriage evolved through centuries of Christian theology, negotiating with older Germanic and Celtic customs. The Church spent considerable time working out what marriage was supposed to mean theologically, practically, and legally. For a long period, a marriage was considered valid if the two people privately consented to it. This standard created remarkable chaos. Secret marriages, disputed marriages, marriages that one party remembered vividly and the other denied entirely, marriages contracted in youth and deeply regretted in maturity, all of these were persistent problems in medieval communities. The church addressed them by moving the ceremony to the church door. The church door was not a casual choice of venue. By placing the exchange of vows outside at the building's threshold in full public view, the church transformed the moment of consent into a community event. A priest would stand in the doorway and witness the vow. The surrounding neighbourhood was expected to crowd around and witness it too. If you stood before your entire village at the church door and said yes to a marriage, it became considerably harder to later claim the whole arrangement had never occurred. The publicity was the point, the legal protection, and the social deterrent all at once. This church door ceremony remained the standard form in England well into the 15th century. After the vows were exchanged outside in the open air, the couple and their guests would move into the church for a nuptial mass. But the legally significant moment had already happened on the threshold before anyone retreated indoors. The question of who arranged a medieval marriage depended heavily on social position. Noble families planned their children's marriages years in advance, and sometimes decades ahead. A daughter might be promised to a future husband while she was still a small child. The arrangement made to cement a political alliance between two powerful houses. She would grow up knowing that the shape of her future had already been decided by adults who considered the management of land and title too important to be left to the feelings of the young. Among ordinary people, the situation was more nuanced. Farmers and craftspeople had fewer assets to manage and less political positioning to maintain, which gave their children somewhat more flexibility in choosing partners. Somewhat more, not unlimited. A young man still needed his community's goodwill to establish a household. A young woman still required her family's cooperation. The church's growing insistence on consent, the theological position that both parties must genuinely agree for the marriage to be valid, represented a slow but meaningful shift in thinking. It acknowledged that the two people actually doing the marrying had some claim to be consulted. By the late 15th and early 16th centuries, writers and poets were beginning to describe love as a legitimate motivation for marriage. This was still a fairly unconventional idea in practice. Several more centuries of social change, legal reform, and the sweep of the Romantic movement would be required before love became the expected and primary reason two people joined their households. But the seeds were being planted, songs were being written, stories were being told. People were beginning to believe, cautiously at first, and then with increasing conviction, that the feeling between two people ought to count for something. The long legal history of marriage as contract created a paradox that the next centuries would spend enormous energy trying to resolve. The Church had insisted that genuine consent made a marriage valid. The law had insisted that property and family interest defined a marriage's structure. These two principles pointed in different directions, and the tension between them shaped every wedding tradition that developed in the space between them, which is to say, it shaped almost all of them. The customs you have been sitting with tonight were all produced in one way or another by people trying to honour both the law and the heart at the same time. Tonight you're going to follow that slow shift through every strange, practical, superstition-soaked tradition it left behind. Get comfortable. Somewhere in ancient Egypt, a person made a circle out of a reed. They bent the papyrus into a loop, slipped it onto a finger, and offered it to someone they intended to keep. The gesture was simple. The material was modest. The meaning was large enough to survive thousands of years. The ancient Egyptians associated the circle with eternity. A ring has no beginning and no end, and that quality made it a natural symbol for a commitment you hoped would outlast you. Materials varied according to what was available. Reeds and papyrus were common for ordinary people, since Egypt grew both in abundance along the Nile Delta. Those with access to better materials made rings from leather, bone, or ivory. The wealthy used gold. The shape remained consistent across all of them. A circle, worn on the body, indicating that this person was already spoken for. The practice of exchanging rings during a marriage ceremony travelled from Egypt through the Greek world and arrived in Rome, where it was refined into a tradition that would influence Western custom for the next 2,000 years. Roman betrothal rings were typically made of iron in the Republic's early centuries. Iron was not glamorous, but it was strong. It was the material of soldiers, aqueducts, and practical things built to endure. A Roman man who presented his intended with a plain iron ring was making a statement about reliability rather than luxury. If you think about it, that is not a bad statement to open a marriage with. By the later imperial period, gold had become the expected material for betrothal rings among those who could afford it. The shift from iron to gold mirrored Rome's growing wealth and the increasing elaborateness of its social rituals. Gold rings became markers of standing, evidence that a family had the means to mark a significant occasion with a precious metal. The ring itself had moved from being a symbol of durability to a symbol of value. Two different things dressed in the same shape. The placement of the ring on the left hand's fourth finger carries its own story, one that has survived in popular culture long past its medical credibility. Roman writers described a vein running directly from the fourth finger of the left hand to the heart. They called it the vena amoris, the vein of love. Wearing a wedding ring on that finger, the reasoning went, placed it directly over the channel, connecting the hand to the seat of all feeling. This is a genuinely charming idea. It is also anatomically incorrect. All fingers have a similar venous structure. No single vein runs more directly from the left fourth finger to the heart than from any other finger on either hand. The vena amoris was a romantic construction, a story layered onto the body to give a practical choice, a poetic justification. Roman physicians of the period knew a considerable amount about the human circulatory system. The vena amoris was not a medical claim. It was a metaphor that dressed itself up as anatomy and went around behaving like a fact for centuries, which is arguably more impressive than being accurate. What is historically, Accurate is that the left hand was considered the receiving hand in Roman culture, more passive and receptive than the dominant right hand used for oaths and formal handshakes. Wearing the ring on the left made intuitive sense within that framework, regardless of which vein went where. The theological tradition of certain Christian denominations later moved the ring to the right hand, associating the right with God and with solemn sworn oaths. In Germany, Russia, Greece and Spain, the wedding ring still goes on the right hand today, a variation that reflects different historical traditions rather than a deviation from some universal standard. There is no universal standard. There never was one. The diamond engagement ring is so thoroughly embedded in modern expectations that it can feel as though it has always been the obvious choice. It has not. The earliest documented diamond engagement ring was given in 1477, when Archduke Maximilian of Austria presented Mary of Burgundy with a ring set with small diamonds arranged in the shape of an M. This was an exceptional gift for the time. Diamonds in 15th century Europe were extraordinarily rare. They were mined primarily in India, carried overland through Persia and Arab trade networks, and sold to European courts at prices that placed them within reach only of royalty and the most powerful noble families. The word diamond derives from the Greek adamas, meaning unconquerable or indestructible. The name made the stone symbolically appropriate for a marriage pledge, an object as enduring as the commitment it represented. This was beautiful in theory. It was also genuinely impractical as a gift for anyone below the level of an archduke. For the next 4 centuries, diamond rings remained the luxury of the very powerful. Most people exchanged rings of gold or silver, sometimes set with garnets, rubies or paste stones, often engraved inside the band with initials, a date or a short phrase in Latin. These rings were deeply personal and meaningful, even in the complete absence of diamonds. The modern expectation that an engagement ring should contain a diamond, and that the diamond should represent a specific proportion of the groom's income, was not a natural unfolding of ancient tradition. It was an advertising campaign. In 1947, the De Beers Diamond Company introduced the tagline, "A diamond is forever into American advertising." Diamond ring sales had been declining before the campaign. Within a decade of its launch, diamonds had become the default expectation for engagement rings across much of the Western world. The campaign worked because it attached the stone to a genuine human longing, the hope that love could be permanent, that a marriage could endure, that something in the relationship was as hard and lasting as the mineral they were being invited to purchase. De Beers did not create the sentiment. They identified an existing desire and told people which object to direct it toward. Medieval and early modern Europe developed a particular type of ring that captures something tender about the period's approach to private feeling. The posy ring was a plain band of gold engraved on its inner surface, with a short phrase in French, Latin, or English. The phrase was hidden from view when the ring was worn, readable only by the person wearing it or by someone who removed the ring to look. The secret inscriptions included phrases like "yours in heart," "think of me often," and "love and be silent." They were personal in a way that the public ceremony was not. The outer ring was for witnesses. The inner inscription was for the two people themselves. This tradition of the hidden inscription continued through the 17th and 18th centuries, and persisted in quieter forms well beyond. People today still have rings engraved with dates, initials, and short phrases on the inner surface. The impulse that produced the medieval posy ring, the desire to carry a private word in a public object, appears to be one of those human inclinations that does not go away simply because the centuries change. The double ring ceremony, in which both partners exchange rings, is largely a 20th century development. Until the Second World War, it was primarily the woman who received a ring at the ceremony. During the war, many American servicemen began wearing rings while stationed far from home, carrying a tangible reminder of their wives and of what they were fighting to return to. The practice spread after the war. By the 1960s, the double exchange had become standard across much of the Western world, reframing the tradition from something given to one person into something shared between two people. The woman was no longer simply marked as belonging to someone. Both people were marked as belonging to each other. The circle, for once, was equally distributed. On the 10th of February 1840, Queen Victoria married Prince Albert at the Chapel Royal at St James's Palace in London. This was not a private occasion. Every detail of what she wore, how she looked, what she carried, and how the ceremony was conducted was observed by everyone present and then reported with extraordinary thoroughness across Britain and the English-speaking world by newspapers and illustrated magazines. Her wedding was the most discussed public event of its year, and in certain respects it has never stopped being discussed. What Victoria chose to wear that day changed Western wedding fashion for the next 2 centuries. She wore a white dress. This sounds entirely obvious today. It was not obvious in 1840. Before Victoria, brides simply wore the finest dress they owned, or could have made for the occasion, in whatever colour suited them. Red was the preferred wedding colour across much of continental Europe for centuries, associated with warmth, celebration, and good fortune. Blue held strong associations in some traditions, linked to the Virgin Mary and to ideas of faithfulness and purity. Green appeared regularly at medieval English weddings among those who could afford the expensive dye. Gold and silver were reserved for the wealthiest households. Yellow, russet and deep burgundy all appeared regularly. There was no default. There was no rule. White fabric was expensive to produce and extraordinarily difficult to keep clean in an era before industrial laundry. A woman who appeared at her wedding in a white dress was making a statement about her family's financial circumstances as much as anything else. She was demonstrating that her household could afford to ruin a white garment on a single occasion and not suffer for it. The conspicuous expense was part of the message. Wearing white to a wedding, before Victoria made it fashionable, was primarily a wealth signal rather than a symbol of innocence or purity. Victoria's specific choice of white had partly practical origins. She wanted to incorporate a piece of Honiton lace made by craftspeople in Devon, who were experiencing serious economic hardship and needed the attention that royal patronage would bring. The lace showed best against a white background. Her dress was also trimmed with orange blossoms, which had long-standing associations in the German royal tradition she knew from her upbringing, connecting the flower to purity and fertility together. The illustrated press handled the rest. Detailed engravings of Victoria's wedding dress circulated through magazines and fashion plates across Britain, Europe and America. Women having their portraits painted in the years immediately following began choosing white as well. Within a single generation, the association between a white wedding dress and the beginning of a marriage was so thoroughly established that it felt like it had always been there. In historical terms, it was a fashion trend that had been running for 40 years at most. Memory is generous in the direction of permanence. What Victoria's wedding also accelerated, and this is the part that is easy to overlook, was the commercialization of the wedding itself as a distinct event requiring specific products. The Victorian period saw the emergence of businesses dedicated entirely to brides, bridal fabric merchants, veil manufacturers, florists who specialized in wedding work, printers who produced wedding stationery, and jewelers who marketed rings specifically to engaged couples. The wedding had always been a social occasion. It became, during the Victorian period, an industry. This transformation had consequences that are still unfolding, because an industry has a significant interest in making the occasion as elaborate and as product-intensive as possible, and it has been remarkably successful at doing so for the past century and a half. The veil has a considerably longer history than the white dress, though its origins are similarly more pragmatic than they appear from a modern vantage point. The Roman bride wore a large flame-coloured veil called the flammeum, a dramatic piece of saffron-dyed fabric that covered her head and fell around her shoulders. Saffron yellow was religiously significant in Rome. The colour was associated with Juno, and with the sacred fire maintained by the Vestal virgins. The flammeum was not a symbol of modesty in the way veils would later be interpreted. It was a ritual garment that marked the bride as set apart for the duration of the ceremony, as belonging to a different category of person than she had occupied the day before. In many ancient traditions, the wedding day was believed to make the couple, and especially the bride, unusually vulnerable to harmful supernatural attention. She was in transition between two households and two social identities, a liminal state that was thought to draw the interest of malevolent spirits, or to expose her to the damaging effects of envy from onlookers. Covering her face or her form was understood as a form of protection. A spirit looking specifically for the bride might be confused by the covering. An envious person's harmful gaze might be deflected before it could land. The logic required beliefs that most people in the modern world have set aside, but the practice the logic produced proved considerably more durable than the specific belief system behind it. The tradition of concealing a bride's appearance in arranged marriages served a more earthbound purpose. If the groom did not see his betrothed's face until after the vows were exchanged, he had considerably less opportunity to raise objections before the legally binding moment had passed. History contains several notable examples of arranged marriages that generated genuine diplomatic incidents when the groom finally saw his bride clearly and responded with visible disappointment. Keeping the veil in place until after the contract was complete solved this problem neatly, if not entirely to the bride's benefit. The original logic has been largely forgotten. What remains is the gesture, transformed into a moment of deliberate revelation between two people who have already freely chosen each other. Bridesmaids carry an equally layered history. The modern understanding of a bridesmaid involves friendship, coordination, and a willingness to wear a colour you did not personally choose. The original purpose was considerably more strategic. Roman law required 10 witnesses to a wedding ceremony. These witnesses were expected to dress similarly to the bride and groom. The intent was specifically to confuse hostile spirits or malicious persons who might want to harm the couple. If a supernatural entity arrived looking for the bride and found 10 women dressed in similar clothing, it faced a real identification problem. The bride was camouflaged within her own wedding party. The matching dresses were not a fashion statement. They were a defensive formation designed by people who took the threat of supernatural interference at weddings very seriously. The same protective logic appeared in other cultures without any documented borrowing between them. In parts of medieval Germany, the bride's female companions would dress identically and accompany her from her parents' home to the wedding site, surrounding her throughout the journey so that any malevolent supernatural attention would be spread thin across multiple possible targets. Different traditions arrived at the same intuition through independent paths. A crowd offers a protection that an individual standing alone cannot provide. By the Victorian period, the bridesmaid's role had been completely reinterpreted. A Victorian bridesmaid helped the bride dress, managed practical logistics, received a flower from the bouquet as a small keepsake, and was expected to be pleasant and capable throughout the proceedings. The matching dresses persisted, but their meaning had undergone a complete renovation. What had been camouflage became coordination. What had been a strategic defensive formation became an aesthetic expression of closeness. The tradition kept its shape for centuries while losing its original content entirely, which turns out to be how most of these customs have survived. Before the wedding bouquet was beautiful, it was functional, and before it was functional, it was mostly garlic. This is a harder sell to the modern imagination than almost anything else in this story, but it is historically accurate. Ancient Roman brides carried bundles of strongly scented herbs to their weddings. Dill, garlic, rosemary, and other pungent plants were gathered together and held throughout the ceremony. The smell was the entire point. Strong scents were believed to repel evil spirits, counteract the evil eye, and generally discourage the various malevolent forces that Romans understood to be particularly attracted to vulnerable occasions. A bride was considered especially vulnerable. being in the middle of a legal and spiritual transition between one household and another. The herbs were protection. In the most literal sense, the Romans understood that concept. Garlic in particular was considered one of the most powerful protective substances available in the ancient world. It appeared in Roman medicine, in everyday cooking, and apparently in bridal accessories, which represents a remarkable range of applications for a single ingredient. Whether the groom appreciated standing close to the arrangement during the ceremony is a question the surviving records do not address. Rosemary had a longer and more romantic history in wedding customs than garlic. In many parts of medieval Europe, rosemary was associated with fidelity, memory, and the hope that a love would be remembered across the years. A bride who wore rosemary in her hair, or carried it in a bundle, was expressing a wish that the bond being made that day would prove lasting, and that her husband would remain true to it. Wedding guests were often given small sprigs of rosemary to wear as favours, fragrant reminders of the occasion and the vow they had witnessed. The scent of rosemary was considered capable of carrying memory forward through time, which gave the herb a practical logic as a wedding plant even for people who were not particularly concerned about evil spirits. In Tudor England, wheat made a regular appearance in wedding celebrations with an entirely unambiguous purpose. Wheat was a fertility symbol of remarkable directness. Nobody at a Tudor wedding was being subtle about what the community hoped would follow. A bride might carry a small sheaf of wheat, grains might be scattered along her path to the church, or wheat might be baked into small cakes distributed to the guests. The agricultural metaphor was explicit. A couple beginning their life together was like a field being prepared for sowing. The harvest was the entire point. Flowers entered the wedding bouquet gradually over several centuries and reached their most elaborate expression in the Victorian era, when an entire symbolic vocabulary developed around different blooms. The Victorians called this system floriography, the language of flowers, and it allowed a bouquet to function as a legible text for anyone who knew the vocabulary. Orange blossoms meant purity and coming fertility. Ivy expressed fidelity and lasting friendship. Forget-me-nots communicated an attachment that refused to fade. Myrtle, sacred to Venus and her associations with love, represented a feeling that would remain evergreen through all seasons of the marriage. The bouquet, as a deliberate personal statement, composed from specific flowers chosen for their individual meanings, became a form of expression in its own right during this period. Victorian brides spent considerable time selecting their flowers. Wedding advice manuals offered extensive guidance. A wrongly assembled bouquet could apparently communicate exactly the wrong things. The assembled guests were expected to be fluent enough in floriography to decode what they were looking at, which added a layer of hermeneutic pressure to the whole occasion that the garlic bouquet had mercifully avoided. Queen Victoria carried orange blossoms at her wedding, and this choice influenced British bridal fashion for the remainder of the century. Artificial orange blossoms were manufactured specifically for brides who could not obtain the real flowers, which speaks to how completely the trend had taken hold. By the end of the Victorian period, the bouquet had travelled from a bundle of protective herbs to a carefully curated artistic statement, and the distance between those two things is one accurate measure of how dramatically the purpose of the whole wedding ceremony had shifted in the intervening centuries. Floriography as a formal system faded in the early 20th century as the social conditions that had produced it changed. A language designed partly for the communication of feelings that could not be expressed, directly in speech became less necessary as social norms around expressing emotion shifted. The First World War, the casualness it enforced on all manner of social formality, and the decades of change that followed, dissolved much of the formal vocabulary. Modern wedding bouquets are typically chosen for visual beauty, seasonal availability, and personal preference rather than symbolic meaning. The bouquet has not lost its significance. It has simply been freed from the specific system that once defined that significance, which arguably gives the couple more room to decide what it means to them. The giving away of the bride contains the clearest surviving trace of marriage's original legal structure, and it is also the tradition that modern couples have renegotiated most actively. In Roman and later medieval practice, a woman was under the legal authority of her father until her marriage, at which point that authority transferred to her husband. The ceremony of giving her away was not figurative. Her father was performing a real legal act. When the priest asked who gave this woman to be married to this man, and the father answered, a genuine transfer of guardianship had occurred in the presence of witnesses. Roman law codified this transfer in considerable detail. A woman who married typically left the legal household of her birth family and entered the legal household of her husband. Her property, her standing in public matters, and her right to act independently all shifted according to the terms of the specific marriage arrangement. Roman law did allow for forms of marriage in which the wife retained substantially more independence, and some Roman women did navigate the legal framework with considerable autonomy. But the baseline assumption built into most arrangements was that marriage involved one man transferring authority over a person to another man. This assumption persisted through medieval European law and was embedded in the formal language of the English church ceremony for centuries. Someone had to answer for the bride. Someone had to make the transfer formally witnessed. The father answered. If the father was unavailable, another male relative took his place. What is remarkable is how durable this custom proved to be, even after its original legal meaning was entirely removed. As women gained legal independence through the 19th and 20th centuries, as the laws treating wives as their husbands' dependents were repealed across Western legal systems, the ceremonial giving away did not disappear. It transformed. The gesture was gradually reinterpreted as a blessing rather than a transaction, an emotional expression of release rather than a legal act of transfer. A parent releasing a child into a new life rather than handing over a legal responsibility. Today, the tradition takes many forms. Both parents walk the couple to the altar. A close friend takes the role. The person walks alone. Some couples dispense with the practice entirely. The variety reflects an ongoing reckoning with the question of what the gesture means when the original meaning no longer applies, and different families have arrived at genuinely different answers. The bouquet toss arrived at its current cheerful form through considerably less cheerful origins. In the medieval period, and well into the early modern era, guests believed that touching or obtaining a piece of the bride's clothing or accessories on the wedding day would transfer luck to themselves, particularly in matters of love and their own prospects of marriage. This belief drove guests to crowd around the bride and reach for whatever they could grasp. Flowers, ribbons, pieces of fabric, anything that had been in contact with the bride carried potential luck. The bride found this alarming. The practical solution was to throw the bouquet into the waiting crowd toward the end of the celebration, creating a moment of organised scramble in which everyone had a theoretical chance at the lucky object, and then used the distraction to make her exit before anyone could reach the dress itself. The toss was, from the bride's perspective, a decoy manoeuvre. It worked well enough that it became a tradition in its own right, eventually losing its chaotic origins and settling into the cheerful, good-natured ritual it typically is today. The wedding cake predates sugar. It predates anything you would recognise as an oven. In its earliest incarnation, it predates anything you would choose to eat at a celebration. In ancient Rome, the most solemn form of marriage ceremony involved the couple sharing a flat cake made of spelt grain. Spelt is an ancient variety of wheat, dense and nutritious, and not particularly delicious by the standards of something served at a party. The cake was baked without any leavening, making it closer to a thick flatbread than anything a modern bakery would call a cake. During the ceremony, the cake was broken over the bride's head. The guest then scrambled for the crumbs, which were considered lucky. The logic was that the marriage's first shared food contained a concentrated essence of the new union's blessing, and that fragments of it distributed to those quick enough to gather them might pass some of that blessing along. This ceremony was called confarreatio. The name derives from far, the Latin word for spelt grain. A marriage performed through this rite was considered the most binding form of Roman union available. It was reserved primarily for members of Rome's highest priestly families, and it was understood to be essentially unbreakable. A couple who married through confarreatio could not divorce by ordinary means. This was considered a mark of the ceremony's seriousness rather than a drawback, at least by those performing it in good faith. Having bread crumbled over your head at the beginning of your marriage was simply the price of entering the most sacred tier of Roman matrimonial law. At the conclusion of other Roman wedding ceremonies, guests would throw grain over the departing couple. This was not casual disorder, it was a deliberate communal act, a wish for abundance and fertility expressed through the most direct agricultural symbol available. Food grown from the earth, scattered over the beginning of a new marriage, carried the collective hope of the assembled community that the household would grow and multiply in the seasons ahead. Medieval England developed its own cake tradition, one that was charmingly improvised in its original form. Wedding guests would bring small cakes, sweet buns, or loaves of spiced bread to the celebration. These offerings were stacked into a pile at the centre of the room. The couple then attempted to kiss over the top of the pile without knocking it over. If they succeeded without the stack collapsing, the marriage was considered well blessed. The tradition required no professional baking. It required no special ingredients. It simply required enough guests willing to bring something, and a couple willing to approach a precarious tower of baked goods with a degree of careful tenderness. A popular account of wedding cake history describes a French pastry chef visiting England in the 17th century, observing this chaotic stack of buns and being inspired to create a more architecturally stable version by binding the cakes with a coating of icing. This story is appealing. The development of the tiered wedding cake was almost certainly a gradual process shaped by improvements in sugar production, advances in baking technique, and the Victorian appetite for elaborate and impressive presentation, rather than a single moment of transatlantic culinary inspiration. But the direction of travel is accurately captured regardless. The wedding moved from an improvised community pile of sweet buns to a single professionally constructed centrepiece that became the focal point of the entire reception. The white royal icing that became fashionable on Victorian wedding cakes carried its own layer of social meaning. Refined white sugar was extraordinarily expensive during most of the period before industrial manufacturing transformed the market. A cake covered in a thick, smooth, gleaming white icing announced that the family could afford to use refined sugar in impressive quantities, which in the mid-Victorian era was a genuine statement of financial standing. By the time mass production brought white icing within reach of the middle class, its associations had shifted from wealth specifically to elegance and purity more broadly. The white cake became a standard expectation regardless of its original economic implications, which is a pattern that recurs across almost every tradition in this story. The custom of saving the top tier of the wedding cake for the christening of the couple's first child formalised in practice the fertility associations that had been present in wedding cakes since the crumbled spelt of ancient Rome. The cake had already been symbolically connected to the hope for children. Preserving a portion of it specifically for the occasion of the first child's naming ceremony made that connection explicit and gave the cake a continued presence in the family's life beyond the wedding day itself. The dense fruitcake style popular in British Victorian weddings proved well suited to preservation, capable of lasting a year or more when properly stored and regularly treated with alcohol, which suggests that the tradition was developed by people who paid close attention to food science, along with symbolism. The Victorian period also produced the wedding cake charm, a custom in which small trinkets were baked into the cake or pulled from it via ribbons. Each charm carried a meaning. A ring meant marriage would come soon. A coin meant prosperity. A thimble meant a life of industrious work. A wishbone meant good luck. Guests would receive a slice of cake and discover inside it a small silver object that would tell them something about the year ahead. This tradition was largely a Victorian invention, though it borrowed the charm and omen logic that had been present in wedding celebrations for centuries in various forms. The charm cake never achieved the universal spread of the tiered white cake, but it persisted in regional pockets of British and American wedding practice well into the 20th century. The throwing of rice at departing couples arrived in Western practice through the convergence of multiple traditions that had been developing independently for centuries. Ancient Roman and medieval English communities already scattered grain over couples as a fertility blessing. Rice carried its own associations with abundance and fertility across the Asian cultures, where it had been the central food crop for millennia. As trade routes brought Asian goods and customs into broader contact with European and American practice through the 18th and 19th centuries, rice joined and gradually replaced the earlier grain traditions. The underlying symbolism transferred without difficulty because it was already the same symbolism expressed through a different grain. The 20th century eventually produced the concern that rice swelled in the stomachs of birds who ate it from the ground after ceremonies, harming local wildlife. Many modern celebrations switched to flower petals, biodegradable confetti, or bubbles in response. Wildlife biologists have generally disputed the premise, noting that birds digest both cooked and uncooked grains without difficulty. The concern persisted, and the replacements became established anyway, which says something interesting about how quickly a new tradition can take root once sufficient motivation exists, even when the motivation is based on a misunderstanding. Bells at weddings carry two distinct histories that arrived at the same place through separate routes. In the Christian tradition, church bells were rung for significant community events, as a way of spreading the news to those who were not present and inviting the broader neighbourhood to take notice. Bell ringing also carried protective significance in medieval Christian practice. Evil spirits were widely understood to be repelled by the sound of sanctified bells, which is part of why church bells were rung during violent storms, during plague years, and at the burials of the dead. The same bells used to ward off harm on ordinary days were rung at weddings for the same protective purpose, which meant that a village wedding was surrounded by the same sonic armour, typically reserved for crises. No one seems to have found this ironic. In older Irish and Scottish folk traditions, small bells were attached to the bride's clothing or to the wedding carriage to create sound throughout the journey, from the ceremony to the new home. The jingling and ringing was believed to prevent malevolent forces from following the couple back across the threshold. The logic was consistent with the Roman herb bouquet and the bridesmaid formation. A disturbance, a barrier, a layer of noise or confusion, anything that might prevent whatever wished the couple harm from following them into their new life. Carrying the bride over the threshold has attracted several explanations, none definitively proven, and all plausible within their respective historical contexts. The Roman explanation holds that a bride was expected to show reluctance to leave her father's household. Stepping willingly and freely across her new husband's threshold would have been considered unseemly, a signal that she was too eager for independence. Carrying her removed the problem by removing her visible agency from the moment of crossing. The entry happened. She simply was not the one who had chosen to make it. A Scottish folk tradition suggests that the threshold itself was a spiritually significant boundary, the point where inside and outside was a vulnerable gap in the home's protective space, a place where harmful influences might enter during a moment of transition. A bride crossing a threshold for the first time was at her most exposed. Being carried moved her through the dangerous boundary quickly and under the protection of someone already established within the household's safe interior. A third explanation is simpler and requires no supernatural beliefs at all. It observes that a Roman bride who tripped on the threshold of her new home on the wedding day was considered to have brought misfortune to the household from the very beginning. Carrying her over the threshold removed the possibility of stumbling entirely. This explanation has a pragmatic appeal because it assumes only that people wearing formal clothing in stressful circumstances occasionally catch their feet on raised doorsteps, which is well documented across all periods of human history and requires no mythology to support. Something old, something new, something borrowed, something blue, and a sixpence in your shoe. This rhyme is not ancient. It does not come from Rome or Babylon or the tradition of the medieval church door. The earliest known printed version of this verse in English dates to approximately 1898, placing it firmly in the late Victorian era. The rhyme is modern packaging wrapped around customs that are individually much older, gathered into a verse that makes each element feel like part of a unified and timeless system. The verse is the container. The contents inside it are considerably older than the container itself. The something old was rooted in a concept that scholars of folk tradition describe as sympathetic magic, the idea that qualities can travel between objects and people through sustained contact. An item that has survived and endured, a grandmother's brooch that had been through decades of ordinary life, a handkerchief that had witnessed years of a mother's domestic history, carried within it the quality of having lasted. Bringing that quality into a new marriage was a way of giving the marriage a head start on durability. The object did not need to hold material value. Its value was its age and what that age implied about the possibility of things lasting. The something new expressed the opposite but equally important hope. The new marriage deserved fresh prospects, new energy, and the particular optimism that comes with something entirely untouched by previous experience or old associations. In practice, the something new was often the wedding dress itself, or the ring, or a new pair of shoes. The new item oriented the ceremony toward what lay ahead rather than only backward toward inherited patterns, providing a useful counterweight to the backward-looking weight carried by the old and borrowed objects. The something borrowed drew on a belief in luck, as something that could be shared through association. A happily married woman who lent a small item to a bride on her wedding day was passing along, through that object, something of the good fortune that had attended her own marriage. The luck was not thought to diminish through the act of sharing it. The generosity of lending was itself considered a reinforcement of the lender's own continuing happiness. What was typically borrowed was small: a pin, a handkerchief, a length of lace, a small piece of jewellery. The size of the object was irrelevant. Only the symbolic act of lending and receiving carried meaning. Blue had been associated with faithfulness and moral purity across multiple European traditions, well before the Victorian rhyme gathered these ideas into a single verse. In Christian iconography, the Virgin Mary was depicted in blue so consistently across so many centuries that the colour had absorbed powerful associations with virtue, divine protection, and steadfast loyalty. In some regional traditions, brides wore blue garters or blue ribbons woven into their hair precisely because of these associations. The something blue in the Victorian rhyme was drawing on colour symbolism that had been accumulating meaning for generations before anyone had the idea to make it a line in a rhyme. The sixpence in the shoe has proved the most difficult element of the verse to maintain in practice, partly because the sixpence is no longer in circulation, and partly because walking on a coin inside a shoe throughout an entire wedding ceremony is uncomfortable in a way that no symbolic meaning adequately compensates for. The sixpence represented a wish for material prosperity, the simple hope that the new household would have enough, and perhaps a little more than enough. Coins in various forms had long been used to express wishes for abundance. Dropping one into water, embedding one in a foundation stone, tucking one into a gift. Each of these gestures worked from the same basic impulse, the instinct to acknowledge prosperity and welcome its presence, rather than leave its arrival entirely to chance. Shoes have their own separate and considerably older history and wedding custom, one that predates the Victorian rhyme by many centuries, and begins with the fact that, in many ancient legal systems, a sandal or shoe represented the right to stand on particular ground. The biblical book of Ruth contains a scene in which a man removes his sandal and passes it to another man as a formal act of relinquishing a legal claim over a piece of land and over Ruth herself. The symbolism was transparent to everyone who witnessed it. The shoe represented the foot represented the right to stand somewhere and call it yours. Passing the shoe was passing the right. In some early English marriage customs, the father of the bride gave one of his daughter's shoes to the groom as part of the ceremony. a physical expression of the transfer of responsibility and authority that the marriage legally represented. The groom would sometimes touch the bride lightly on the head with the shoe to formally acknowledge his new position in relation to her. To modern ears, this sounds genuinely unpleasant. In the context of a culture that understood marriage as a legal transfer of guardianship from one man to another, the gesture was simply the physical enactment of what the ceremony was already doing in words. The practice of tying old shoes to the back of a wedding carriage, and in the 20th century to the bumper of the wedding car, blends the older tradition of the shoe as a lucky object with the simple practical fact that shoes are large enough to tie on securely and durable enough to withstand being dragged along a road. Old shoes were sometimes thrown after departing couples, as a blessing in the same category as thrown grain or thrown nuts. Tied to the vehicle, they produced a clattering, unpredictable sound along the route that was considered cheerful, and was also, in some versions of the tradition, believed to deter anything unwanted from following the couple home. A loud and unpredictable noise was considered an effective deterrent against a wide range of supernatural inconveniences, which suggests that the ancient world supernatural beings were considerably easier to discourage than their reputation might suggest. The honeymoon has origins that are warmer than the word usually implies, and more complicated than any single origin story can capture. The word itself appears in English by the 1540s, where a writer named Richard Holloway defined it as the period immediately following a marriage, sweet in the beginning but waning like the moon as the months passed. This was not exactly an optimistic definition. Holloway's version of the honeymoon was the pleasant interlude before reality settled in, a sweetness specifically understood to be temporary and subject to the same diminishing quality that makes a full moon eventually become a crescent. A tradition commonly associated with Norse culture describes a practice in which a newly married couple would be taken to a private location for a full lunar month following the wedding. During this period, relatives would bring them a daily supply of mead, a fermented drink made from honey. Mead was associated with fertility and pleasure in Norse culture. Drinking it through the complete cycle of the moon was both a celebration of the marriage and a practical encouragement towards starting a family. The honey and the moon together gave the custom its name. Historical evidence for this practice as a formally observed Norse custom is less solid than popular accounts suggest. The story is consistent with what is known about Norse marriage customs and the cultural role of mead, but it is not clearly documented in surviving Norse texts in the way the popular version of the story implies. What the records do reflect is that the concept of a period of private withdrawal and celebration, immediately following a wedding, time spent away from the demands of extended family and community expectations before returning to ordinary life, appeared in various forms across Northern European cultures. Different traditions arrived at the same practical conclusion independently. The modern honeymoon as a journey to a specific destination, often somewhere warm and distant, developed primarily among the upper and middle classes of Britain and America during the 19th century. The expanding railway network made long-distance travel newly accessible to people who could not have managed it in earlier periods. A honeymoon journey provided a clear and satisfying marker of transition, a literal movement from one kind of life to another. Certain destinations became associated almost specifically with honeymooners. Niagara Falls became a popular American honeymoon destination from the early 19th century onward, its combination of dramatic natural spectacle and physical remove from the couple's home community, making it well suited to the occasion. The Swiss Alps, the Italian lakes, and the south of France served the same function for British and European couples who could afford the crossing. By the end of the Victorian period, taking a trip immediately following the wedding had become a firm expectation for those with means and an aspiration for those without. The honeymoon travel industry grew alongside this expectation, and entire resort destinations began marketing themselves specifically to couples in the first weeks of their marriages, a commercial development that the Roman guests throwing walnuts could not possibly have anticipated The best man was not originally chosen for his ability to deliver a speech that makes the groom simultaneously proud and mortified. He was chosen because he was the best fighter the groom could recruit. In parts of early medieval northern and western Europe, marriages sometimes required something more than a friendly witness. If a man intended to marry a woman whose family opposed the union, or if the community around him would resist the arrangement, he needed someone physically capable standing beside him to ensure the ceremony actually proceeded. The companion who positioned himself at the groom's right side was chosen for his loyalty and his physical capability. He was the best man in the original sense of the phrase, the most effective defender available, the one most likely to keep the wedding from being interrupted by anyone whose objections went beyond speech. Historians debate how frequently marriages in this period involved actual confrontation versus ceremonial reenactment of older practices. What the records do reflect is that the groom's primary companion was expected to be physically capable as well as socially reliable. He stood at the groom's right side specifically to keep the groom's right arm, his sword arm, unobstructed and available if needed. The role was practical first and ceremonial second. The formal question asked during a wedding ceremony, whether anyone present has cause to object and should speak now or forever remain silent, connects to this same tradition of making the marriage publicly witnessed and legally defensible. The medieval church door ceremony existed specifically so that genuine legal objections, a previous undissolved marriage, a blood relation too close for canon law to permit, a broken betrothal agreement, could be raised at the right moment rather than contested afterward in an ecclesiastical court that would make everyone miserable for years. The invitation to object was a legal mechanism dressed in ceremonial language. It became theatrical only after its practical legal function had faded away and left only the drama behind. The modern best man has retained essentially nothing of his original role and accumulated an entirely different set of duties instead. He coordinates logistics, manages the rings, confirms that the groom has arrived and is presentable, and delivers a speech expected to be warm, mildly embarrassing, and carefully timed. The transformation from armed companion to professional toastmaster is one of the more complete reinventions in this entire story, and one that suggests the wedding ceremony has been consistently creative about finding new purposes for old roles. The garter toss followed a similar trajectory from uncomfortable origins to cheerful modern form. In the medieval and early modern period, guests believed that obtaining any fragment of the bride's clothing or accessories on the wedding day would transfer romantic luck to themselves. The bride's garter, worn just below the knee, was among the most sought-after items. Records from English weddings of the 16th and 17th centuries describe guests waiting for the bride to retire from the reception and then crowding into the wedding chamber to grab the garter before she could remove it herself. The bride and groom together apparently found this somewhere between deeply inconvenient and genuinely alarming. The groom began retrieving the garter himself before the crowd could reach it, then throwing it outward to the assembled guests. This created a more organised version of the same competition while removing the problem of uninvited guests in a private room. The controlled toss preserved the tradition while restoring something resembling dignity to the proceedings. The garter toss acquired its current light-hearted tone through the gradual erosion of the more forceful instincts that had originally produced it, a pattern you have seen repeat itself several times tonight. The first dance has a history that is both simpler and more formally significant than its modern version suggests. In medieval and early modern wedding celebrations, the couple would open the dancing at the wedding feast as a matter of ceremonial protocol. This was not primarily a romantic gesture in the way it is currently understood. It was a formal presentation to the gathered community. The couple opening the dancing gave everyone present the opportunity to observe the new partnership in public motion, to see how they carried themselves together in a ceremonial context, to formally acknowledge that these two people were now a pair rather than two individuals. The first dance was an installation, a moment in which the community confirmed the couple by watching them move through the world together for the first time as a married unit. The specific expectation of a carefully chosen song, a coordinated choreography if the couple has been ambitious in their preparation, and an emotionally significant presentation to the assembled guests, developed primarily in the 20th century. As recorded music became widely available, and weddings became increasingly theatrical occasions with professional photographers and detailed planning, the first dance accumulated significance it had not previously carried. Couples began choosing music with specific intention, selecting lyrics and melodies that spoke to the particular character of their relationship. The dance became a form of communication directed at the gathered guests, a performance of what the marriage was meant to mean rather than simply a ceremonial opening of the celebration's social portion. The wedding speech and toast have their deepest roots in a Roman dining custom. The Romans had a practice of dropping a piece of charred bread into a cup of wine. They called the burnt bread tosta. It was believed to improve the wine's flavour by absorbing some of its acidity, and offering wine with a piece of toast in it was a recognised gesture of hospitality and goodwill. Drinking to someone's health, raising a cup in their honour with the intention of expressing good wishes, was a standard social gesture in Roman culture. The word toast, as a verbal tribute delivered with raised glasses, is the direct descendant of this practice. The bread itself eventually disappeared from the custom and left only the gesture behind, which is perhaps the most Roman thing about the whole tradition. The formal structure of wedding speeches is a recognised sequence of designated speakers with understood roles for the groom's father, the best man, and the bride's family developed in the 19th and early 20th centuries as wedding formats became more standardised and etiquette literature more prescriptive. Victorian advice manuals began specifying who should speak, in what order, for approximately how long, and with what general content. The best man's speech became a particular institution, expected to honour the groom while providing enough wit to keep the guests engaged after a long meal and a great deal of ceremony. The balance between sentiment and comedy has remained the defining challenge of that particular role ever since. What all of this standardisation reveals, when you step back from it, is that traditions are not static things preserved in amber. They are living customs that get adjusted by every generation that inherits them. The Victorian period codified many of the wedding customs you know today precisely because it was a period of rapid social change, and codifying tradition is one of the ways that societies respond to uncertainty. If you can write down what a proper wedding looks like, it feels more stable than the world around it. The instruction manuals and etiquette guides of the Victorian era were not just practical guides. They were a form of reassurance, a way of saying that some things at least were settled. There is something worth sitting with in the full arc of everything you have travelled through tonight. Every tradition began with logic that had nothing to do with romance. The ring was a mark of legal claim. The veil was concealment and camouflage. The white dress was conspicuous financial display. The bridesmaids were a defensive formation. The bouquet was a bundle of protective herbs that happened to include garlic. The giving away was a property transaction with witnesses. The cake was broken over someone's head so the crumbs could be scrambled for. The garter toss was a way of managing invasive guests. The best man was a bodyguard. And yet every single one of these things was transformed over time and through the slow pressure of changing laws and changing values into an expression of love and celebration, not by any single decision or conscious renegotiation, but gradually through the human tendency to keep the gesture long after the original reason for it has dissolved into history. The ring that once marked ownership became a circle of chosen devotion. The veil that once concealed became a moment of deliberate and joyful revelation. The white dress that announced financial standing became a personal canvas for meaning. The bridesmaids who were strategic camouflage became the people the bride most wanted standing beside her. The bouquet that contained garlic became a statement of personal beauty and hope. The giving away that was a legal transfer between men became a blessing offered between people who love each other. The best man who was chosen for his swordsmanship was asked instead to say something kind. Marriage itself went through the same transformation over the same long stretch of time. What began as a contract between families, a mechanism for managing property and establishing the legal status of children, accumulated over centuries an entirely different set of expectations. Love, which Roman writers had treated as a pleasant complication, and medieval theologians had approached with careful theological reservation, became the whole point. The expectation that two people should choose each other freely, guided by genuine feeling, and that the ceremony surrounding that choice should reflect the depth of what they share, is historically speaking a very recent idea. The customs that feel most eternal, the ring on the finger, the flowers held, the moment of saying yes before a room full of people who care about you, are in fact the newest layer of meaning laid down over the oldest possible foundations. The garlic is gone. The bodyguard has a microphone now. The grain thrown over the departing couple has become confetti shaped like hearts. Every generation receives these traditions and, without fully realizing it, changes them slightly to mean what they need them to mean. That is not the corruption of tradition. That is what tradition actually is. It is also, perhaps precisely because it arrived so recently, an idea that people seem to want with remarkable intensity. You have travelled tonight from Babylon to the Victorian Chapel. You have followed the garlic bouquet all the way to the orange blossom. You have traced the iron ring to the diamond. You have watched the bodyguard become the toastmaster, and the defensive formation become the wedding party. And what the whole journey reveals, if you let it settle quietly, is that the human impulse to mark a beginning with ceremony is old enough that the specific customs barely matter in the end. What matters is that we keep stopping, generation after generation, to say that this is significant, that this is a person worth choosing, that this moment deserves to be witnessed by people who care. It also reveals something worth carrying with you into sleep tonight. Every single tradition you encountered in this story was, at some point in its history, new. Someone was the first to put orange blossoms in a bouquet. Someone was the first to keep the top tier of the cake. Someone was the first to throw the flowers into the waiting crowd and run. They were not reaching back to ancient authority. They were simply doing what felt right at the time, and then other people repeated it, and then it became tradition. The next tradition you see being invented, the next thing someone insists has always been done this way when actually it began 10 years ago, deserves the same generous spirit of observation. Someone, somewhere, will write about it in a sleep history script 1,000 years from now. Sleep well tonight, dear night wanderer. The rings and the flowers and all the old, strange, superstition-soaked traditions will still be here in the morning, ready to be passed along again.